And we're live.
What's up,
Happy
everybody?
Saturday night, you guys. I hope you're ready to go ultra max on this Saturday night. Hey there, Bays. Hey there, Jordan. Thanks for joining us tonight. And thanks so much to
Thanks for
everybody
having
who
me
is.
on.
Yeah, thanks for everybody in the house. It's going to be a good one. I can tell.
We had a fun one last night, and now we're gonna pick up where we left off, and we got Jordan.
Kind of feeling
Rather,
electric
yesterday
already.
morning. I have no idea how you guys were up at 3, 4, 5 a.m. doing that stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, we started at
I
like
fell
2 in the
asleep to
morning.
it.
Yeah, we were thinking it's like, should we do this? Should we?
I
And it's
listened
like,
to
screw
about
it, let's
half of
just
it and
go.
then I fell asleep.
Oh man, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that was fun.
It was a great time. It was a great time. A little bit impromptu, but sometimes those are the best times, right? It's kind of like we think about it that we want some of these streams to be like when you're sitting around with your friends, just on a random evening, swapping stories on the couch and working through problems. And, those are just some of like the most meaningful conversations that you have, and I feel like that's kind of the rhythm that we're getting into.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun too because yesterday we were using our imagination a lot with different scenarios and different ideas that people probably never even thought about in regards like with the Charlie Kirk case. But today I want us to be a lot more analytical. And we got Jordan here, and he's been doing a lot of great work. I'm not sure if I know you guys have collaborated in the past. This is my first time collaborating with him, so there are a lot of people that are gonna get to see what he's been doing and hear about it for the first time.
Super, super exciting. So, Jordan, I understand that you have got some new developments that you're going to share with us. So why not? You want to just hop right into it? I think everybody's trickling in, so you can go for it.
Sure. I will go ahead and speak to Bay's audience because I think your audience and I know my audience is already pretty well aware of it. So I'll start from the beginning if you'd like me
Awesome.
to present. And now I'm
Yeah.
huge. Wow. Okay. What happened to Charlie Kirk? We hear a rifle fire, a really loud noise, and it sounds like it's far away because of the crack thump. And we see something really terrible happen to Charlie Kirk. His head nods forward, all of his blood gushes out of his neck. He falls down like this, or he goes into this position that looks like neurological damage, and he falls over. They carry him away. Trump tells us he's dead. He gets a memorial service or ceremony, whatever, and he's replaced, and we're told that he's dead. Okay. What actually happened to him? In order to know what actually happened to him, we have all kinds of video footage of what physically happens to Charlie Kirk. What we see, the very first thing that we see is the back of his shirt puffs out, but the back of his neck stays stationary, and the back of his necklace stays stationary. But the back of the shirt is puffing out like this. At about the same time, we see this happen. This part of the shirt comes up. This arcs up, kind of like a bridge almost, like a upside down C, the freedom text does. And it comes all the way up to his ear. And the part of this skin right here, where this shirt comes up to, happens to be exactly where the blood starts coming out. So one would be led to believe that something down here is what caused the neck wound because it goes directly to the neck wound. And we don't see the neck wound until after the shirt leaves. So this led a lot of people to believe that it was a shot to chest armor, or body armor on the chest, and it ricocheted up. But we can see nipples here. We can see the form of his chest. So we know it wasn't body armor, and people have done tests with body armor that do not show that a bullet ricocheting is going to pull the entire shirt up. Another thing we observe is the necklace. I actually lost my necklace, but he has a necklace on, and it gets thrown back, up and back. And it appears to break right here. He has a cross pendant on. It appears to break right here. One end flies all the way back like this and comes down like this on the back left shoulder. And it goes down to his leg. And then this side, the cross pendant at least appears to be what's shooting into his neck from under the shirt. It appears to do this. And we have some frames where it looks like the necklace and the pendant are sort of together, curled in about this position here. It's kind of hard to demonstrate, but all of the other side appears to curl up here. Okay. We then said the neck cavitated, it expanded. When the neck was hit like this with the bullet, with a hypersonic bullet, it expands the neck, which expands the necklace, which shoots the pendant into the neck like this. But then we see the back of the shirt puffing out, independent of the necklace, independent of the back of the neck. The necklace is still resting on the back of the neck, but the shirt is puffed out. But the only part of the neck that can act on the necklace to force the pendant up like this is the back of the neck. And yet we have the earliest video frames at 60 FPS with the back of the necklace still resting on the back of the neck, both still in their original positions, and yet this is already up. So we know it's not cavitation because it would have to be the back of the neck acting on the necklace, on the back of the necklace to pull it up. So it's not cavitation. Okay, what else could it be? Exploding microphone doesn't have line of sight to the wound. It would push the necklace into the neck like this because of its position, and it's a foot away from the origin of the shirt deformation. So we know it's not the thing over here. So I take a course on prosthetics. And so I take a course on prosthetics because someone else came up with an idea that said Allgeist did, or I think it's Allgeist. I think I've been mispronouncing his name the whole time. Allgeist Nydream. He came out with a theory that said that the rifle was actually shot into a van and that there was a prosthetic here and it was fake blood. So I go take a 4-hour online course on prosthetics, and there's 2 courses online, Stan Winston School of Character Arts. They should really sponsor me at this point. But what they do is they reproduce the exact same neck wounds, and there's all kinds of courses online that tell you exactly how to recreate the exact neck wound that we see on Charlie Kirk. So I take that course, and when I take that course, I find out they have to pre-cut the prosthetic for it to work. When they want the blood to come out, they have to go up to the prosthetic, they have to cut it, they prime the hose, which means that they let a little bit of blood out so that there's no air between the exit and where the blood actually starts in the tube. So they have to cut it before they do the effect. But when we look at Charlie Kirk, when he comes out, when he's throwing hats, when he has all these high-resolution photos taken of his neck, it's not cut. We would see it if it was cut. If it was cut, if it was stitched, if it was perforated, we would be able to see that. So if they're trying to do this gag, this blood gag effectively, if the theory is right, they would need a way to cut the prosthetic. How do they cut the prosthetic? With an explosive? I don't think so, because when you look at those high-resolution images, there's no room for an explosive. All you have room for is an extremely thin prosthetic that is glued on, that has a very thin, extremely thin blood bladder underneath it. You can move your neck, all of the muscles will show, your trachea will show, this tendon here will show, he can do his weird neck tick, everything. And it all is just glued to his neck, or to this side of the neck. I don't know how big it is. But it would need to be extremely thin, so there's no explosive under it. There is no room for perforation because we have such good photography of it. And even if it were perforation, that material doesn't perforate very well. It doesn't just rip on its own. These things are very leak prone. So you have to come up with a way to cut the prosthetic. So I look back to the evidence. With this context, if it was actually faked, now this evidence makes a lot more sense. I'm looking at a solution to a problem, and I just discovered the problem. I was looking at the solution first. It was an anomaly. But once I understand the reverse engineering, now it becomes a solution to a known problem. What we need to do when we look at the anomalies in this case is consider them solutions to problems that we haven't discovered yet. So that's what I did there. So why does the dependent shoot up into the neck? Is it to kill Charlie Kirk? No, because if you wanted to kill him, if the mission objective was to kill Charlie Kirk, you just shoot him. You don't use exploding Mike. That's experimental. You have no idea if that's going to work or not. And this thing flops around all the time anyways. You'll probably see me constantly adjust it tonight. You just shoot him in the head. There's no extra complexity needed. If the mission objective is to kill Charlie Kirk, you just shoot him. And the complexity is just in how you cover it up later. You just shoot him in it. You just shoot him. That's all you do. There's no need for all this coordination stuff. No need for exploding Mike. No need for shot from behind. No need for a drone. None of this stuff. You just shoot him from Loisy Center roof. Enough said. But if the mission objective is to not kill Charlie Kirk, is to fake kill him, that's when you need the clicker in the pocket. That's when you need all the hand signals going on. That's why you need a shot going into the van. That's why you need all this fake stuff going on, because the mission is not to kill Charlie Kirk. You can't just shoot him. He's your friend. He's the guy that you love, who you're protecting. So I just lost my train of thought. This is why I normally do videos, but I'm going to try to... Where was I at there? You're muted.
You were saying, can you hear me?
There we go.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
You were saying that
need...
you were talking about the anomalies with the hand signals and the clickers and saying that they were all his friends, and that I think you were getting to, it makes more sense that they would be wanting to protect him than that they would want to kill him. And if they were going to kill him, then there wouldn't be all the hoo-ha, that they would have just done it.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to go back to ADHD moment. I just completely lost my train of thought.
No. You listen. You've been carrying this show so far.
You're great. So. Sorry, and I was trying to find the right layout for us. So hold on, y'all have to bear with me for a second. I don't know why it keeps trying to do this with me, but anyway, I'll figure it out eventually. I guess.
I think you can make a new one.
Yeah, okay. we don't have thanks tonight.
How about this? Yes, there we go.
That'll work.
We'll do this for a minute, so then that way we can chime in.
Okay, so you need to open the prosthetic. That's where I was. The reason that we know that this isn't shooting up into his neck in order to kill him is because you would just shoot him from the roof. You don't need a shaped charge inside this. Don't need a shaped charge inside here. The only reason you would have a hose like this under the shirt in order to cut the prosthetic or launch this in this direction is if you're trying to do fakery. That's the only reason the shirt comes up like this. It's for fakery. That's the only reason. So what happened? Well, we have white gas coming out. We have the shirt billowing out. We have the back of the shirt coming out. I'll get to that later. We have the pendant coming up. We have the necklace flying out. How can we reproduce this? When I took the 4-hour online course on how to do these prosthetics, to do these blood gags, Mike McCash was my instructor. Mike McCash kept saying over and over again in the course, go to the lumber yard to get this part, go to the lumber yard to get that part. He was talking about Home Depot. So go to Home Depot for this, go to Home Depot for that. So I go to Home Depot. If I'm trying to reproduce this, reproduce the necklace, reproduce all this stuff, and if my objective is to cut the prosthetic, how do I reproduce it? Well, I have a maintenance background. I happen to know that we can get CO2 canisters that clear drain lines in an HVAC condensate system or in a sink with a slightly different tool, or to fill up bike tires with this style. So we have CO2. And why did I jump to CO2 and not like a spring-loaded system, some kind of elastic system? Because of the white smoke. I really need to get another canister, but you can't see it. I think I actually can. I can reproduce the white smoke right now. We don't see a lot of white smoke, but we see enough in, I think, 2 different video frames from 2 different angles. And I'm going to reproduce that now. Because when you have a fresh canister, This CO2 is compressed at about 800 psi. And when it decompresses rapidly, it reduces temperature. I can get into the thermals of that later, but when you use these, the reason I knew it was CO2 is because of the white smoke. It's gone, but I think you saw a little bit of it. That's how you get the white smoke. So CO2, I went and got one of these, and I'm like, okay, this is a very long story that I'm shortening, but I got to this point where I put the cross pendant inside here, and I can fire it like that. And I've done a lot of test fires on this.
And
Yeah,
Jordan,
white
so
smoke.
the white
You can see it
smoke,
coming
I've
out of the
never heard
collar.
anyone show or say that before. Intrigued. And just to reiterate that, they were probably thinking about that just to really like sell it. Is that your thought process? You know, the idea of a shot, like the idea of the white smoke. Well, I'm just asking, like, would the reason for us seeing the white smoke, or was that solely just to create the puff, and then the white smoke is the sort of side effect?
The white smoke is a side effect.
Yes. Okay.
Not intentional. It's just how these things
got
work when you have a fresh charge.
Yep.
I can see it, but I don't think the camera can. It's just what happens when you use these devices. It's a fingerprint. It's a telltale. It's
a telltale
incidental.
sign of the CO2 being used. Yep.
Yeah, and I love how you pointed out that if they use some sort of shaped charge under the shirt, that it more than likely would have destroyed the shirt, because for it to be there, like under it, and then we see it pop out like this, and what, it's not going to tear the fabric, but it's going to blow a hole in his neck? Like that never really made a lot of sense to me. I thought maybe the swinging of the necklace, but then even then, it's like, I don't know if the physics really match up with that.
I want to be fair to John. John, at least right now, is not saying there's a shaped charge down here firing in this direction. I'll try to paraphrase what I understand his position to be, so we're fair to him. What I believe he's saying is that there is a primer charge in here that made it jump up, and then there is a charge that I guess was pointed in this direction, but somehow we don't have recoil, and the circuit board comes out of it, and I have that here. And the circuit board or the battery or something somehow, this is an identical transmitter to this. This would be the circuit board coming out of this case here. And John is saying, I believe, that the circuit board somehow comes out, and that's what somehow lodges over here, and it somehow slices him. But
again, why go through all the trouble? Why not just shoot him in the neck?
Exactly. But I'm just trying to be fair to John's position so that they know, so we're not like straw manning. But he does not say that the shape charge was down here. But anyway, I think it would destroy the shirt either way. But,
I think so too.
I'll go back. Yeah.
I think so too.
This is some of the broken glass we can get into later if we would like to. But where I was, okay, so we have this device under the shirt. It's pretty small. I have not yet figured out exactly how to electronically control this. If John is watching, he claims to be an expert in industrial CO2 applications, and he thinks he's more of an expert on it than I am. If that is the case, I would appreciate his help on this, on figuring out how to do this. He does not think that it is remotely possible to do this. But maybe he can give me some advice on how to get electronic control of this trigger, or to perhaps get even more pressure out of it, because right now I do not have a large enough diaphragm in this thing. That's why I bought this one. I think this one might give me a better charge or get more of it. So if I were to hold this trigger down and depress it, it would take 10 to 15 seconds to dump the entire cartridge. I needed to dump the entire cartridge in like a second. So I needed to come out a lot faster, and I need electronic control, and I need small form factor. So that's what I need to figure out. And I know that there are electronic solenoid valves And Mr. Turpin is saying, I don't think I can highlight it, but simple, they're about $10 on eBay. The issue there, we're holding back 800 PSI, and that's a lot of force. When I try to depress this trigger directly, it's a lot of force that I have to put on it with leverage. So the $10 one is only going to be like a couple bar. One bar is 14.78 PSI A, I think. So you need a beefier valve in the order of like $100. And I'm in the process right now of finding one that I know for sure will work at about 100 bar. This would be about 60 bar, I think. This 800 PSI would be about 60 bar. So I want to get one that's 100 bar to be certain that it's going to work. But those are chunkier valves. So I need help trying to figure out exactly which valve to get at 24 volts, 12 volts, whatever. But that's where I'm at right now, is because with this system, in order to shoot the pendant into the prosthetic to cut it, I can get the shirt. I'm trying to reproduce what we observe on Charlie. What we observe on Charlie is this yanking all the way up to the ear, at least from a lower camera angle. My camera angle right now is above my eye line by just a little bit, but most of the camera angles we're looking at to get the really up close video is going to be, I'll just stand up. It's more like this. So it does put a little bit of angle on it. So it doesn't have to go quite as high, but it definitely needs to go higher. So I need more pressure and I need more speed. But basically, I'm pretty close to getting exactly what we see on Charlie Kirk. I have a couple more details to iron out. Like this side of the necklace isn't behaving the way I want to yet. I now have oxygen tubing, which is a lot more flexible than the other stuff that I had. And I'm going to start testing with that later for a different theory. But that's not my main theory right now. I certainly am having problems. I'm not saying that it's perfect yet. I'm not saying that I've solved the entire thing yet, but I think I'm very close. And to go back to the beginning, let's go back to the elevator speech. You run into a random person on the street. They ask, you're wearing a t-shirt maybe that says Charlie Kirk is still alive. They ask you why. Why do you think he's still alive? We all saw him get shot in the neck. Obviously he's dead. Well, that's why. Just the simple fact that the shirt comes up to his ear is enough to start asking a lot of questions. That's my elevator speech on that. And real briefly, and then I'll throw it back to you guys. The back of the shirt is not replicated by shape charge. It's not replicated by the cavitation because the neck is not expanding. It is not, and the necklace is not expanding either. The back of the neck, I think, when you look at the narrative here that they would have been trying to author, it's supposed to be a 30-06 on the roof into his neck. Every hunter knows that 30-06 to the neck will not have an exit wound. It's going to have an exit wound. So what I think happened, you would ask, why would they use a 30-06 if it was supposed to be if you would obviously have an exit wound? Well, I think they had a squib back here that was supposed to fire to give you that exit wound, but it malfunctioned, and that's why the back of the shirt is puffing out. It malfunctioned, and I can get into why I think maybe it malfunctioned, but I think it had the air come out, but not the blood come out, and they couldn't change the caliber later in retrospect because the caliber they shot is the caliber they expected to have an exit wound. And in the audio acoustics, the right people will be able to tell if it's a 30-06 or if it's a 22 or whatever. So that's a short form of my spiel.
I love it. I was just noting that InLight said, you need to talk to a movie special effects folks. Surely there's an insider who'd speak on how they do things. Look, you guys, we would absolutely love to do that. I'm sure, Jordan would love to. I would love to. I think, we're all trying to do so many things in the course of a day. So if anybody has any connections, by all means, like, we're in this together. So somebody watching has got to know somebody.
There is a caveat to that, though. With Charlie
Okay.
Kirk, it's basically live theater. In Hollywood, they never do live theater. When they do blood effects gags in live theater, it's very simple. It's way less complicated than what we would
Mhm.
see in a feature film, for example. Much like you basically just have a prop that has blood in it and you squeeze it and you go up to their neck and it's very simple, not nearly as complicated as the stuff we see in these tutorials. That's because doing it for on a film set is like 1,000 times easier than in front of like in a black box theater, which is basically what this was, an arena theater, where you
Mhm.
have no ability to control the lighting, no ability to control how close the audience is, no ability to control photography, presumably, no ability to control the angle that the audience views it from. This is like theater in a black box style theater or an arena style theater. This is worst case scenario for any Hollywood gag. Level of difficulty is absolutely insane. So Hollywood people are not going to have any idea what on earth I'm talking about CO2 pinning gun because this solves a problem that they solve using a video cut. They just cut the camera off. They do it. They use CGI, they use this, they use editing, they use lighting, they use acting. None of those things we can use in live theater. So my main claim to explanatory power here is not used in film. So there's a significant aspect of it that they would not recognize unless there's a specialty field somewhere that does specialize specifically in theater, in advanced blood gag application to theater. That's who I would like to talk to for sure.
Well, Jordan, I do think about I took my kids to Disney last year, last summer, and we went to, for example, like the Indiana Jones live production. And it kind of reminds me of some of the really intense and impressive special effects and over the top things that they did in this like 25 minutes or something. I mean, there were explosions and all kinds of crazy things going on. I don't know. I feel like there was some sort of blood stuff, but anyway, I feel like there's got to be some kind of, something more than a high school play, right? Something more, I mean, Broadway, something. But yeah, I'm not giving up hope. I definitely think there's got to be somebody out there who can help us out.
And
Kelly,
Mhm.
sorry, Jordan, you can go first.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I noticed somebody in the chat was asking about Alley Top Files, who I was actually speaking to just yesterday, and it reminded me that she posted on Instagram a cluster of photos of Charlie from the day where you could see that he has some things that, and including a shot of the back. Kelly, I just sent them to you on Discord if you want to pull them up.
Okay.
And again, shout out to Alley Top Files, for getting those pictures to me.
And so what was this now?
They're pictures of Charlie from, I guess a couple minutes or hours before he, whatever happened that day. And it zooms in on bulges on the front and back of his shirt where you could see, whatever he had wearing that day. Because Jordan had mentioned that he believes that there may have been something in the back that malfunctioned. And there actually is a picture that may be able to corroborate with that.
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
So
In fact,
it should be 4 photos. If you could just pull them up real quick, and you could see a number of different things. Obviously, there's something up in the top. There's the rectangle thing that's on the I believe it's the lower left side, and then it shows something on his back.
yep. Just a second.
So maybe if we pull them up, everybody can see it, and then Jordan, you can analyze those photos and see if you can explain what we may be seeing.
It's basically, Jordan, the photos that we went over in our stream.
I know I should have just been there on that one, huh?
Let's see. Here we go.
I'm sorry for making Jordan repeat himself.
No, I didn't on
I
that
just
one
wanted-
because my audience, her audience already knows the story. So it's always good to talk to a new audience and start from the beginning because sometimes
Yes,
you think
definitely.
about things in a new way.
Yeah, and I have a great audience. It's not the biggest audience, but they are the most based. We have a very open-minded group, and we really just want the truth. You know, we were willing to we're willing to entertain any and all theories as long as somebody is honest and credible and they have something to back it up. All right, so Jordan, what do you think we're looking at here?
This image, I'm not sure because we have other images of the same part of the back where we don't appear to see anything. I think there could be some
Mhm.
tricks of the shadow that could make a real object under the shirt show and maybe in this lighting and not show in other lighting. I'm not sold on the idea that that is anything because what I originally thought it was a quick disconnect to a blood bladder line that goes to the prosthetic. I've since sort of abandoned that theory because I initially thought that when Charlie sits down at the table, somebody would have to come up behind him with something disguised as an audio cord, and they would have to plug in the prosthetic essentially to a pressure cylinder. But I've not been able to see anyone going to his back with a cord that would be a blood hose to charge the prosthetic. So I'm not sure if that is anything
Mhm.
because number one, we have other photos of the same area that don't appear to have an indentation, and
Right.
I don't see that it's plugged into anything. But interestingly enough, we do have uh, video and photos of Mike McCash's tutorial where he puts a, a, a cylindrical quick disconnect device in that exact spot. So that's why I alerted to it originally, but for the other reasons, I've sort of abandoned it. Kelly?
Yeah.
Well, I
I'll
appreciate. Oh,
Mhm.
sorry, you go first, Kelly.
Oh, no, 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 no. Go ahead. I'll pull up some other
All
pics
right.
while you're
I was
talking.
just gonna say that I appreciate that, you know, you being honest and objective and that you're not just trying to, you know, spin it or lean towards something like, oh, it could be that, you know, that you seem to be very straightforward and you're not leaning towards your own theory.
The
I
only thing
appreciate
I'm
that.
I'm certain of is that there's some type of mass under his stomach, or not under his stomach, but on his stomach,
On his
because we see that
lower
in
side, yes. A
yeah
100% I agree. I
over.
said that from the beginning.
That's the only one that's consistent enough for me to be sure. The
But
other
you
ones
don't think
maybe,
in the
maybe not.
middle? Yeah, that right there. That's what I was talking about, the rectangle. I've seen multiple images that show
Every
something there.
single video, every single photo of that part of his body always shows it consistently every time. So there's
Yes.
definitely something there.
Yes. Now, have you done any research as to it being some sort of electronic equipment, something connected to a microphone,
That
like
kind of goes
something
into
normal
the.
with the road hardware?
It could be a TENS unit for medical purposes. It's a like an electric shock therapy type thing. I think Kelly can explain it better. That's one of the things
I'm
that we
very
looked at.
familiar with those, and
Okay.
I think it's very interesting that you say that because I've said multiple times that the first time that I saw what happened to Charlie, his like the way that he jerked his initial reaction, I thought he got tased. It did not
Yeah.
look to me like he got shot with a bullet. It looked like he got tased. And I just thought it was so weird. I'm like, what the hell happened? I had to like watch it again and focus on the neck and be like, oh my God. But yeah, if that is the case and they were going to fake this and they wanted to have some kind of genuine reaction for when it goes off, it would make sense that he got zapped in a sense.
And we have to connect this to reality some way. If we're saying that he was zapped by a TENS unit at the exact moment of impact, at the exact moment everything else was going off, we have to have a physical, practical mechanism to allow that to happen in time with everything else in sync, so to speak. And you can do that for sure. I actually demonstrated that yesterday in the tests in the work that I did. This is a clicker, like a remote control clicker that goes to a relay board. This is the relay board. And what I did last night is I soldered the clicker circuit board to, if I can find it, Oh, that's on the other part. But this is the relay board right here. This little blue thing is a relay. But anyway, let me go back. This is the part that I need. What I'm trying to say is, how do we actually remotely operate a TINS unit if it is a TINS unit? This right here is the circuit board from that clicker, and I've soldered these wires into the button on the clicker. If I can maybe click it. I have those wires soldered onto it so that I can control the clicker with DMX. This is a DMX relay. This is the DMX cord. You can see the 5 pins there. And then I can control this with a computer, basically. And that master control computer is controlling everything else. And one of these TINS units, maybe you can educate me on it. I believe that they could have clickers like this that would operate it.
Yes.
That I can get control of. Would you agree?
Yes, 100%. I would agree. Yep. Let me try to pull us all back up.
And if they were 2 different devices being used by 2 different people to execute this plan, I think that it would make a lot of sense for the hand signal that we see right beforehand. Because if it was just going to be a shot, or if it was just going to be one device that did it, why the need for the hand signal for any kind of, synchronization?
Right. And I also want... Go ahead.
Right.
Well, I was just going to say, I also wonder if part of the, synchronization, and maybe the reason perhaps that even Rick Cutler, some people say like, oh, well, it was just a distraction because he seemed to be delayed. Well, what if his intent was to do something that was, 1 or 2 seconds later than, the rest, right? He wasn't intended to do it at the exact same time as something else. And so no matter whatever that action may be. But yeah, I mean, when he does that motion, that motion doesn't mean that it's just a palm pistol shot. It could be something else related to
with Rick Cutler.
With Cutler.
I think Rick was just getting ready to jump. That's what I think he was doing. He was just getting ready to jump.
Well, he was clearly doing something. And when I saw this, I thought that maybe he was triggering something. Maybe he was responsible for triggering the sound to make it sound like a gunshot. I don't know. But after all these months and analyzing all these different anomalies and everything that people did, it's hard to just say that everything's like a coincidence, especially when there's that many. And it kind of seems like they were just muddying the water and trying to make the scene look very messy on purpose so that people would be all confused and, go down this rabbit hole and this theory and that, and that's kind of like how it played out.
Smoke and mirrors.
Yes.
Rick kept his eyes on Charlie, the target, the entire time.
Yeah, his reaction he went like that. He did like one of these.
Yeah.
Where it was, I don't know. Like people interpret it different ways. Like, like I said that it looked like he was smiling. Someone said that he was making some kind of grin. I mean, I don't know. I saw what I saw. I know a lot of people agree with me. I don't know if he was actually triggering some kind of device, but there is no doubt in my mind that he did that motion knowing that it was going to be on camera and that it was going to get put out. Like, I believe that whatever happened to Charlie that day, whether he's dead or alive, that there was a coordinated effort to cause this like mass confusion and all these different conspiracy theories. And I think that it was to take our attention off of other things going on in the world. And it was very successful.
Yeah, clearly. At 6 months, here we are.
Yeah.
What I just thought of as you guys were saying that was, why do we need the hand signal? Why can't it just be on a verbal cue? Why can't it just be like everyone knows the script? And when Hunter Kozak says, or I think Charlie says, counting or not counting gun violence, and then Hunter says, great, boom. Why can't we just put in the script, tell everyone, this is when it happens, at this point in the script? Why can't we just do that?
Yeah, to muddy the water.
Well, another part of, what's that?
to muddy the water. That's my point. They didn't have to do all this. They didn't have to do a signal. They could have coordinated this any other way.
I think there's maybe a better explanation, and here it is.
Oh, great.
When we're in the meeting, allegedly maybe at Fort Huachuca, I imagine that you're the person planning this operation. We're going to fake Charlie Kirk's death, and we're in this meeting right now, and we're thinking about, okay, when are we going to do it? You can literally choose your last words. Charlie Kirk is a devout Christian, evangelical Christian, and at some point, someone is going to ask him, "What do you want your last words to be?" Bayes, what do you think his last words would be?
I don't know. Again, that's a big thing to ask. I don't know.
Keli, I've already told you, so I can't ask you, but a Christian would say, Jesus Christ is Lord. That's what a Christian would pretty much unanimously say. You want your last words to be Jesus Christ is Lord.
But that's operating under the assumption that all of this was Charlie's doing and Charlie's mission. You know, if Charlie was some kind of asset, like let's just assume that he wasn't just some kind of speaker. But let's assume that he was some type of intelligence asset, especially, and I don't think it's that far-fetched with everything that we're seeing with Turning Point USA now, that there seems to be a real, military operation going on with Turning Point USA that's involving churches. And a lot of the people involved, especially Erica and her family, have deep intelligence ties. So if Charlie is not dead and it was staged, then it is very plausible to believe that he was an intelligence asset, which means that this is a military operation, and I don't think he would have any say whatsoever. I mean, maybe over his last words, but I think that it would be done to
what they
drive
did
the narrative,
immediately,
which is
but
what they did
immediately. Sorry, you're breaking up. I can't tell when you're done talking. Are you done talking? You're breaking
Yes.
up. Okay, I'll go now. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but it sounded like you were done and you weren't. My apologies. Immediately after the assassination that was allegedly faked, they did their memorial service for him, and it was extremely focused on religion. It was basically a gospel-centered Trump rally. Basically, it was hyper evangelical. It was supposed to be a revival, is the word that they called it. So that appears to be their mindset going into it, and like that seems to be their primary goal. If in fact they wanted it to be, if in fact they wanted the narrative to be that Charlie Kirk was killed by someone who hated Christians, that matches the ceremony. The ceremony doesn't match a transgender person. It matches a religious motivated crime because it was hyper religious. I can't prove that to you. I'm just noting the similarity there.
I think it's multifaceted, though. I think that they wanted the narrative to be that it was the left and reinforce the culture war of the left versus right, and then use the religious aspect of it after the fact. That they're like two separate things. Does that make sense?
Sure, that's one interpretation. Here's my interpretation. It's a possible interpretation. It's not necessarily true, but this is my theory. When I listened to the entire tape of the guy Charlie Kirk was talking to before Hunter Kozak, Charlie Kirk says Jesus Christ is Lord 3 times. That's what they're talking about. Religion, and Charlie Kirk says it. Jesus Christ is Lord, Jesus Christ is Lord, Jesus Christ is Lord. I think that was part of a script, possibly, if this theory is right. And I think that when he said that, that's when it was supposed to happen. Because when I look at Brian Harple, when I look at Dan Flood, Superman Dan, when I look at all the people behind the scenes there, I'm not seeing the same hand signals that I saw before Hunter Kozak, but I see a lot of communication going on. This is the stuff that Blake Bednar's alerts to, with the stuff in Brian Harple's pocket, your comms are down, all this stuff. And then Dan Flood going up to Charlie, talking to him, whispering in his ear, and the sound guy whispering in his ear.
Even Terrell comes over and speaks to him from the other side. And then also tells him that he needs to put his mic down.
Yeah, and Dan Flood especially. There's no reason for Dan Flood to be in Charlie Kirk's ear. I think what was happening was that was their initial go. They were supposed to go on Jesus Christ as Lord, I think. And what they were communicating in the back channel was, oh shit, can I cuss on here?
Yeah.
You're fine. Yes. And in fact,
Good.
actually, I want to pull this up because I see Sally. Okay. Said his last words to Henry Dells were, "God bless you. I love Mormons."
hmm
That's very, very interesting.
Yeah. So, oh God, I've lost
If
my train of thought again.
Sorry, I'm just like, wow, if I didn't even realize that, but if that were the case, I mean, given all of the things, like, whoa, if that was the case, and to your point, Jordan, if it was meant to happen during the first speaker, during Henry, like, whoa, okay. So
Yeah.
sorry.
So, in my theory, I think that it was supposed to be on Jesus Christ as Lord. The reason Dan Flood is whispering in his ear is, oh shoot, there was an issue maybe with getting the shooter on the on the roof at the same time. Maybe there's a pedestrian walking by, and he's like, "No, I can't take this. I can't take this go signal. I have to go later. They're going to see me. They're going to call or whatever. I'm going to be seen because someone's walking by at the wrong spot." Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was something else. I don't know. I think there was some kind of malfunction early in the count, not at T minus 10 seconds, not at T minus 5 seconds, probably at T minus 3 minutes or something, well before we see the characteristic hand signals like the Dan Flood, well before any of that stuff. T minus 3 minutes, you have an issue, and that's what all that communication was. It was supposed to, the initial go was supposed to be Jesus Christ is Lord. T minus 3 minutes. Oh no, something bad happened. We have to hold. Think of it as a rocket launch. We're holding at T minus 3 minutes. Oh no, what's our next go point? Okay, now it's fixed, but we had to hold. We have to find a new go point. What's the next go point? Dan Flood whispers in Charlie's ear, "This is your next go point." And when Dan Flood is doing his hand signal, he's communicating with everyone else. This is the go point, because maybe they didn't communicate. Maybe they didn't plan that out in advance. And why do you need so many people communicating? Because I don't know yet. I actually don't know exactly why Dan Flood needs to be doing this. I don't know who that's for. I do think it's a hand signal, but I don't know exactly who that's for yet. I think
Well,
it's clearly for
it's
someone.
without a doubt a hand signal. I don't know if you've seen the
Yeah.
video. Baron Coleman has covered it. I've covered it. Um, a couple of months before this incident, I don't know if it was May, but there was another event where Charlie's giving a speech and Dan Flood is behind him, and Charlie starts talking about I think he was referring to sports, but he says, like, that in baseball players get call signs, and
Yeah.
then once he talked about call signs, Dan Flood looked one way, looked the other day, and he
Mhm.
did the signal, and he smiled. So
Oh,
it
yeah.
obviously means something. And for Dan Flood, it was an inside joke to whoever he was looking at. And because he looked in both directions, I said that he's standing on the opposite side on
Mhm.
September 10th with whatever happened. But I said that if he's glancing in the direction of two different people months before and doing the same exact signal, that there is a very good chance that on September 10th, even if he was standing on the other side, that before he does the signal, he looks this way, looks that way. I mean, I think there's a high probability he was probably looking at the same people that he did the inside joke with.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Chat,
And I
put a
think
1 in the chat if you remember the video I'm talking about, if you've seen the video where I covered that.
I've seen the video.
Yep. I think definitely. I mean, at this point, and they kind of called it like the third base signal. I mean, it was just crystal clear. He steps forward, he does this, and then in addition to having that previous reference, like live reference, and you see Dan smirk,
Yeah, it
it's a
doesn't look like
thing.
they're trying to hide anything. Like, they have to know that they're on camera. Like, you would think that they would. And you got to remember too. Like, we use AI for all different things. I use AI, ChatGPT, all these other sites for my research and whatnot. You guys don't think that they're using some type of game theory type supercomputer when they're coming up with these ideas and these theories of what they're going to do? You know, like I'm sure that they have some sort of software that they're using to plan these types of things out where they think of certain, different details. And, you know, that's how they're going to come up with these ideas and their motivations behind them.
Zero. Come on now. You better not be talking to me.
I think they're talking to me.
Let them have their fun. No, but I'll be honest. I think that it went on cue. I think I'm still gonna stick with my belief that it was the culture war driven for that aspect. Like talk also because you got to remember a lot of these things connect. Before this incident with Charlie Kirk, there were a couple of the school pew-pews that they were saying were trans driven and that they were and that was a big topic of discussion a couple months before this incident with Charlie. So it kind of aligns with that. I think that the religious factor was for after the fact, that was after the event, that was going to be the next phase. But I could be wrong. These are just my opinions.
I think it could go either way.
Yeah, listen, he could be gone. Like we don't know. But that's what this show is all about. It's about, going over every different possibility, every scenario, being objective, not just like trying to shoot people down or discredit them just because they don't agree with what you think, We're just trying to figure it out. And my mind has changed. I've gone back and forth on this over the last couple of months.
Do we want to go into Mikey's backpack or go to something else?
Sure, please. Let's talk about the backpack.
The amazing Mikey McCoy.
Yes, magnificent, fabulous
The
leader to be.
The moment the shot comes out, Mikey McCoy, within, I think, 0.6 seconds after the shot, phone to his ear, and he's already walking away from the scene. Couldn't have even barely seen the blood start coming out because the blood comes out at 0.5 seconds. Most of it does start. So why does he walk away so soon? Why is he so eager to get away from the tent? I have a theory. I don't know if it's true or not, but I have a theory. Blake claims to have video evidence that debunks this, but he has yet to provide that video, as far as I know. I haven't checked my email in the last 2 seconds. But anyway, what I think is the reason why Mikey McCoy walks away so fast is it's not because of the phone call. It's because he wants to get away from the tent. He wants to get away from the crime scene. Why does he want to get away from the crime scene? Because when I do this reconstruction, when I do all of it together, every single I dotted, every single thing perfect, I'm going to need to get a backpack and I'm going to need to put some gear in it that's going to be responsible for holding a laptop that's closed, that has its lid latch disconnected, that is remotely operated by someone in a different part of the world or in a different state, whatever, it can be anywhere, with like a remote desktop connection. That's going to control the QLab software, which is theater software, which is for show control. That's the computer where I type in, I want this to happen at 0.07 seconds. I want that to happen at 0.05 seconds. I want this squib to fire at 0.03 seconds. QLab is a software you type that into. QLab sends the DMX signal to this box here, DMX or Intech DMX USB Pro. It comes out, it goes into the computer with that. Into here, we have the DMX cord. Go into here. DMX is lighting control. Like if you go to a concert and see them doing moving light stuff, it's DMX controlled. But we're using it for squibs because that's just my background, technical theater, light design. So then we go to a relay that is DMX controlled. So this is basically a lighting fixture as far as the software is concerned. When I turn the light on, that closes a relay, which can activate this button here, which gives me software control over anything that can be controlled by a clicker. Like someday one of these and a lot of other stuff. And you have a battery pack that powers it. The chat window's in the way, but a battery pack 12 volt that powers everything, right? So you have a battery pack, you have this board, you have this box, you have a bunch of cords, you have several of these things. You probably actually need 2 of these circuit boards because of all the stuff that you need. And that's about what you have in that backpack with the laptop. And you also need a wireless box that gives you wireless DMX. So we have these boxes, we use them in theater. If you have an older theater that has, you need extra data basically you need a way to have wireless DMX. So if you have an electric that does not have DMX control on it, that's not wired with DMX by the venue, you might have to get your own DMX to that electric. The electric is the thing that goes up and out of the fly system. So we have hyper reliable systems or devices that give you wireless DMX, and they operate at a range that can get you to the Lozy Center roof easily, especially with line of sight. So you would have what that is called as a show baby. That's the most common brand that does it. So you have the show baby in there as well, which gets you to the roof or the rifle. And how do you fire the rifle? With these 2 solenoids, with the cylinder or like a nail or something between them, and then the triggers between them as well. So these solenoids fire from DMX control, and they depress the trigger. I just posted a video on X of me doing precisely that. So why would Mikey McCoy need to walk away so fast? Because he's carrying the backpack that has this inside of it, that has this inside of it, that has this janky stuff inside of it, all this super janky stuff. And I think about it from the perspective of the designer, which is what I'm doing right now. If I were putting this stuff together in real life for a real world scenario that's going to become a mainstream, extremely infamous political assassination, this can never come back to me. There can never be any chance whatsoever that I'm implicated in any of this. So as I put this stuff in Mikey McCoy's backpack and I give him the backpack, I'm going to say, this stuff can never come back to me. As soon as this stuff's job is done, get the hell out of there ASAP. I don't care if you don't think the cops are going to stop you. I don't care if there's no police line yet. This can never, ever come back to me. Get this the hell out of there as soon as that shot comes out. I don't care about police line. I don't care about any of that stuff. I don't care if you don't think you're going to get stopped. Get it the hell out of there ASAP, because this can never come back to me. And if it does come back to me, I'm going to beat your ass. That's what I'm going to tell Mikey McCoy as the designer of this box, because it looks like a bomb. If the police see it, it's going to come back to me. So that's why I think Mikey McCoy left in such a hurry. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, and I was just noticing, let's see, Pitsy saying, let's see, here we go. I don't think that even the amazing Mikey McCoy is smart enough to pull this off. Well, I don't think that Mikey had to design any of this. He just had to wear it, right? And walk out, right? He just had to be there. I don't know that he really had to do anything other than wear it. And he was holding his phone, and he put his phone straight to his ear and walk out as fast as he could, you know?
Now,
one thing I want to say is,
it's breaking up.
Can you hear me? Am I having problems with my mic today?
No, you're good.
I'm good.
I think it's my connection.
Now,
Yeah, I think it's your connection, Jordan.
Okay. Well, no, because it's the first time I'm dual streaming, so I thought maybe that would be why. All right. Now, this is my problem with this, and this is my problem with the case in general. And it's not like anything that you said particularly, because you could be right. But my whole problem is, oh, look who it is. He made it.
Howdy,
There
howdy,
he is.
gang.
Thanks, he's in the building.
Chin for a little bit. I'll be here. What's up?
The
Good,
man, the
I'm glad you
myth,
made
the
it.
legend. Thanks.
Yeah, dude, it's not the same without you. We got Kelly working the boards tonight. She's doing a
I'm
great
doing my
job.
best.
Way better than I'd be doing. So don't take that the wrong way, guys. But
Hold on. I'm going to join the chat somehow with my account. So what are you guys talking about?
we've been going over the theory. Jordan has been explaining his theory and his methods, and now we're going over some some other different theories. But I was just about to say that the one thing that drives me crazy about this case is that there were again so many anomalies, so many people doing different things, and everything turns into its own rabbit hole. And at this point, after 6 months and the amount of energy that I've put into this and the distractions, I really don't even want to entertain. Like, you can look at every single direction. You could look at every single person that was on that scene and find something that you could spin into a story. Like, honestly, like Mikey McCoy, whether he had this in it, like, I don't care if he had a bunch of dildos in his backpack. At the end of the day, it's like the real question is Charlie dead or alive? Is he dead or alive? And just break everything down into its most simplest form. And I've spoken to different people that on all different sides, and I always try to be objective. And like I said, I've gone back and forth myself. Now, when you see the actual wound, there are people out there that have a lot of experience in these things that do believe that he was shot directly in the neck. But to believe that he was shot in the neck, you have to, with all the different anomalies, all the hand signals and everything else, that means that everybody was in on it.
Has anyone ever even seen a gunshot wound?
Yeah, no, I was
Like,
speaking
have
to
I in
somebody
real
that-
life?
Yeah, like I mean, in real life, have you guys seen is that what a gunshot wound looks like? Have you seen it before?
I have, and in real life, no, that's not what I've seen.
Because what happens is, and I'm not a professional, I've seen it. I've been shot by a small caliber, and like, but it's like you don't get that outstream of blood right away.
Yeah, it would look like an
unless
exit
it's
wound.
like a very that looks like an exit wound, or it looks like a nick of some sort. And look, like, and sorry to interrupt, but like, if we look at everything in general, to me, all you have to do is take out the fact that we saw it happen, and everything, like, if you can somehow get past the eyes
That's what
thing,
I was saying. Yeah, that's what I was saying yesterday too. Take. The
I'm not here to
emotional
push
attachment
anything.
after.
I'm here to say what it looks like to me is if you can get past what they want you to see and look at every single thing else, it adds up to be something different than what it looks like. I mean, what we could go, how many different things. Now that Jesse and we were talking, he sent me a text. And to be honest, Jesse came to his conclusion when we were on the phone, and I was telling him, we talked for like 4 hours, and he somehow came up with, when I figured out all these finances, figured out the Operation Arctic Frost, and he's like, holy shit, like, he had to have faked this, otherwise they're all going to prison. And then I looked up all of the people that have committed nonprofit fraud, the time they have done. The lady from Black Lives Matter only took 3 million, and she was sentenced to like 475 years. All right. Not only that, they've at every turn celebrated and pushed the president. They pushed Trump. They pushed JD. They've just said outright, and it's illegal. It's against the law. Okay, like you can get penalized for that. You can lose your, like, think about it like this. It's not just the jail time. Okay, if they take them to court and like, people might say, well, how would they go to jail? Even if Charlie's dead, they'd all go to jail. And that's not true, because then once Charlie is out of the picture, he's the CEO. He makes the final decision. All the misdealing, all the insider dealing. Look at John McGovern. He started, and then within a year, he ended up starting his own LLC, and they ended up paying him, and he started taking profits out of that and paying himself a commission through donations. It was a thing with them. Okay. Stacey Sheridan had 3 companies that were doing this. that added up to over $9 million. John McGovern himself, allegedly, this is all alleged, I'm just a comedian telling jokes, that's it, is that he took, you know, I forget how much,
That's a
but a
good
significant portion. Okay. So yeah, I'm a funny guy, bro. What can I say? The thing is when you look at the grand picture and then what Jordan showed, Jordan, nice to meet you, by the way. I mean, you know, I've seen your work, and I don't like to say I'm a fan of the work, but I think that you've done great work, you know? So like in this regard, I think from what you've done, I'm a fan of what you've done because I like people that think.
Yeah, Jordan has definitely made a serious contribution to this.
Absolutely.
Whether you agree with
Absolutely.
this theory or
And
not,
also,
I think that is undeniable.
And that's important. Like everyone says, investigate. Okay, so if we investigate the side that nobody wants to see, then everybody gets attacked like we're all Mitch Snow. Like it doesn't go that way. You can't go both, like have it only one way if you want to investigate only the death. You have to investigate also what could be the opposite of the death. Okay, and when you also what we came up with, what I was able to pull out of what Jesse told me again, he's been on it. He's the one that showed me that on the team page, Charlie is still on the board and he's on the founder as team. Okay, so it would be fine if he was a team founder and left on there for, you know, commemoration or whatever, but that's a board seat. Now this is, from what I could find, Charlie being on the board on Turning Point's website 185 days after his death is actually unprecedented. It's never been done before that I could find, and especially in nonprofit, but even in for-profit, the Sands Hotel, I post today, Adelson, you know, like they were removed within max a few weeks, max. So this is just another thing. And then Blake Neff coming out and saying, well, Erica said that if Charlie wouldn't have wanted to come back and turn it all around. Why are you speaking as if they're having a conversation?
I'm going to cover that.
So
I'm going to cover that.
How many different things do we have to see until some people might at least say, instead of calling us grifters or saying we're pushing a narrative? No, like you have to realize that maybe people need to look at this, and you might need to open your mind and see that the work that Jordan's done, the work that Jesse's done, the work that I've done, maybe it all comes together. The work that Blake is all find a place ultimately, and it doesn't add up to him being dead, at least in the way they've described, also changing the narrative. Like even from the jump start, from the very beginning, they started lying. They started making up a narrative. There was no firearm in the dude's pants. There was no firearm jumping off the roof. There was no shot of the actual image taken of someone shooting, which is very strange to me. Okay, very strange. I understand that maybe they don't want to show that shot, but then why is the camera turning and following that person as well when they're jumping off the roof?
Not only that, like, Ryan Mata covered it the first week. He did a deep dive into how many cameras were on that university, and it was a lot. It was a lot. I think that there are over 60. I think they said that there were over 60 cameras that should have picked this up, and all we get is a little grainy shot from a distance of the guy hopping off of the roof without a gun, and they're trying to say, "Oh, it must have been in the bag. It must have been in the towel." It's like no, like there's nothing there.
Yeah, no, I think there's way too. So it leads more to, besides seeing it happen, but what about all the blood that should be there from somebody getting shot?
Well, that's what I said too.
Maybe
When they were carrying him away, if they're carrying him away 20 seconds after the alleged shooting, then he should still be leaking. The blood should be dripping on the floor. Everybody should.
It would have been a lot worse, especially
Everybody
neck down, body, like heart down, neck down, like coming out of that direction. You'd have it just like coming out, you know. At that point.
I messed up. I forgot to ask Nate about this today because I was actually on the phone with him talking about some of this stuff. But I mean, we've been analyzing that video for the past couple of days where it clearly shows Charlie's arm. He's raising his arm, which some people might say the way that he's getting carried, maybe it's getting lifted. But how do you explain his hands and his fingers extending and closing? And
what are they doing lifting his arm?
But it kind of looks like
How about
he's
what about
raising
what
his
if-
arm to grab Dan Flood for support because they're carrying him very awkwardly.
Yeah, I mean, I think that looking at all of those little things, I think we have to look at we have to start we can focus on the minutia, right? Because things do have to be looked at there, but we have to zoom way out. And now that it's been 6 months, and we've seen so much data showing so many different things, we have to start compiling them puzzle. And if you can at least try to I'm not saying you need to believe whatever I think or what I've seen or what. All I've said is that nobody has come to us with any more reasonable of a conclusion than Jesse from start to finish, all the way through. Not just a piece, not just this happened and that happened. No, putting everybody's stuff together and saying, I'm 100% confident. That's what Jesse's saying. Nobody else has done that yet. Nobody. So until I see something else that can prove the other direction just as cleanly, then I would have to be put in a position to choose. But for now, I'm either in the position to believe the Fed slap narrative in my eyes or believe the timeline of all the information that we've compiled and then make a conclusion based off of what somebody else has proposed and also what I believe to be true or not. And to me, it seems that it's, I mean, I'm at this point where I've never really said full on publicly, but when and then how about the Board of Visitors? Charlie Kirk was on the Board of Visitors, not designated that position unless the president himself decides to do so. She goes and takes that position. Why? Unless it's to make money off of Charlie's name being designated by the Air Force Academy, which she needs to be in there to place a vote because they're not in favor of it. The AOG is not in favor. So they voted 12-0 to push the vote to the Board of Visitors for the Air Force Academy to make a decision on Charlie Kirk getting a posthumous Air Force Academy. Now, this is what's unique. Nobody in the history of the Air Force Academy has ever actually won a posthumous degree from the Air Force Academy. There's only one person who's ever won it that has not gone to the academy. That has not. I don't know if he went to the academy or not. JFK, I don't think he did, but he did end up getting a living humus degree or whatever. So you're talking about a president who was alive at the time, I believe, if my sources are correct, that and what I read is correct, or Charlie Kirk, who died. Now, is that precedent? Could it be set for someone like Charlie Kirk dead? Yes, I guess. But the problem is nobody at the Air Force Academy wants that except for the chairman of the BOV. Okay, so that's it. I think BOV or the AOG, one of the two. So there's not many people, like students returning, say, like hundreds of students, parents, teachers, academy people. They were all writing into the board and saying we don't want Charlie Kirk to be on this. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things that lead to that, and I just don't understand why people can't look at the bigger picture. You know, that's
yeah. For sure. Danks, thank you so much. I got to pop in for just a second, okay? Because we have some supers that I've got to hop in here.
Yeah, go ahead. I can't even see the chat or the comments or anything. I'm on my phone, so.
Yeah, and you guys, so also just Danks, he's dealing with no Wi-Fi right now. So that's why his connection is popping in and out. I know it's a little rough, but he's here. He's doing the best he can. We're grateful that he's here. So thank you, Danks, for being a trooper, man. Okay, Ali Top Files, thank you so much for the super. You are doing great work. The fragments are in the rear of the SUV. What does that mean to you? Charlie was not in the rear seat. He was in the middle. There is no rip in his shirt, no blood. I do not see any explosion. Yes. So I'll be curious to hear what y'all think, but I did bring this up a couple of months ago when the picture came out because I looking at the photo, I felt like it appeared that someone was kind of leaned in like as though they were taking the photo from the back seat. My mom has one of those SUVs, and I'm like, hold on a second, that's of the third row. And that was before I knew that the second row definitely had the bucket seats. So anyway, yeah, to me, I don't believe so much that it kind of is less compelling to me that those are definitively pieces of, an exploded microphone. It could be, I think it's more likely that it was somebody stepped on a cell phone as they were scrambling out, or something else.
Cell phones are hard to break.
I mean, if these guys like stepped on it,
I mean, I've taken my phone because it got hacked when I was in Singapore, and I bashed it against the counter, and I tried to break it so many times to not get my wallet, my crypto wallet hacked. I couldn't.
Mhm.
I couldn't break. I turned it off. They kept turning it back on as I'm bashing it, probably 150 times, and I couldn't actually shatter it. And this was 2 years ago. So
Yeah.
just insight, just
Well, what do y'all think that the black specks could have been? I mean, they've been like, to me, they also kind of reminded me, like, I have a little bit of AstroTurf in my yard, and there's like this like black stuff that they put back there, and it's like the little black stuff that they put over like that's what it looks like. And when they first lay it down, that's
like
actually
that dried plastic or like dried rubber stuff,
hold on,
something.
just made sense, because didn't they lay, well, that wasn't AstroTurf that they put down, or was that AstroTurf, or was it fresh grass, fresh sod?
Well,
Because
if
I know Allie
something
was
did,
looking
what
at
does
fresh
Jordan
grass.
think about that? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's okay.
I'm streaming on YouTube. I just got a DM from them. I think that was directed at me. So this is what I think about it. Would you mind putting it back up so I can read it again, please?
Yep, of course.
So imagine this is the van here. This is the front row. This is the second row. This is the third row. Charlie was in this row, but the images we have of the black stuff was in the back row. So it's in the wrong spot. Charlie here, the black stuff on the floor back here. That's the first thing. I bought one of those microphones. I'm wearing one right now, but they come in packs of 2 transmitters. This is the other one. This is the circuit board. I had to destroy the screen in order to get it off because I don't have the right tools. You can get it off without destroying it, but I didn't because I was lazy. This bag right here is the debris from the screen. As Danks was saying, it's very difficult to get these things to truly shatter because they have adhesive. The way the glass works is it's backed by an adhesive. So when it shatters, I don't know if you said it shattered or if it just wouldn't go into a million pieces, but when this glass does shatter, it doesn't shatter into a million pieces and go everywhere. It's designed to stay put. Even if it breaks, it will stay put. So when you go to the glass store to get specialty glass for like a commercial building, they'll ask you, do you want it to have an adhesive backed on it? And you say yes, and that means that if the fireman has to break it down, it's not going to go flying everywhere. So that's how that stuff is. And the most important thing about the stuff that we see in the van is, as far as I can tell, 100% of it is black and only black. But the screen on this microphone here, and it's not even a screen, it's just black. I'll take it off here real fast. And for context, this is the exploding microphone theory, saying that the microphone exploded, that this exploded and went everywhere. It's not a screen, it's just glass. At least the glass part is. You could be talking about some other part, like that part. But the glass itself is it's not a screen. It's just bare glass with the logo behind it. That's the only glass. It's not an LCD. It doesn't light up. It just has 2 LEDs on the top. But this is one of the fragments from it. And I don't think my camera is going to focus on it correctly, but I think you can see some shimmer right there. When you get a side profile of that glass, it looks white, it looks clear, it looks reflective. because it's just glass. The only reason it looks black is because it has a black backing on the back side of it. But when you see it from any side profile, you see that 99% of it is pure glass. It's only a very, very thin sliver of black in the back. So when we see the stuff scattered on the ground, this stuff, I would expect to see a mixture of mostly black, apparently black pieces mixed in with a few side profiles here and there that appear white or reflective. And I threw some on the ground myself from this pile, and I saw about that. It was about maybe 10% of it looked shiny and white and reflective, and the rest was black because of just the angle. Just statistically, that's about how much you would expect to see white. But in the SUV, we don't see any reflective. It's all pure black. So I don't believe that the stuff we're seeing is consistent with the stuff that I created by destroying my microphone. So that's what I think about that.
Well, also,
we could also say, what else? That wasn't the only time they were in the vehicle. You know what I mean?
And it could have broken when he was being exfilled. It could have broken when he fell down. It could have been broken many different times other than that, other than in an explosion.
Wait, hold on. Think about this for a second, okay? Because number one, that car, that SUV, it was never impounded, correct?
No, they took it. They took it straight and got it detailed. What if they had a drone and they wanted to get rid of the drone? Allegedly.
Well,
What if they wanted to get
my next point was if we don't think that Charlie's dead and we think that they staged it, then the broken glass in the SUV, it's just one more anomaly. It's just one more piece of.
Well, what about? Wasn't he hanging out the window? Did he just kick the glass and break it? Was it? If it was tinted window, then it wouldn't shatter like that because the tint would keep it together most likely.
Well, no. I think that I don't think there was any dispute that it was it wasn't like window glass. That it was like ABS plastic, or they thought that it was a piece of the microphone. But my point is, it could have been planted.
What if it could have been planted?
Once you zero in on the idea that Charlie's not dead and that you cannot prove that he's actually dead, then everything else just becomes bullshit. It's just more miscellaneous anomalies to muddy the water. And that's been my point. It's like after all this time, after all this evidence, all this gatekeeping that we've seen, it's like no. Everybody should just bring everything to the table. We should see all the evidence, all the pictures, all the videos. If it's all about Charlie, if it's about justice for Charlie and accountability for who's responsible and getting the people the truth, everybody should put their cards on the table and start with the basics. And that is prove he's dead. If you can't prove that he's dead, then all this other stuff, the plastic here, the door was, it's all bullshit. I don't want to hear it. I don't care.
Well, they'll just say, look at the video. Been my point. That's the only thing that That's what they'll say. Look at the video, he was shot right in front of our eyes, but then he wasn't shot. Maybe, or allegedly, I don't know. It's like everything about it is fake and gay. I started feeling that way like 2 weeks ago, and it's just gotten worse. To be honest,
listen, this turned into mind porn. You know what I mean? Like that's what it is. It's like porn for conspiracy theorists. Yeah, it's like you go. It's like, well, what about this and this guy? Guy over there. The trunk opened up? Maybe there's something in the trunk. It's like maybe there's somebody on the other roof. You know, did we check the basement of the Dairy Queen? It's like, yo, get the fuck out of here. Prove to me.
Phil Lyman did all that acting, like all the acting stuff. Nobody like thinks about that. Like, why not? You know what I mean? Like we covered that so much.
What about Hunter? What about Hunter? Hunter practicing his reaction on camera. He got caught practicing his reaction on camera before he went to the stage. Like, you
could literally take that and replace it for, instead of like practicing for the death, practice to make it look realistic when he died, or when he allegedly died, right? So to fake it, the whole thing as a fake, right? So you could flip-flop it, and also he might have felt more comfortable doing that in public if he knew it wasn't going to be the reality of what they want us to think. Does that make sense? I know I'm like navigating the words in a way, but maybe think about it like this: if you were Hunter Kozak,
Having a whiskey.
and is my connection a little better now? I took off my
Yeah,
hotspot.
much better. Much better.
Okay.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
much
much.
better.
Yeah,
Yes.
I had to use the hotspot. So, by the way, somebody came while I was doing a consult for somebody and cut my internet, my fiber optic cable.
Yo, I got some jokes that I
This
want to
is
make right
crazy.
now
Here,
about
do you
that,
wanna
but I feel like I'm
do you
beating it with a
wanna-
dead horse.
You want to share your story?
Yeah,
real quick?
I'm just
Tell me.
up here by myself. I don't need to share my. It's just, I mean, I was in the middle of a consult, and so one time my wife and her brother were working on the side to get something out of the side gate, and they forgot to lock the gate, which I always keep a lock on it. I have cameras all around the perimeter of my house and facing in the backyard, but there's one camera that doesn't get quite where the wiring goes. So imagine the front of my house. I got a camera at the door, like an actual camera, not a ring camera, a real camera. I've got a camera on the roof, on both sides of the house, and then I have one on the corner that's facing right where the gate is at. You can see the lock, and you can see all the way down the pathway to the backyard. Okay, so when you can't see exactly where the fiber optic cable, it goes to the back bedroom, master bedroom, where I'm in right now, and it actually goes up it's wired up into my deck, and then it goes as a line, like across the backyard to the pole, and it's a fiber optic cable. All right, that pole about 8 feet up was literally like a clean cut. Not like something was whatever chewing on it or anything like that. Not a squirrel, or not my dogs didn't get it. It was a clean cut. The first time they tried to cut it, it was like they repositioned and they got it the second time. And it was right in the middle of a consult for a company that's building a software that wanted some advice on AI technology that's doing certain things regarding the country with an eye. And it's a very intense project proving certain things. That's all I can say. I'm under a non-disclosure. And it happened to be while I was consulting for that company, the Wi-Fi just went dead, and I checked for an outage with my cell phone. There was no outage. So I went out back, and sure enough, the wire was hanging from the pole. I have pictures. I sent it to these guys. And so I checked my security on my internet, my threat attacks, and I have like 60,000 mal attacks on my network over the last 48 hours. So none of them got through. So apparently what's interesting about all of this is, and maybe there's an explanation for all this, but the thing that's got me tripping the hardest is that the one place that you could see the gate, and there's a blind spot right where you get into the gate from the neighbor's side yard. If you don't jump, because the gate is like the wall around my yard is about 7 feet tall. So you could maybe jump it. But if the gate's open, it's just strange that it happened to be the one time in forever that I left it open. Like someone spotting, they left the gate open, the lock wasn't there. And my camera that's like going down that gate side, all the data was wiped and it was blacked out. I went to go look at that camera with the footage, and it's all gone. So, that's what happened to me. But and now I forgot what I was going to say just now. But
Man, well, I'm so glad that you're all in all okay. Obviously, a good reminder for all of us to take the extra precautions. I don't know how exactly you could have
keep your gate locked.
Other
than that, there's nothing you can really do. Like they could. I was thinking they could go from the backyard if they have a long pole with a hook. They could, or a hook and a clamp.
Yo, I'm just thinking about the retribution when Danks finds out who it was.
Yeah. They'll regret.
Well, what's crazy is yesterday someone called my wife and said that her mom got into a car accident and that they were holding her ransom. Luckily, we live across the street from her parents, and she went outside, checked the car. The cars are there. She was all freaking out. And so somebody's fucking around with us for sure.
That's bizarre.
You got to be careful.
Well, thank you so much to the Real Sassafras for the super sticker in lighter news. I appreciate you so much for always being here and supporting. Thank you. Thank you. And also saw another super come through. It's just zero. Thank you. I keep coming back to one consistent fact in this case. Any and every detail is so absurd under scrutiny. The aforementioned relies on details even more absurd to be true to lend any credibility to the original detail.
What's up, Zero? Good to see you, bro.
Yep. I mean, it just gets crazier and crazier by the day. When you go back to the basics, it just don't make sense.
No, not at all. Not at all.
So
And
do
you
not
know what?
lose
There's
the
something-
gift of discernment. You know,
There-
we don't lose the gift of discernment.
And you know, I know I said this yesterday, but there was something when I was talking to Jordan on the phone the other day, and because I already had this like back to basics mentality, and he broke it down. I think you said that it was a comment that you read when it's once you rule out the narrative and the cause of death, it's like, okay, they say it's a 30-06. So once you rule that out and debunk it, why would you think that the highest probability of what happened was a different cause of death? Like, you're ruling out the cause of death, which means that the chances are that there was no death. Right? Isn't that something along the lines of what you said?
Run a poll in the chat and ask people, based off of everything, if you didn't see the shot, you didn't see him get shot, and they told you he was dead, would you believe he's dead? Be honest. Everyone, just be honest. If you didn't see the shot, take that out of it and think subjectively. You know?
Yeah, in my opinion, if
Or
you
the shot.
determine that the shot to the neck was fake, then the next logical step is, how do we know he's dead? The next logical step is that the whole thing is fake. So
You can say, like, if everybody's career, okay. Oh, this is what I was going to say. Almost, thank God I remembered. It was that not only could they all be going to jail, but also they lose their nonprofit tax exempt status. So if they get taken to court, but all of that gets thrown out the window if they can blame it on the CEO who made all the decisions and he's out of the picture. Everything is saved. They all stay out of prison. Charlie stays out of prison. They get to keep their tax exempt license. No one has to pay millions of dollars back. They can continue business as usual. They can keep doing whatever. Like, that's my side. I think Jesse's going a different direction with it, where he thinks that they're actually the good guys that are, trying to save us from this radicalism where they're trying to create a surveillance state, but in a very bad way. Like, it's almost picking the lesser of two evils. However, that's kind of where I think he's going with it, and that's where he started. And I think he circled all the way back around. Like, when he first came to it on the phone with me, that was what it was, because that's where I started talking about the surveillance state and figuring out all this other stuff. And so he said he thinks that it's because George Soros, Bill Gates, they're trying to apply the same thing, but in a communist fashion, like a communist manner, in a way that's full control, where it's evil. Like, think about, the COVID era, right? So just taking that, amplifying it with the surveillance state, it would be terrible.
Yeah, see, that's where I got to disagree, though. I go two birds, one stone. It's all the same shit. Less evil, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it gets like once you realize that you're talking about the Einstein administration and all the stuff that they've covered up for. I don't think it gets any less evil than that. I mean, you literally have devil worshippers that are sacrificing and abusing children. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck them all. Like, there's no, oh, this one's less evil than, no, it's like, they're all bad. They're all bad.
Yeah, but I think that the conservative version of a surveillance state would probably be less invasive than the Democratic version.
I think that's
I
how
can
they're going
agree
to
with
try
that.
to. I think that's how they're going to try to sell it to us. It's like, hey, I know you guys don't like this, but believe me, it's going to be a lot worse if the other people do it. It's all the same shit. We got to just get rid of it altogether.
Okay, Marilyn Wilson asks, if alive, which side is Charlie on? Erica stopped the audit. She accepted the donations that Charlie refused. She's not being the trad wife. All seems to be the opposite of Charlie's plans.
You got to think about okay, you can't think about money how you and I think about money differently because I'm a business owner, but I'm not a nonprofit raising money donor owner, right? You got to think about it like this. Whether or not Charlie wanted to take that money, you have to set aside that. Okay. And I agree. Like, that's not what it seemed that Charlie wanted to do. Okay. Of course. However, how is a nonprofit supposed to operate? It operates by taking in money. Okay. Now, Charlie, he is behind the picture. If he has to step aside, I'm not saying that Boston is not behind a lot of this, saying like, you got to get out anyway. Like, it could be coercion to the point where, hey, like, you need to do this anyways, and in order to not be executed, you're gonna also take the money. Like, we'll let you live and we'll do all of this and set it all up, and you're gonna have to take the money, bro. And like, you know how business operates. We're gonna take it to the next level. We're gonna make sure that we stay in power so that we can carve this narrative that the Democrats killed you or whatever, and all this evil stuff is gonna happen. And that could be a part of it. Like, if you have to think grand scope, if they're involved, it could be death or that. And if it's not death, then there's got to be some type of compromise. They're not going to just do it to keep them out of jail and keep them all out of jail. It has to be a way bigger picture. Like, a lot of people have to benefit. It could be a whole country that needs to benefit in order for Charlie to be able to be privileged to do that. And everybody's saying that Charlie is moral enough to take the bullet or to take an execution or take prison. You don't know that. And that's probably not true. I would say that more often than not, if you ask yourself realistically, if you had the chance to do that and get away and save a lot of people from going to prison, save your company that you built all this time and spent all this energy, okay, and then maybe take some money from people that you didn't want, but stay alive and ultimately see your kids again someday and have them come to wherever you are, you get some facial reconstruction, something, you would take that out. And anybody saying otherwise,
you ready for my hot take of the day?
Go ahead.
You could say that Charlie was really intelligent. You could say that he was really moral, but you can't say both. You can't say both.
Why?
When every single person that this guy surrounded himself is who he surrounded himself, and he married Erica Kirk, it's like, how smart could he have really been to marry Erica, to partner with Tyler Boyer, to have Brian Harpole head of security?
Hey, that's a good point.
Rob McCoy. How smart could he have really been?
And then continue paying Jake Hoffman after he was doing all the shady.
So if he was smart, then he knew who those people were, and he worked with them for a reason, which means that he was not moral, because these people were not moral. If he was moral, it means that he might not have been as smart as people want to say. And that's I'm not trying to knock the guy, like, whether he's dead or not. Like, you don't talk bad about the dead. But a problem that we have sometimes is that when people pass away that we care about, we seem to exaggerate certain traits that they had. We seem to put them on pedestals and act like they, holier than thou.
Nobody did that before he was human. Before he was dead. Most people hated his ass. So all of a sudden he's dead and he's high ground. Go ahead. Jordan wanted to say something. What do you want to say, bro?
Yeah, go for it, Jordan.
I think the people I forget what the college was called, but the one in England that he did the debates with, he got creamed. I think they would agree that he was not a very smart guy, those people. But back on the Erica Kirk topic, I think Charlie could have gotten tricked by, I think there's multiple intelligences. I don't think that just because you're really smart with politics, allegedly means that you have to be really smart with people, at least interpersonally with judging character. I think those can be two completely different intelligences. So I don't necessarily think that he necessarily knew their hearts, so to speak. He could have certainly looked into their backgrounds better. It could go either way. He could have known about it. He may not have. But on the topic of Erica Kirk, I have an acronym that I use to describe what her behavior seems to have been consistently throughout her entire life. It is SPIMA. What she wants consistently throughout her entire life is sympathy, power, influence, money, and attention. SPIMA. Sympathy, power, influence, money, attention. That's what she wants in everything. All of her actions are done in order to get those things. And from that context, I think all of her behavior matches that same pattern throughout her entire life. So personally, I think she's just doing what she's always done to get sympathy, power, influence, money, and attention. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and as though she was conditioned to do so. She brought up that way. I don't know, maybe she got it from her mama, or maybe she was on a mission. Whatever the case may be, I mean, it seems that she executed on that.
No, Jesse, I don't know what he said publicly. He said to me that he thinks that Charlie miscalculated the fact that Erica couldn't sell it, say that this is real, that he's not dead, right? And don't get me wrong, he's not going to pop out of a freaking cake somewhere and say, just kidding, guys. Like, he's dead no matter what, right? So he's not coming back. That's most likely not. I can't say never because something might change, but I doubt he would ever come back if he was alive. So the thing is, he thinks that maybe she is overwhelmed and she actually is just a good person. I disagree with that. From what I've seen, there's a lot of lying, there's a lot of deceit. I don't think that she's a good person, but I also don't think that it's right for people like for clicks, like especially lately, like Project Constitution's been on a good one, lying, putting obvious information regarding who she is. He got community noted on a voice recording with her saying she was trying to get girls to Epstein. So it's like, I think that that discredits any investigation people are doing. So if anybody's out there watching, like, you don't need to make up stuff for clicks. Like the truth is already bad enough, and if you do a little bit of research, like I grew my entire platform from the beginning talking about this from nothing to 20,000 subs in a month, just telling the truth. You don't have to tell a bunch of bullshit to get views and clicks. And I'm not singling out prostitution. There's a lot of people doing it, and he knows right from wrong, and everybody should,
Yeah, and I don't think it's even necessarily making up. It's just maybe being sloppy with the reporting and remembering that, like, every time we, press that post button and, speak on an open mic, there's power in words. And, that's very, very powerful. And to not take that for granted. Because it hurts being on the flip side of that. However, the truth is what it is. And so we do have a responsibility to continue to work really hard to vet, to push for answers, to ask tough questions. And I think that's what we're doing around the clock, like every single day. Some of us, at least,
For sure. And I also want to say, like, I am open to all theories, just because what I see and what I've been saying today and what I've gotten to the point of about him and this outcome, it doesn't mean that I'm stuck on that terminally. You know what I mean? Like I said, somebody show me something better. That's it. Until that, like, I don't know what there is to argue or say that I'm crazy or following conspiracy theories. You know what a conspiracy theory is literally this the whole thing is conspiracy theory. It's like, what do you so once again I fall back under one side of conspiracy theory we can't talk about, like, that's what leads to silencing people, and you don't want to contribute to that by leaving comments and saying, oh, you can do whatever you want, it doesn't bother me. But at the same time, Like, if you want people to continue investigating, I think that keeping an open mind is a very important thing. I hate to see people get torn apart. And when I saw like Black Line Brief and the way he talked about me and Jesse and Kelly and Bays and good people that are just
Even
looking for
Jordan,
the
he's still
truth,
talking about
and
Jordan and I.
Jordan, yeah. So it's like, what have you contributed, bro? And at the end of the day, what have you contributed to be able to talk all this shit, right? Nothing. So I don't know. I don't appreciate that when people like us are actually looking and actually using critical thinking and objective thinking and really trying to figure out like what is like how many different things have I broken, you know, like and you don't have to break news, but at least look at the news and think about it instead of just right away dismiss it. It's not just me. There's a lot of people thinking differently. Blake has gotten a lot of shit. Jordan has gotten a lot of shit. Bays is all over the people are following his members and subscribers from different people's.
How crazy,
bro, it's that? Like, what is going on, man? You know, like we are all in this together.
I had somebody send me a screenshot of a letter that they had left on their door that they're seriously asking, like, do you think this is somebody like that's like related to my channel? I'm like, I hope not. That would be insane. Because they left a note on their door with their YouTube name. And it was like the same week that all this stuff's going on. It's like crazy. I'm like, no. I'm like, I definitely don't think it's related to the
well, somebody's doing something because they came and fucked with my internet. Broke, you know, somebody did. I don't think that, you know, when you add the camera situation, it makes me very sketched out, right? So
a lot of anomalies.
Yeah.
Have you seen this stuff?
I have seen your video from Jesse's.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, I don't know. I'm like, has Jordan even finished getting to show his stuff?
Go ahead.
Guys?
Yeah, no, sorry. I came in and I just like charged off. Go ahead.
Don't forget, we got American Discourse and Rogue Dissidents coming too.
Okay, well, yeah,
So-
we got to let Jordan do his thing.
On the topic of like what have we produced, this is some of the stuff that I've produced here. So when we talk about how do we solve the case, how do we figure out exactly what physically happened, this is some of the stuff that I've been working on. This stuff in particular, I think would have been in Mikey McCoy's backpack. This stuff works. This is how you would actually activate the squib. This is how you would activate the front one, the back one, the blood system. This part is how you would fire the rifle. There's some of the stuff missing, but this is how you sync everything together. And one of the main theories that I'm working on now is, why does Mikey McCoy basically sprint out of there as soon as the shot goes off? Did he just leave?
He probably dropped. Keep talking.
Okay, because I wanted to share it to a new person and get new opinions on it.
Well, don't worry.
He's back.
I keep pushing buttons on my freaking phone and I can't do anything. I just gotta.
We thought they got you.
I want to get your opinion on this because I want like new eyes looking at it. What I think he rushed out of there because when I'm designing this myself to actually physically demonstrate it in the real world, in real life, I have to get a backpack and I have to put this stuff in it with some other stuff and a bunch of soldering stuff, a bunch of exposed circuit boards, and it kind of looks like a bomb, but I need that to be close range to Charlie Kirk, and I also need it within like 200 yards of the rifle on the Losey Center building. So I need to put all this stuff into a backpack and put it on someone who can walk down there, and they need to be close to Charlie, and they need line of sight to Losey Center-ish. And so I think this stuff was in Mikey McCoy's backpack, and the reason he had to get out of there so fast was because the person who put that in there said, hey, if you get caught by anybody, if anybody stops you because of a police line, because they want to question you, because they want to know whatever, and they see inside your backpack, that stuff comes back to me, and I will beat your ass over it because it cannot come back to me as the designer of this stuff. So you need to get the heck out of there as soon as that goes off.
I don't
because
know.
this is the
From
only
everything I've
evidence.
seen about Mikey McCoy, I still think that the backpack was filled
Bro,
with a
he
bunch
was
of gay sex
marching like
toys.
the Marines his way out of there, bro. That's not out of the question. That dude just he walked like he was going to freaking China, bro. He just walked a straight line.
Like his butt was on fire.
yeah, he's like, I gotta go, and they're probably
like the kid in the group of friends that sells weed when the cops show up. It's like, gotta go.
yeah, you can't run because that's suspicious. Yeah, I mean, like
Like
but
he
why
rang the
not run?
doorbell.
He could have ran, I guess. He should have.
He was
Bro,
like,
it's so
"See ya."
crazy when you think
What-
about Mikey McCoy and he just literally the shot like how crazy like think about that alone.
Yo, think about his father. His father went on Fox News that night and said, "Obviously, this was a professional hit." And then he gives a sermon. He's like, "My son Mikey, he was leading everybody. He was covered in blood. He was trying to stop the bleeding, but he was telling everyone what to do." It's
The Gibbs
yo,
guy
talk
planting
about
the
a
narrative.
grifter.
Well,
The
Talk
Gibbs
about a
guy
grifter.
planting the narrative on camera to Life is Driving. You've got
Yep.
Lyman going and threading the narrative of the goth girl saying this. You've got the video of him like scripted with the student actor kid. You've got Hunter Coase. I mean, the list goes on and on, bro. Honestly, it's so ridiculous.
Hunter Kozak gets caught practicing his reaction on camera right before.
Okay, but
Yo.
to your point, you guys, okay, to Jordan's point, if there was someone who Charlie could trust, right, it would be Mikey. Like Mikey owed him everything. I think Mikey was one who teared up talking about Charlie in those days after. Who said, because Mikey's like the youngest one of that core crew. And he took Mikey in like under his wing and all these things, right? And so if in fact, this was faked and all that, and Mikey was literally carrying like the core pieces of this, right? And Mikey's got to book it out of there, then that would be the person who you want holding the stuff. And Mikey's going to make sure that he makes it happen.
Well, here was the controversial question that I asked yesterday. That if Charlie, for whatever reason, felt the need that he had to fake his death, and he wanted people to really believe he was dead, who would he trust to sell the story and convince everybody?
But before we get off that topic, I want to
what was that,
add real
Dex?
fast.
Oh, hold on.
Candyland. Candyland.
Yeah.
Candace, yeah. The way I got to that conclusion, I wasn't setting out to try to figure out why did Mikey leave. I wasn't setting out to try to figure out what was in his backpack. I wasn't thinking about Mikey McCoy at all. But through the process of reconstructing it from the faked death theory, I realized, oh, I need a backpack. And oh, I need someone to carry that backpack who makes sense. And oh, shoot, when the shot goes off, that's going to be evidence that's going to come back to somebody. I need that backpack to leave the crime scene as soon as possible. And then I look at Mikey and I'm like, oh, that makes sense now. So it's just one other thing one other anomaly that suddenly makes a little bit more sense given fake death theory. And I think that's compelling. But back on
very good.
I think that's a really good point. I think that's one of the for me that's a new piece of information. That's a new factor in the equation for me that I haven't that I didn't think about before.
Hey, Kelly, can I send this link? Because Jesse said if he can make it, I can send him the link, but he's not sure. Is that link?
Sure.
Can I send it, or does that work?
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
He said to let him know. Here, let me. I'll be.
Yep.
Yeah, Jesse on Fire is doing a lot of really good work. I don't necessarily agree with his interpretation of the motive. I think it might be different, but he could be right. But he's doing a lot of good work.
Yeah, I just get sketchy anytime it goes back to politics. At this point, I am 100% convinced that our politics are all bullshit. It's WWE.
Hey, Trigger Smart, what's up?
Ooh.
Hey, okay, Jordan. this would probably be a question directed for you. Why would they need a backpack with all the vehicles right there? And there are lots of
Because
containers that are under the tent.
is he still in the chat? I hope he's still in, I hope he's still
Yeah,
there.
that just came through right now. Just
Okay.
came through.
Because these are short range and you want as close to line of sight as possible. It doesn't need to be line of sight. It can go through a little bit, but you want it to be close and you want to be able to exfil it out of there as soon as possible. You could maybe put it on the SUV that Charlie gets taken out with, but that's too far away. These are short range.
What about the van that the trunk got opened right before?
You don't want it on a vehicle because you
No.
want it to
What
leave
if it was
crime
in the
scene.
vehicle? What if there was
What
a
was?
signal that was coming? Wasn't there like a van or something that was in close proximity
Yeah.
where the trunk got opened right before the alleged shot
Yeah,
took
but it
place, and then
showed
right
up.
after it closed?
It showed up, didn't it? It wasn't there the whole time, right?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you guys. Because to me, it just came off as like one more weird thing that happened, that they would open the trunk, then the shot goes off, or alleged shot, and then they close it. What if there was some kind of device in there and that they had the door open for a better signal? I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
What is the
Well,
signal
my answer-
for exactly? Is that part of the system?
So
because
in
you
order
said
to
it-
get the computer to talk, so you have battery packs on Charlie Kirk, according to the theory, but you need a wireless way to talk to it because you need to also be able to talk to the rifle. The computer that controls the squibs on Charlie also needs to control the rifle so that the timing is precise. So you need
I
a
see.
wireless way to synchronize. You need one common computer that controls both Charlie and the rifle, but the box you need in order to get to the rifle is too big to put on Charlie. It's like this big. So you don't want to put that on Charlie. So you need these wireless little clickers here, and these are short range. So the answer to the question is you need it as close to Charlie as possible, but it also needs to be mobile such that you can exfil it out of the crime scene as soon as possible without any chance of it being left behind for the investigation.
Now, also, it could be. Now, was there any time that there was actually something physically handed off from down when? Because I know there was one image or clip where it just looked like they were handing something off, but they weren't. Right, and nothing was in the hand. But was there another point? Like, what about the guy that crawled on the ground? He grabbed something and bounced. Right, maybe that. Because he does bring a good point. All the containers there. So just thinking like, but are you going to open a container? I guess you want as little friction as possible in that scenario. So it does make most sense to me. If it has to vanish and it needs to be as close as possible, that makes sense. The backpack makes the most sense, actually. And that's a scary situation to be in if you're Mikey, to be honest.
And that's why he gets out of there so fast.
Yeah. I mean, he bounces like he didn't even wait for it to fall over. So your theory is, or from what you're saying, at least, I don't know if it's your theory, but that I didn't know that it's tied. So the squib is interacting at the same time. So the user, the interface or the UX or whatever the situation is, that the operating system triggers both at the same time, the squib and the sound of a rifle. At least the sound of a rifle. It's
real
not
rifle.
Yeah.
It was a real rifle.
Yeah, I mean a real rifle, like either it's a real round or what I meant is the sound of a rifle, but round or not, it's a blank round or a real round. But it's connected. So there's two pieces there, two actions that have to be taken at the same time from one device.
So knowledge 858. Oh, go ahead, Jordan.
I just want to say we do know that it's a real bullet because we have the supersonic crack. But anyway.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Okay.
So knowledge 858 said, I'm all on board with Jordan. Just wondering if anybody noticed the amount of blood on the seats in the car where they put Charlie. Did anybody test to see if it was human blood? I mean, as far as I know, we are unaware if those tests, if and how many blood tests happened. I don't think Candace has shared
tests, bro. The whole thing is all fake.
Yeah.
There's no fucking test, bro. There's no test. There's no okay. There's no autopsy. All right. There's no real autopsy that is proven. Like there's not a legit autopsy. There's stop. There's no sorry
I was
guys.
like, who
No,
has that
no
sound effect?
autopsy, no grave, no murder weapon.
Just stop. So not only that, you have to think what is the likelihood? Sorry guys. What is the likelihood that all of them, his people, are gonna be? Dude, shut up. What is the stop? What is the likelihood that all of them stop? What is the likelihood that every single person is gonna, all the people that he's closest with, are gonna turn their backs on him that fast for money? What? Like that doesn't make any sense. Some people are not incentivized by money, even if it's $1 billion. You know, I've told many people many times, even if it's $1 billion, all of these people involved, somebody would have flipped by now. Somebody would have flipped. I'll go on mute.
Yeah, no. Way too many. Way too many people.
You muted yourself, Danks. I can't.
I think he
unmute
intended
you.
to.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I
Okay.
did.
All right.
I
Okay. Okay. Got it.
And I think that does convince a lot of people the fact that it's really difficult to get everyone to turn on their best friend. It's way easier to believe that they're doing it for the better good.
And then some people will say, well, they were all evil. It's like, oh my gosh, bro. Like nobody can win with this situation. It's like, then why even, I mean, it's so annoying. This whole thing is so annoying. It's like they want us doing this. They want this. This is what they want. This is the problem.
I think we can debate this a lot, and by no means am I an audio expert, and I really would like to bring in an audio expert who has not weighed in on this thus far. Just to have some fresh eyes and ears. But does anyone have any thoughts on this?
I haven't run
the
for
correct
forensic audio myself.
What was that?
I haven't run any forensic audio. I could. I mean, I've done audio stuff. I just never have. I guess I could, but it sounds like other people have done it, so what am I going to contribute there? I don't know.
We know that like I said earlier, we know that there is a real bullet, and that a real bullet was fired and was moving through three-dimensional space downrange, because in every single recording we hear a crack and then we hear a thump. That is a characteristic of receiving fire, of being downrange of a weapon that is fired at you from 50 yards more, or 50 plus yards. And that specific crack thump tells us that it's about 140 yards away from most microphones, about-ish. And then we can do some math and sort of use a guess and check method to try to figure out what the orientation was. But we know that there's a supersonic crack because it sounds like crack and then thump in every single recording, like crack thump, crack thump, crack thump. That tells you that the first thing you're hearing is the bullet. It's breaking the sound barrier. It's creating a sonic boom, basically. That's the first thing that you hear. And then the second part is the muzzle blast. We hear that in every recording just about. So that tells us that it was a real bullet, and it was about 140 yards away. So the supersonic crack is that crack sound, the higher pitched, and then the muzzle blast, or the explosion within the rifle, is the thump sound that we hear.
Let me ask this regarding that. Why would they then the shot, okay, two things then. The shot must have come from somewhere else. It was in the Losi Center. There's no gun on that roof that we know of. And then obviously there was somebody else that people saw with a helmet or whatever. But then also, would they really take one shot and shoot it over a crowd into a trunk where there's people on both sides of that vehicle? That seems like a lot. You know what I mean?
Extremely risky.
Yeah,
one
I don't
shot.
disagree
So
with
if
you
the
there.
shot doesn't, if it doesn't hit Charlie and if something happens, there's only one shot. So then it blows the whole thing. You know what I mean? So how do they do that? So for sure that do they know that that thump lands where the trunk is at? Is that what the audio spatial engineering has come out to be, where that is at?
So there's different levels of the analysis that have happened. Everyone using the crack thump method has put it on the Lozy Center roof. Everyone from just random people only looking at it casually to people who have put in a lot of time and effort. Everyone using crack and thump method is putting it on the Lozy Center roof, or at least within that
Really?
range.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. We have other people who are using completely different methods who are all coming to different conclusions. One person puts it there, one person puts it there. And I think they're all listening to the crack. They're basically using triangulation to try to figure out where it is, but I think they're triangulating the crack. They're triangulating the position of the bullet, not the position of the rifle. So they're all coming to different conclusions, but they're using a completely different method. It's not conclusive, in my opinion, to put it into the van and not Charlie Kirk, but we do have 3 people. This Allgeist is the most dominant one with that theory. I've done a lot of work on that myself as well. I'm only at the preliminary stage. I've not come to a final conclusion, but I did publish an X article going into depth on the software that I use. I actually wrote the software live on a live stream, like 5 hours long on YouTube. And my analysis is still in the preliminary stage, but it does favor the shot to the van instead of the roof, or instead of Charlie. It's not conclusive yet. I don't know for sure. It's just favorable. And then we have 2 other physicists who seem to indicate that they've done the same exact analysis, came to the van as the orientation. But like Eco would say, and to me, it's basically trust me, bro, for those 2 other physicists, because they're not coming out yet. It's just private. They're not telling us their names. They're not coming out themselves. So it's basically trust me, bro, for them. But there does appear to be a consensus. I'm not aware of anyone using crack thump method who is putting it anywhere other than Lozy Center. And the only people who are checking for the orientation with the guess and check method are putting it into the van. I'm not aware of any dissenters there.
Okay. I mean, it's something that's way over my head, but I know it's obviously a very important aspect of the equation.
Is there anything that you, if you were, because you've been seeing and interacting more on the forensic audio side, the side that you could use code, right, to figure things out. Is there anything, Jordan, that if you were like, if somebody could just do something that could build something to figure out more that would give a more definite answer, do you know of what that thing would be? Because I can make a lot of, I mean, I build stuff, so I don't know what you've done, but if there's anything that's out there that needs to be done, maybe I can do it,
If I understand your question correctly, what would I need?
Without internet, you can't. Sorry.
Well, he can brainstorm on it while he's waiting on his internet
You
to
set
be
yourself
restored.
You set yourself up for that one.
I'm never getting internet again. I'm not telling anyone when it's coming back. Go ahead, Jordan.
What would take it to the next level is a better acoustic environment to test it in. The way I know that my method works is I do what's called a test case. I have someone go out into a field, fire a rifle with microphones set up in the approximate positions of the ones at UVU, and I plug it into my software, and I see whether or not it gives me the right rifle orientation. Does it actually work? Can it actually predict what I know to be true in the real world? And that's what I need to do more of. The more similar that test acoustic environment is to UVU, the better. The absolute best possible case scenario is you get a crowd at UVU and you go up to the Lozy Center roof, set out your microphones, and you fire it into the van, and then you fire it at where Charlie Kirk was. That's obviously not practical, but the closer the acoustic test environment is, the better. So if it's out in an open field, you're not going to get the same echoes. So it's going to be more difficult to get to a higher degree of certainty. So if you have some kind of property, maybe abandoned, maybe like an old factory or something, where we could shoot a rifle in where there's all kinds of echoes and do that same test case with all that echoes happening, with all those echoes happening, that would improve the method to tell me with greater certainty that the software actually works despite echoes. Because that's one of the bigger things that people complain about is the echoes.
What if we got like those big giant Legos and we just got a bunch of people together on a big ass property, and because it's got to be open air, you know? I mean, that's where we're at that point now. It's like we gotta, you know, unless like I don't think we'll ever figure out the truth. That's the problem. And it's like how long, you know, we gotta, you know, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I think that's the only thing that can be done. It sounds like you've got what we need, but we need the reenactment. The only thing I know is that the military does stuff like that, and nobody who's gonna do that for us. You know what I mean? Like they don't want us to know this shit. Oh my gosh, bro.
Could potentially find an old abandoned factory somewhere. Maybe. Probably not, but that's one thing. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe factory property where there's buildings around. Like, now you got me thinking. I mean, yeah, that could be a thing. Where
Trigger Smart's in the chat saying there's no test environment even close to that courtyard. That's true. But the software only relies on the initial sound that we hear from the crack and from the thump. So as long as I can prove that I can accurately identify the real crack and the real thump from echoes, the better it is. I don't necessarily need the exact environment because I just need to prove that I can tell the difference between an echo and the actual sound. So it doesn't need to be perfect. I know a lot of people would like it to be perfect, but we're only listening to the very tip of the sound, not anything after.
I haven't heard Trigger speak on any of this lately. I wonder is he still on? Has anyone talked to him about? I don't know if he wants to put in the chat. I can't see it.
No, Trigger stays on the fence.
Has he come to any? I know he was on the Exploding Mic. Yeah, it's a good place to be because it's like if you choose a side, it's like, oh my gosh, God forbid.
She's been on the fence.
I mean, it's not even that. It doesn't even have to. What's crazy is it doesn't even have to be that severe. It's literally we're all on the same team here. It's kind of similar and different at the same time. It's like, what are we gonna do? You know, why are people coming after each other for? If you think that we're trying to stop an investigation, you're wrong, right? There's no way. Like, I'm not, at least. I know Jesse's not. You can think he's crazy. That's fine. But not a crazy person that's just off their rocker is not going to be as sophisticated at putting together something. I don't think he's crazy. I think he's one of the smartest people I've ever met. I think he's smarter than I am. Smarter than a lot of people.
He goes off facts, not speculation.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, okay,
That's
but where
fine.
do you think facts are generated by, right? I mean, we're trying to gather facts because the officials are not
There are no facts in this case.
in gathering or providing facts.
There's one fact in this case.
What?
Tyler Robinson did not shoot Charlie Kirk with the 30-6.
Exactly.
That is the one fact in this case.
And I would
don't even know
also
if you
say
can
that
say
the reason
that.
why they're not interested in gathering facts is because they don't want to.
At the end of the day, we don't know shit. We don't know.
Gone. You know, they just want this thing to be over with.
And I don't think he's saying like he's like fought like he might just be saying I can't like choose a side because there's no facts to really identify with. And I appreciate that. I am also very much facts over, you know, everything else. And there is some point where for me it's like I want to say what I believe. Like if you were up against the wall and say I believe one or the other, you're gonna say I don't believe anything. I believe nothing because I don't have all the facts. I guess that's fine to say, you know. But I mean, there's got to be something deep down that you believe, and if you believe one or the other, then that's fine. But I think, using the
We
facts
don't
that we do
even
have,
know if Erica Kirk's tramp stamp is even real.
we don't even know if Erica's real. She could be like AI or a body double or something.
Yeah, she could be an MK Ultra Nepo baby.
She does have like at least 3 different looks. I feel like I've seen
The spawn
in
of
last
the
6
test tube
months.
spawn of Michael Aquino, like some people have said. Not me.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I heard that.
Okay, in Malloy 8, thank you for the super. What's your theory about who supplied the squib, who applied it on the way from his prior event, and is there any documentation to support purchase or funds for the supply?
It might be being asked to me.
I would assume so.
We have 2 suspicious individuals in the crowd and around Charlie Kirk that day. They have been suspected of being Mike McCash and Rick Baker. One of them is supposed to be Butch Hibbs, but people don't think it's actually Butch Hibbs. I think that might be Rick Baker. Rick Baker is basically the world's leading expert on prosthetics. So that would be how you get the prosthetic. Maybe doesn't have to be him, but the voice sounds the same. The body shape seems the same. And the face seems pretty similar. The beard, everything seems the same. It could be Rick Baker. I'm not going to allege for sure that it is, but that might be who designed the prosthetic. And as far as the squib stuff, I would suspect Mike McCash. There's a person in the crowd who looks like Mike McCash, may not be Mike McCash, but it kind of looks like him. And it's kind of ironic because the guy who taught me how to do this stuff is Mike McCash. The guy whose course I took online 4 hours, who told me to go to Home Depot to buy these parts, is Mike McCash. And I find out later that one of the people who is a suspect in this case for being there with Charlie Kirk that day is Mike McCash, literally my instructor. And I found that out afterwards. So Mike McCash might be involved. I'm not going to say he is, but maybe.
Did you guys know that?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I was just thinking that one thing I want to say first before that is Stacey Sheridan is connected to Hollywood industry, and Andrew Colvett is an executive producer on IMDb.
Wow.
I believe that I knew that about Andrew because maybe
He had a show that was with Trump's show, Trump's network.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and his
Sheridan was
kind of
involved in like a fund
mentor-
or something.
Okay. Yeah, I think the mentor, something that he was working with previously, or the first person who had hired him. Yeah, was very involved.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Same network as Shark Tank, The Apprentice. That was what he was in before he got.
Very like reality TV stuff.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, the plug is there. So just as many things that people could say, like, I think there's more evidence towards the side that he's not that he's not dead than that he is, besides the what we saw. That's it. That you're hanging everything on what you saw. And literally there's so many things that you could be tricked with your eyes. It's not even fun. Like, how many times have you in your own lives been tricked by a magician or by something on film or by anything? You know, so many times in my life, I've been tricked, whether it was a trick intentionally or I didn't know I was being, or whatever. Even my eyes tricked me. I mean, what are we doing here, guys? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, we're obviously being tricked, but how elaborate is the trick? You know what I mean? Because nothing we're being told adds up. So
Right. Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't still be grappling with it after all this time.
And the assassination is, for the most part, besides JFK, is clean and simple for the most part, even if it takes time to figure out and it takes a lot of. But the thing is, people actually investigate. You know what I mean? In a real assassination, there's been no investigation. 33 hours, my ass. There's been no investigation. Okay. A murder, an assassination of the caliber that we've seen, especially before our very eyes in America by a political advocate, would have a significant investigation, despite what everyone thinks. Oh, Trump is in on it. No, if he was in on it, they would do more to make it look like they were really trying. But it looks to me like they're just trying to make it go away because there's nothing to look into at the end of the day. That's what it looks like to me.
But they're doing so much work behind the scenes. They are working day and night to do so much work on this case, but you're just not allowed to know about it.
That's fine. You know, I guess we won't find out in the trial either. You know, we'll just never know, you know.
How about when Erica Kirk told Jesse Waters that she saw all the evidence and she's confident in the case?
Yeah, I know everything. I know everything.
And then Candace Owens comes on TV 3 days later or 4 days later saying that Erica actually, you know, she was learning from our show. It's like, yeah, it's like, and Erica never made a statement against it. You know, you would think that she would like go on X and just be like bullshit or she's full of shit. Nothing.
Well,
it's
and
all
even
drama. It's all you know.
And even yesterday, we're still hearing that all of the evidence like still hasn't even been turned in yet. All of this stuff like hasn't been completed
well, they're still
yet.
trying to figure out what they got to fabricate to sell this bullshit.
Exactly. So I mean, she's so full of it. It's like
the only investigating that I've seen.
She's allergic to the truth. I think she's allergic to telling the truth.
The only investigating anybody in this case has done. The ballistics. The only investigating anybody's done in this case was Erica Kirk's hands into JD Vance's skull and Kash Patel at the bottom of a beer bottle with the Olympic hockey team.
Bro, what a mockery. How about Pam Bondi being a foreign agent for Qatar?
That was a really good find. That was a really good find.
Yo, she is just insufferable.
And then how about dismantling Farah on her first day, the oversight of Farah? I wonder how many people watching this know what I found on that. The leader of the DOJ is literally was working as a foreign agent for Qatar. Ballard Partners, the company that she was an attorney for, was taking in her as a key personnel on behalf of her company as a foreign agent for Qatar, was bringing in $115,000 a month to work on behalf of Qatar. Then she leaves Ballard, becomes the head of the DOJ. Then Trump gets a $400 million plane from Qatar, which is illegal, but she writes in a way that makes it for him to keep it post presidency. It's like when you go and you look, that's what I'm trying to say is the leak. We have to zoom way out, not just the assassination situation. You got to look at everybody involved: Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, Trump, like everything. Like when you start looking at who everybody in their history, like I have, that's why I come to the conclusion that this is all like not even the Kirk case. Like you look at the Einstein files, you look at all of the Farah documents, the Boston, the Israel shit, like all the geofencing and what.
I love how you use your code word first.
Yeah, because I'm tired of using even the code word. It's just like at this point, I actually was, it's funny enough, because they added Gemini to YouTube Studio, and I was talking to it about this, talking about Israel and stuff. And I said, I want to talk about that a lot more on my channel. And it was telling me all of the guidelines about how I could use the word itself and how it needs to be used and how the channel can not get flagged and there will be no issues. And they have like literally a policy about it that I went through the whole thing. So as long as we're using constructive criticism and we're actually talking about, if we're slandering or talking shit or we're doing all this, then you can't, like, they'll flag your channel. But if you're being reasonable, you can say it. So, I mean, I choose to say the code word because the less is better, you know, in general, for my opinion. But I don't like censoring myself. And I think that lends credence to them encroaching on our amendments, you know, our First Amendment right to freedom of speech. So, and I think that we should exercise that. So, but again, this is a private platform. This is not a public platform that's free to the public. It's not a park. You know what I mean? So you have to abide by some rules. And that's what, if you're out in the street and you get arrested for yelling Israel over and over again, that's a different story. You know what I mean? But YouTube has policies, various policies on different platforms, and I'd prefer to make the money that I make because I've been blessed to make enough income to supply my family without the contracts that I have on the side from YouTube. So I would rather just, use my code word when I feel it needs to be.
Nice.
And also, one last thing. Sorry, I know I'm talking a lot here. The reason why I chose Boston and not Philadelphia is because I think that we should, if we are going to use a code word, I think that we need to use as many different ones for the same thing as possible instead of everybody just using Philadelphia, because I think that that's the easiest way for them to identify and also try to stop that word. Then all of a sudden we can't say Philadelphia. It's like if we decide to use code words, use something else,
I'm just gonna say mods from now on.
Benihana is good. Hey, do you guys think that BB is dead?
I was actually just gonna ask that. Yo, Valhalla was telling me that that there's another image that they think is real that shows him in rubble. I'm like, there's no way. That might don't quote me. I think that's what he said.
Bro,
But
do you think? What do you think?
apparently
would
they got
happen?
his brother. They hit his house. They got his brother. They
Yeah,
got the head
that's supposed
of
to be real.
the most odd organization that I've ever heard of, and I don't know. We haven't really,
Did you?
I mean, that would
There's
just be
another
so
that
shocking.
that unit 8200 that made Pegasus that ended up getting Khashoggi killed. Also is now being used for the unit 8200 is like the special ops, like surveillance cybersecurity division of Israel, and they are the company Wiz. Google bought them for $32 billion. The developers of Wiz are the Unit 8200. They're people that were from that special ops group. And they have their camera lights on our traffic lights in this country. And they are responsible for the pager incident, a lot of assassinations across the world. So it's not looking good, you guys. And I'm concerned, I am. I also think
poor
that the
Dan
government is
Bongino.
working together and together with them. I don't know. It's
Poor
crazy.
Dan Bongino. I've seen some clips of him and the faces he makes. I think he has one of those golden pagers jammed right up his ass. Prayers to him. Yeah, I gotta have a little fun. Come on, I can't be on my best behavior.
Anyways, I think I'm gonna bounce, guys. I've been tired. I've been coding all day. I've been traveling too. So thanks for having me. Cheers.
Thanks for having
Good
me.
luck.
Yo, it's your show. It's Saturday night. You're supposed to be
right.
here.
Yeah. Well,
You're not a guest. What do you mean? You're leaving early.
I don't have the capability today, right now, and
No.
my
You've been
other.
working really hard. You got a lot going on. I'm glad that you popped in. I didn't think
Nice
you were
talking
gonna,
to you,
be
sir.
honest.
Yeah, nice meeting you, Jordan. It's a pleasure.
Yes,
Great work,
what a day
guys.
for you. What a day. What a day. What a day.
I'll talk to you
Yeah,
tomorrow,
it
buddy.
starts all again tomorrow. I got to go to the other house and finish this demo and all this. Things are picking up for me over here on the other side of the world, so on the other side of my life. So, anyways, thanks,
Okay, well,
guys.
thank
God bless.
you.
Yeah, I'll
Thank you
see
so
you.
God
much.
bless.
Good night.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
I gotta make a couple of jokes,
Yeah. Okay, Jordan dropped his email in the chat because there was a request for that. Okay, so we had a super chat from Blake, and he
He
requested.
hasn't given me his videos yet.
Yeah. No, tell Blake
yeah.
to fucking kick rocks. He could go hang out with that other douchebag until we start
has-
seeing some footage. I don't want to deal with this guy. Everyone's got to
Okay.
everyone's
He
got
has
to cut the
to-
bullshit.
He has to give us the videos first, in my opinion.
Yeah. We don't need you, buddy.
Okay, Blake. So here's the deal. I know you're asking that we play your voice message, but Jordan has asked for your video, and I don't know, Jordan, you want to weigh in on that? I think. Oh yeah, you
He
dropped
declared
your
war on us last
email.
night, so
Oh yeah, that's right. I mean, my gosh, it's been a long weekend. Like I think we started that saying it's been a long weekend. You did kind of declare.
I'm sure BBL will play that audio.
Like I debated him on the audio stuff like a week ago or so, and John basically said the same thing to him, and he refuses to listen even to John on that, and he's still repeating that there was no shot from that it was still coming from the speakers. So he will not listen. So if he won't even listen to John, he's not going to listen to anybody.
He's laser focused
It's a
on
bummer.
Brian Harpole's ass. He doesn't want to hear about anything else.
That's
Yo,
a
you know
bummer.
who I want to hear right now? I want to hear American Discourse and Rogue Dissidents. Yo, I let me know if you guys are still in the chat. We got to get you guys the link. I told them that they were going to be up by like 11:30, but then we ended up starting
You
late,
had the link.
and then
I
Danks
don't
popped
know.
up. Oh yeah, it's the same one, right? I could just forward it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see if they're still around. I feel so bad we kept them waiting so long. Let me see. Forward. All right, I'm sending it. I hope they're still around. American Discourse told me to take my time. I said we
Yes,
tried to
American
keep it long.
Discourse is here.
Oh yeah, they're both here. Let's go, ladies.
I don't know who that is.
Yo, these are two of my new favorite people. I was on the phone with them today for like an hour. Really, really good investigative journalists and very honest people. Are they coming?
Hopefully. And yeah, I know you guys that people are saying that it's really disappointing. Oh, and then I see someone saying, that Blake must have said on his live a couple hours ago that he paid for
just
all the
checked it.
supplies. But, like,
I just checked it. No, he hasn't. I mean, if he does, that would be outstanding, but that hasn't happened. At least not now.
Blake wants
Someone is
$100,000 in unmarked bills.
and it wasn't that we broke up with him. It was that, you know, he, yeah, it's hard. It's hard for me to talk about because y'all know that I have gone to bat time and time and time again. Beyond Undisclosed is asking for the link as well. Base.
Beyond
I don't know if
Undisclosed, I
that
don't know
was-
who that is.
Oh, okay. I
All
thought
right,
that was
maybe later. I just want to get Discourse and Rogue Dissidents because they've been waiting.
Oh, okay. I couldn't remember all the names that you were.
Yeah, no,
about.
that's it.
I'm like, I don't know. I I knew they were double names.
Are they coming?
I don't know.
Who's coming in? I don't think I know who they are.
Let me see.
I don't know who they are either.
It says wrong
Can you
link.
can you brief
Oh
us,
no, I sent the
Baze,
wrong
please?
link. How do
Oh,
I send
God.
this link? Which
The
one do I
link
do?
that I sent in the
In
chat
Discord.
with Jordan.
Yeah.
No, not from Discord. From in the text.
Oh. That's why I know
Jordan
what I
and
did
I.
because since it's my phone, I emailed it to myself. Sorry, everybody. Sorry, my fault. I'm gonna get it right
Jordan, is there anything else that you have to share with us about your next steps in what you're going to be testing, or a favorite latest test that you've done, like a video or anything?
I just did a lot more work on this last night, and I posted those videos to X, where basically I have a remote control. Basically, I can put those solenoids on that trigger right there. I cut part of it off, but I can basically remote control that trigger now. This is a paintball gun. And imagine this were on Charlie, that trigger it wouldn't be. But imagine this were the rifle on Lozy Center roof. I now have the electronic control of it. And once I get the show babies, then I can literally put it on the roof and we have a new person.
Hi there.
Hi. I'm hearing stuff everywhere, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Thank you for your
That's
patience. Sorry
weird.
it took a little
That's
longer to get
so
you up here
weird.
than I
Hold
thought.
on.
Hey guys.
Hi,
There
how
she
are
is.
you?
I see this on it's weird looking right now.
Oh,
Okay,
because
well,
what is the one on the left? The long form is what is that for X?
But I'm
Mobile
hearing like
version.
a loop of the conversation in my ear.
Do you have it open
That
in
I
another
don't know.
tab?
You probably still have it open in YouTube.
oh yeah.
Maybe
I think
that's
that was me.
that's
Yeah,
what it is.
if you
Let
have the
me get
YouTube
out of
link
it.
going, then you're gonna hear both.
You're right. You're so smart.
I honestly
Put it
feel
in
like that
the-
was me. I'm gonna be
You're
honest.
wicked smart.
I've done that a couple times. That's why I know from
I'm like,
experience.
I don't usually do it off my phone. I'm usually already in on StreamYard, so. Hi.
Thank you for
Hi
joining
there.
us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, well, tell us a little more about you guys.
Rogue, you wanna go first?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still really new. I'm not even monetized. But actually, Jordan, I used one of your videos in one of mine. One of your videos showing everything you figured out, which I thought was really cool. So, I've dabbled in YouTube for a while, but the Charlie Kirk thing is really what kind of triggered me to finally take it seriously, I guess. But and then just met discourse through the process, and we've been really enjoying doing stuff together. So it's just been a lot of fun getting to know a lot of people. So yeah, it's good.
Yeah. I think
Awesome.
I started in October. I was reacting. It's so funny. Me and Danks joked about this. I was reacting to Nick Fuentes videos because that was like popping off for a little while. And then on the side, I would do like research on some of the financial stuff going on with the Charlie Kirk stuff. So yeah, definitely kind of was following for a similar reason, but I also was like kind of watching Nick Fuentes and thinking like what's going on with this guy? Like he's interesting, and then on the side, I do research more into the history of things and like why we are where we are. So what is like globalism, that kind of stuff. That's what I like to talk about and focus on when we're not talking about Erica Kirk. And so that's a little background about me.
Nice. Nice.
Now, let me ask: have you? I know you girls been watching at least part of this live so far. What was your opinion on whether or not Charlie Kirk is dead or alive before this live?
I can go first. So, I am of the thought process that I think he is maybe still dead. I do
Still
have.
dead.
I still
Didn't
think
come
he is.
alive and die again.
Maybe
but-
I think
Still
he may
dead.
have been set up, and maybe even was in on it. Like maybe could have been, and then something went awry. That is how I feel, just given everything I've seen so far. Um, it's gonna be. I've told you this off camera, Bays, but I would have to see him walking into the SUV that people said was like parked
Oh,
outside of the
from the
hospital.
hospital, yeah.
I believe if I saw that evidence, I would be able to say, okay, he's still alive. Like, but what kind of reverse of what Dank said, with my own eyes, I did see something on a camera, and there's verified sources that were there, and it's hard for me to wrap my head around, um, like how many things would have to be true for him to also be dead. Like it's the same theory, but in reverse for me. It's like for him to be alive, so many things would also have to be true.
Yeah.
So I just got to be honest, like I have to be able to like if I for sure saw like something where it was like even a blip of Charlie's head getting into that van, if we could get some sort of like camera from that guy who was talking about that, I would have an easier time to be like, all right, he walked out of there, guys, like I got nothing else. But this is still hard for like I would say the general public to wrap their head around, but also me. I have my own inside sources who have other theories that are military connected, so I kind of come to my own conclusions about they kind of are on the thing of like kind of looks like a military operation, we'll give everybody that. Kind of looks like maybe he was set up, we'll give everybody that. But I have a hard time being like, but also he faked it, and not for the reasons of like he was a just and holier man. It's more like so many things would have to go right for that to work. So I guess that's where I stand. Even though I think everyone's work on it is
isn't it
incredible.
amazing that just because of a couple of signals and just a couple of anomalies that, like, because think about it, if you remove the hand signals from the equation, I don't think I really have any trouble believing that he got shot and that he's killed. But when you have the hand signals, you have Mikey McCoy walking away, you have the patsy, George Zins, and I did it. Like all these just different little things that happen. It just makes it so messy. Makes it so messy.
To me, it makes it look like an operation. That's what it makes it look
No,
like.
it does.
And no matter whatever this is, it's an operation. And then me and Rogue actually watched a video where we slowed down that recent video of Charlie Kirk's head, the head one, where you can see the back of his head. There's a guy in the middle of that crowd who's turned around the whole time, looking this way.
From before into after, right before everybody ducks down.
Like he's looking at where the shooter would allegedly be. And that's weird. And if you go down to that video and you slow it and you look super close, I'm thinking that guy also knows. Some middle guy in the middle of the crowd.
And nobody was afraid of an active shooter. Except for one officer in uniform that drew his weapon. But nobody, think about it. Like all the security. And then the fact that they didn't fire Brian Harbaugh after. Like think about it. You're head of security for Charlie Kirk. Yeah. You literally have one job. And that's to keep the guy alive.
And you fail.
And then people criticize him and they point out these anomalies and things that are on camera.
Yeah, but the cops
and his own
good.
words. And they're like, well, you said this and this is a lie. This is a lie. And Erica Kirk, she doesn't say, hey, yeah, you know what? You guys are right. I got to fire this guy. Like he got my husband, whatever. No, she gets on Fox News and she's like, that's my family. How dare you leave my family alone? It's like, yo, come on.
Yeah, I mean, and it's an overall contextual situation, right? It's the lead up to before, it's the things that we saw during the UVU event, and the way that we saw things play out after. And for Erica to continue to even have the same guys take her then into the White House and defend her at the defend her, be her security at the White House, like. It just did not add up to me, at least.
For me, to continue
I
just keep coming back to the fact that if it could, either scenario, we can make it work, right? So like if we want to assume the scenario Jesse has is correct, it's going to fit that because that's the way we're looking at it and thinking of it. If we're going to take it at face value, we can make that work too. And unless there's any other definitive proof, for me, I look at it like, the powers that be have spent centuries screwing us over, and they've never once done the good things in hiding. And so if we were to take this as them doing the good thing but posing it as a bad thing, why would they never, if we're going to go off of history and base it on that, when have they ever done anything that was for the greater good, but been like, we don't need to take credit. Get the fuck out of here. Like that, not for me. Like I just don't see that ever be.
What do you mean? I thought that was September of 2001. That's what that was all about. That was the sacrifice they were willing to make to get those weapons of mass destruction.
For me, it's like I have to base it off history, and if I'm going to do that, then I'm still on the team of he's most likely dead. But if there was proof of any type that would sway me, then I can see it going the other way. But I'm based on history. I'm not believing it yet.
But the reason why people I feel like if everyone trying to say like they're dragging on maybe the investigation, that's a little weird because there's so many other things going on in the world, like the war, like the world powers are changing, like those type of things, like very deep things, the Eaststein files, whatever you want to call them. All of these things are really big deals, and they all are important and things we need to focus on. But what does everyone want to talk about? This Charlie Kirk case. And why is that? Because it's getting fed to us like a soap opera. And so if you're getting that information, you need to ask yourself why. Why are they feeding us soap opera information, and from who, and who are they funded by? So when you think about this stuff, it doesn't necessarily even matter at this point if he's alive or dead, but what's the point of this distraction? Because that's what it is. It's a distraction away from the facts that other things are happening way bigger than us. Money is moving in different ways than it has. They want you under a digital currency. You've got to really focus on why would they keep giving you this slop, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, and confuse you and try and ask, like, make you think, okay, well, why am I getting all this information? And then I'm getting it from the other side too. And no one can come to a consensus. There's a really crappy investigation. Why all of this madness? And I think it's because there's other bigger shit going on they don't want you to revolt against.
Mhm.
That's how I look at it. So no matter what side's right or wrong, it's a
Yeah,
big
either
distraction.
way. Either way it fits. Yeah.
Why is
Yeah.
YouTube pushing that specific content so hard? But
Well,
like,
and
if I
Jesse had posted that video where he showed how much more he's getting when he tags as a
yes,
and he hashtags Candace or whatever. Like, it's astronomically more than it would be typically. So they want you talking about it for sure. They want us talking about it.
yeah, all of our algorithms, if you get put out a EK video or a Charlie Kirk video or anything like that, like, they'll get pushed like crazy. I put out an any expose on the Eastine files, and I'm getting like 30 views.
Oh yeah, forget about it.
Yeah, so I think that's interesting. I don't know what you guys think, but I think there's a reason that people are getting so caught up in this. It's because it's made to make us get caught up in this.
Well, that's why I
for
said this
sure.
whole investigation. It's like QAnon 2.0. It's like designed for the types of people that would get into the conspiracy theories and want to find the truth, and it's also designed to just put a carrot on a stick and never have a call to action. It's like nobody's doing anything about it. It's like just wait for the call, wait for the call. Except with Q, obviously there was a call to action with J6, but I don't think that's going to be the case this time. I think they're just going to have everybody sitting on their hands while the whole world just transforms in a very, very bad way, and then one day people are going to wake up and be like, "How did this happen?"
Well, I said it before with the real IDs. Those are already digital IDs, and we were screwed on that because that was how many years ago? 6, 7 years ago. I was pregnant with my 6-year-old. He'll be 7 in September. So I had to get that probably 7 years ago, and it was required. Like, I had to get that ID. And we weren't really talking about digital ID and all that stuff at that point. So it was like it wasn't on my radar, and now I'm screwed. I got it. I can't, couldn't not get it. So
American
That's very
discourse. Previously, you said that a lot of things would be difficult to be true given faked death. What's the most difficult thing to be true given fake death?
I feel like the most difficult thing would be that if I'm looking at the footage, like, okay, let's put in another scenario, which a lot of people think is true. Joe Biden wearing a mask through some of his presidency. That's kind of obvious. Like, it's pretty obvious at certain points in a video. And for me, I'm not saying you can't fake some of these video sources or something couldn't be doctors that have been given to us, but there are people that were there with real source material and you can verify it and it doesn't look fake. Like, not even like, I don't think it looks fake. I think it looks like what happened when you slow down the images and you do those things. It's hard for me to see that your prosthetics or anything like that, your squib could be that good. I mean, I understand there's movie
for the
magic,
people in
but if you
person,
have an
yeah.
iPhone that like does okay video recording, but you're not using movie magic here, which what happens in the editing room and things like that. And I'm not saying some of us didn't get that, but I know of people that do have real source material from that day that wasn't edited, has verified it, doesn't look fake. Like, that to me is hard. Like, it is hard to, I think I play on the other hand. It's like, I don't want to be tricked into being told that what I'm seeing is false all the time too. Like, I want to be able to use my eyesight and make a decision based on that. And if like I said, I had a video of him walking out of that hospital or something, like, I need another visual cue. I don't want to be told one way or another what I should think about this stuff. If I can see it and I can do, like, if I could smell his blood and it was like I was there in the crowd and it smelled like blood, or if I was there and it smelled like something else, then I would be able to have an opinion on it a little stronger. But in my opinion, I feel like he has to be dead right now where I stand.
I apologize. Sorry to interrupt you. Hey, Jordan, it looks like your stream maybe got taken down. Your live ended. And it's like policy violation or something. So I don't know if that, dang it, was because of the
They showed the paintball gun. Yeah.
So I know. I just wanted to
Well,
give you
that's
the heads
okay.
up.
I'm not really worried about it. We're live on 2 other channels. That's fine. I'm not too worried.
Okay.
If I can
just wanted to
follow up, though, I have some noise outside my room, my studio here. If I can follow up, what is the best Hollywood prosthetic that you've seen? American Discourse.
I don't know. I don't really like. I don't follow that necessarily. If that makes sense. It's not like this
Right.
isn't my area of expertise. It's just my opinion.
Yeah. So that's where I would challenge that is I don't know what the best prosthetics look like. I don't have a good understanding of what they're capable of. So I think it would make sense to say that they can trick me and that they can maybe trick you even with this high resolution footage because they've had a lot of time to perfect that art. And I don't have data on how good they can get it given enough time, given that it's only one event and not every single day for Joe Biden. So because I don't feel like I can evaluate that to say definitively whether or not it could have been or could not have been faked with the prosthetic, I'm sort of agnostic on that. And so when I see stuff like this happening and the back of the shirt puffing out, that's what I can test better because I can sort of show that this is more consistent with a non-weapon system. And then that leads me in the direction of squib. And while I can't point to a specific part of the neck that looks like a prosthetic, I can surmise that I can't rule it out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I
Because I'm not an
wouldn't
expert
be.
on it.
I'll say this: I wouldn't be surprised if he was. I'll just say that I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not like out here being like, no, never. I'm not a never aliver. Like I'm just a person who says I'm going to need a bit more evidence. I think it's so easy to get tricked into thinking, like I kind of like the thought process of why would they save him? He's already given so much flack to this, like to this cause, to these people, to all this stuff. Like, what would be the point of keeping him around? Erica was already running things in the background before he was like KO'd. So
Well,
in my
I could
opinion,
tell you
it'd
that.
be easier to take him out. I think so.
I could tell you that, but this is the part that's going to be hard for people to process. Is that he was playing a role, that he was an intelligence agent of some sort the entire time, and that he was playing a role. And he got to the part where, because you got to understand, we know that they're trying to bring in the digital currency. We know that they're trying to bring in the mass surveillance. Oracle, Palantir, they already have it ready. They're trying to usher it in. And the best way to usher it in is to create chaos, create destabilization, try to drive the antisepticism. I don't know the lingo for YouTuber at the moment, but like think about how much it's gone up since all this happened. You know what I mean? Like
And I still
that
believe
is
that.
a motive. That is a motive because now you got all these different content creators talking about all these different things, and everybody's watching. And whether they realize it or not, all the information, all the chats, it's all going through AI 24/7. Everybody's getting profiled, and they're making their list.
Well, I
And-
think I told you that off camera. Like I believe that some of the stuff that's coming out is to fuel that kind of discussion, right? To really hate on a certain group or whatever it is, right? But it doesn't mean that it still wouldn't work to their advantage to just take somebody out who went to the White House twice on behalf of getting us out of the Iran war. That wouldn't
I
mean,
do
that's
struggle
the hard
with
part for me.
the prosthetic aspect of it in regards to the people present there in person. I struggle. I have a minimal amount of experience in FX makeup, and where your neck and your head move so much. If something were just on one side, like the pictures that Jesse had, I think that was clearly like his movement of his face that was making that part of his neck look thicker and odd.
He has a tick.
I feel like it would be hard to, I feel like it would be fucking ballsy to try to pull that off with thousands of people present in person. Like, it's one thing to try to pull it off with cinematography, but in person is a little wild to me. So for me, I struggle with that. Like, I've used latex and done like makeup with fake blood and stuff like that. And I can't fathom, A, if it was hot, having to deal with any potential sweating issues, or I don't know. I find that that would be really hard for me to think that they could pull it off with people so close. There were people very close. And so that I do struggle with that. But it doesn't mean they don't have something vastly better than I've ever seen, because I'm not a, I'm no movie makeup artist, but I would
At what
struggle thinking
level,
that it would be really obvious.
if I can ask, at what level were you doing prosthetics?
Just for fun. Just
Okay.
like, fake Halloween type stuff. I have a picture, I think
Okay.
I could probably pull up and show, but
Now, what I'm saying is that this would have been conducted by the people at the very top of the industry with decades
yeah.
of
Oh, sure.
experience.
For sure. Yeah.
So that's where I'm coming from.
I also still feel, though, that I think a lot of that is same with like so many musical artists. A lot of it is still studio done. If I were to make an assumption, I think a lot of it would still be, heavily attributed to production after the fact. Like, if something's not perfect, they can make it look much more perfect in editing and whatever. I just find it, especially given where it is, it's not like a head gash that this part of your head doesn't move a whole lot. Your neck, you're moving, he's throwing things. To imagine like there wouldn't be any obvious, you're talking about a something on moving flesh that's not moving. If you think about how much that wouldn't move, it would have to be thick enough that it would be on there and it would have like, the ability to open and do what it needs to do. But I would imagine that that in itself would be obvious in some of the videos and whatever, that it would not be moving as smoothly with the rest of his neck and whatnot.
Which,
I
if
could
you
be
think about
wrong.
the
I'm not
Biden
saying I'm
stuff,
not wrong, but
yeah,
that part I find harder to believe.
the Biden stuff was
Well,
around his neck. When you think about that and people were looking at it, that is it's such a also sensitive area that even if you had a squib there, you could actually still get hurt. You could still get hurt just from that, how thin, think about how thin that skin is. Like, it would be a very big risk to put it right there. Now, if they were to, like, let's say you go
put
off,
what right there?
like if you put anything here like that, if you were going to put anything with like anything around
Well,
here.
you would be able to assume that they could put something in between if they're gonna do a prosthetic, and then obviously they would test.
But then
these
wouldn't
things.
his
I would
neck look very
imagine.
funky?
I
I
mean,
don't know. I think it's an extremely thin prosthetic, like a millimeter thick.
So for me, this is just a lot of things that would have to go extremely right. Like extremely right
That's what
in
I'm
that
saying. It's
scenario.
ballsy to do it in front of so many people.
And wasn't it
It's
fairly
one thing to
hot?
do it if it was like in his studio and they made it look like someone did something on set, like that would be a different thing. But to do it in front of all of those people, to me, is just, it's really ballsy if it was faked like that.
well, I would imagine that if they did this, that they would have like rehearsed it. Like, this is
Oh, I'm
something. This is a
sure. Yeah,
process that
for
would have been
sure.
tested enough
Yeah.
times on cameras, and
Yeah.
where, you know what I mean. Like, they're not just gonna like,
We
oh
also
yeah,
know
we
everything when
think
it
we
comes
could pull
down to
this
like,
off. You know what I mean? Like,
we also know
Yeah.
when it comes down to the day, we're asking people who aren't actors to be actors, and now's your big day, and you have to be completely normal. And obviously some of them weren't, but we're talking about Charlie. Was he an amazing actor and we didn't know? Maybe, who knows? I don't know. It's
see,
just,
the part that I have the hardest time wrapping my head around is that ever since whatever happened, that he's been put on such a pedestal about, how smart he is and his great heart and his Christian values. And it seems like every single person that this guy surrounded himself with was a nightmare. You know what I mean? Like, from his partner, his security, his staff, his wife. It's like, I'm not really seeing anybody here where it's like, yeah, that's a really good person. You know what I mean? Like this, there's something with all of them.
Yeah.
And I find that to be really troubling.
I agree
find that
with
to be
this,
really
and I
troubling.
think that it makes the case that it's not like they wouldn't try if they couldn't. And I think that gives credibility to if they could do it, because they might not care what the public thinks and wouldn't care to hurt their feelings. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that far off with being like, oh yeah, they would never do that. That's never going to be my argument. Like, they would never do it. It's like they do everything. They would do anything. My thing is, I just have a hard time like at this stage. I'm not saying if something came out, I wouldn't be. I'm a skeptic. Like
Yeah,
that's
I
just,
can totally be swayed. I just need the right kind of proof because for now I feel like I don't have anything that would sway me more in one direction or the other. And so I have to go with what seems the most obvious still, you know.
Do you need me to do the prosthetic and demonstrate that I can do it at least very close to as well as they did
Hold on,
it?
I will be right back.
I mean, it'd be cool if
Yeah,
someone
go
did that,
for
sure,
it.
because why not? You know what I
Absolutely.
mean? Like, why not? That would be awesome.
Yeah.
I'm surprised someone hasn't done it yet, honestly.
and I would think
That's
even the
one of the
right,
things
like
I need to do.
like a heat condition, right? Because we got to know how hot was it? How
Right.
easy would that stay on? How
He
thin would
was
it have
moving
to
a
be?
lot. Like I said, he was throwing these hats. He's looking everywhere. You're moving a lot. I mean, I feel like the only way to pull off something on your neck like that, it would have to go all the way around, I feel, because otherwise I don't know how you're moving here and it's not. I know latex stays well. I know that. But it just feels like you would see it though. Like if you're twisting and you're talking about thin skin, you're either probably going to see the skin move weird or the prosthetic move weird. If it's not done all the way around, it would seem, but I would think that would be way more obvious.
And also,
I don't know that we
I don't
have
know about you, but if he's
clear.
someone who has a tick, wouldn't it feel funky? And you would maybe be super
True.
aware it's there. Because like I go and get my nails done, and at like day 3, I'm ready to peel them off because they're bothering me. And he does have like things about him that you could tell he has his own little ticks, and you'd think that would be
Yeah.
annoying, and you would probably like try and act a little bit differently and maybe not move your neck as much and not move around as much. He doesn't seem like he's impacted by anything. Like if you watch his videos, I think if it was me, I'm just talking speculatively, totally speculatively, but if I knew I had something on my neck, I feel like I wouldn't really be moving as much. I'd be like, okay, guys, what are you doing?
Okay, but if you're trying to pull off like the, ploy of the century, right? Then I think maybe would have practiced before and have some experience with
Yeah.
that. And I mean, the stuff is essentially supposed to be like a second skin. And so you would definitely have some practice with it and getting familiar with it.
Yeah, I could see that too. I think that, I mean, it both are very interesting either way. Like because the story we're being fed doesn't make sense, right? It just doesn't. Everyone can agree to that. We don't think that who was shot by what he was shot. Like a lot of this stuff doesn't add up. So yeah, and I don't think that's not a possibility. I think I just would need just a bit more. I don't know. It's like that's just where I sit on this topic. But I don't cover this topic very often on like the way he was taken out, if that makes sense. It's not I think the why is like the important part. Why would we remove someone like Charlie? That to me is like really okay. Let's think about that. Why would you take someone like him out or at least remove him from the public eye? Well, we know the tides were changing on our greatest ally. All of the people would debate him. He'd try and stand up for them. Also behind like closed doors, bashing them to heck at this point, from what we can tell.
Someone in the chat had a good point. They said that he had an interview just before that and that he probably wouldn't have really had a whole lot of time in between to get ready. And that's a valid point. I don't know when the interview was and how close they were to this event. Like if he were to be having like a prosthetic applied, I mean, they probably could have gotten it to a point of being just applied. I mean, if it's just in one spot, it wouldn't take very long, but you obviously want to make sure it's done really well. So, if it's already pre-done and you're just applying it and making sure it looks right, then, maybe it wouldn't take that long. But if it's your big day, you might not do an interview right before. You might try and be like, let's make sure we have plenty of time to make sure everything's right. You know what I mean? So that's a good point. And I see.
You would do it at his house at like 5 a.m. before anything starts, or at like 3 a.m. That's when you, in movies,
before you set out for the day.
Yeah.
When actors with like full face prosthetics go in for a full day of filming, they always do it in the super, super early morning, and they weigh it all day long. Did I say that right? They wear it all day long, and it's fine.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, when I haven't I haven't worn, a prosthetic, I don't know, external prosthetics like that before, but I have done some pretty heavy, like Halloween kind of makeup that has like lasted for 3 days, for a couple of days. Like, and so when they apply it, they, especially if if it's done well, and obviously you would have it done very, very well, it would definitely make it through the course of a few hours, even in the heat.
Yeah.
But and as Jordan can attest to, the challenge would be when it comes to the fake blood. Is it the blood, Jordan, that the fake blood that like kind of coagulates, or what have you found that needs to be like kept at the perfect temperature, and you have like a
Well,
limited amount of time?
the stuff that I'm using right now doesn't need to be kept at a particular temperature, but if we're not putting the FBI team in on it, we would need his real blood. We would need to draw real blood, and then that would have the time limit on it. So you would probably have, I'm not even going to say that, but that does seem to be temperature sensitive if it were real blood. So you would need a way to disconnect it and reconnect it, I guess.
But they did
But
say that he had gone to the restroom, right? I think like once he arrived at UVU, I remember hearing something about that. Who knows?
yeah. But what I want to go back to is we can talk about whether or not it looks like there is a prosthetic. We can talk about whether or not the context makes sense, whether or not we can find a suitable motive, whether or not all these things make sense contextually. But we have to think about, how do we get to the idea that it was a faked death? We got to that idea because this part of the shirt yanks up to the ear. And there is no weapon system that is going to cause that, at least that I can find. But when we learn about prosthetics, it actually kind of tells us why that would need to happen. It would be to cut the prosthetic. And no one, as far as I know, has come up with an explanation for why like, how do you reproduce this without Charlie knowing about it? I've reproduced this hundreds of times with the CO2 pendant gun, and I'm reproducing it basically perfectly. And it is impossible to do that without like a tube being taped to his chest, whether it's under a belly prosthetic that we kind of found out about maybe a few days ago, or whether it's a piece of heat shrink tubing that was yanked off when he was on the ground. Whatever the case may be, the direct physical evidence we see tells us that basically the exact same thing that I'm doing happened. And through my demonstrations, I can't do it without putting a tube on my body. It is impossible for that to happen to me without me knowing about it. And so that pretty much gets you to the point where, how can you explain this with a weapon system? I've done this to myself hundreds of times. I've never been injured by it. So that's how I get to prosthetic. That's how I get to fake blood or whatever. And once we figure out the what, then we can sort out the why and the how.
Do y'all have any questions, ladies? Have you seen some of his demos?
Yeah, I have seen some. I did a
Yeah.
video on one of them. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. He's good. I like it. I like your stuff.
Me too.
Thank
I think it just goes to show that it still takes a lot for people to undo whatever they see. Honestly, quite frankly, it just gives
Mhm.
way to how mainstream media can manipulate people, whether you want to, see it as like, okay, if you're seeing something for yourself, it's a really hard way to basically take your brain off of that. Like, it's super hard to
People don't
tell you.
people don't like to come to believe that they've been duped. You
Right.
don't
And I
want,
don't have a problem admitting that, like, at all, because I have other reasons where I think what maybe they could have wanted to do this. I think it's hard to wrap your mind around certain aspects of it if you don't number one, I'm not versed in this stuff. I'm not versed in prosthetics. I'm not versed in any of this. I'm just talking from what I would imagine how it might be funky to feel on my skin, or, just some of those things, how I might move my head. And, Charlie did seem like a particular kind of guy. Like, it would seem kind of, I don't know. If he was literally anything like me, it might have annoyed him at some point. We would have seen him maybe touch his neck, just something to indicate maybe something was there. And I don't know. It would take a little bit more for me, but it doesn't mean I would take it off the table.
Yeah, and like she was saying earlier, neither of us have really dove into this theory very much. We don't, it's just not been one we've focused on. So I'm sure if I listened to other ones, maybe my opinion would change. Like, I've not listened to all of Jesse's stuff or anything like that. But yeah,
I think I can see a vibe for both. It's just hard to imagine, right now at the stage.
If I took more time and looked into it, maybe my opinion would change. But
so let me ask you,
I also,
what did you girls see that video that I sent you before, the one that I was telling you about from my IG?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you girls think about that? Like, my stance on that? And I just want you to know, I'm not married to any opinion or theory on this. I haven't even seen Jesse stuff, although Danks is telling me I have to. And now that I've been coming around to the idea that he's alive, I'm definitely going to check it out. But I knew it was like a 4-parter, so it's like I don't have a lot of time to like
I know.
sit it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's like binge watching some, But I'm gonna make time for it this week. But like, that was my whole thing. It's, there's no weapon. Like the narrative, the gun they said was used was debunked. I don't buy the electrocution theory, as I said, because Dan Flood grabs him right after. There's no gravesite, no autopsy. It's like, what evidence do we really have aside from the visual that we saw?
Yeah, for me, again, it comes down to like a 50-50 for me. It could be either.
Yeah,
and for me, I don't know how much I care about one way or the other. You know what I mean? I care more about the stuff around it than I do necessarily the event itself. But I could see it going either way, and I could make all of those scenarios fit. So like, I could watch Jesse's, and I know I would watch it and go, makes total sense. It still would be like, I'd be in the same boat. You know what I mean? I feel like I wouldn't change anything for me, because I don't. Neither way.
But
is
that's
going
why
to
I feel
anything to me.
that's like what you just said. Like, you could go either way.
Yeah.
There's so many different rabbit holes.
either
So many
way.
different. I feel like it was designed to be that way.
And that
I'm
I agree
sure.
with.
Yeah,
It was
I agree with
designed to
that
be
too.
the ultimate mind screw.
Either way,
whether or not
either it was
he's dead or
designed by
alive.
someone else or it was designed by him, but it was designed that way for sure. I agree 100%. Yes.
Well, it's 6 months later. We're still talking about it. There's a huge war going on, maybe even World War III.
Not maybe. It is World War III.
Basically, and they're trying to change the world's power structure, like, entirely. Like, the US will be taken off of the main, which some people like that. Like, some people are like, you know what? We don't need to be the main governing police person in the world. Like, no one, a lot of people in America are like, we're done. Like, I'm done with the Middle East. Get us out of there. But like, to what peril? Well, it's going to be to the peril of our dollar. Our economy is going to sink. We're going to have a lot of issues. This was by design. So that's what people don't want to talk about, is what's actually going on right now. Well, we're about to not be a major power player. We're about to get de-seated from that throne. They're going to pull, any type of investments from off the Gulf Coast that were coming into here to other places, because we've lost their trust. All of our places were bombed, right? Like, all of them. So, Iran did that. It did it to all of our allies. We couldn't defend them. That's horrible. That makes us look awful. We depleted all of our stuff in Ukraine. That was by design.
It almost feels like this is all on purpose too, right?
This is all by design, because if you think about it, when you go back to the Ukraine war, what was the point of that?
Hey, guys.
The only thing is, I don't know if we're allowed to talk about the Ukraine.
Hey, guys.
Why?
Yeah.
I think there's guidelines.
It's like, yeah.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anyway, go ahead, Jordan.
Which is bull. Facebook too, and that's where I'm streaming.
Okay.
Of course, I'm on Facebook and YouTube.
Go ahead,
I was
Jordan.
just trying to
We'll talk
redirect
about that
back
next
to Charlie Kirk and maybe the original format.
Yeah, and then we have some super chats also. Black Dog 128. Thank you so much for the super chat. If it's a soap opera to hide bigger moves, how do we stop those moves? Thoughts?
Everybody needs to get their head out of the sand and wake
Yeah,
up
I mean,
and be smart with their money.
I've said it before, and I
I
think that one of our
agree.
biggest issues is that when someone already has an opinion about where they believe you fall politically, and they might fall on the other side, for instance, and you guys decide you're going to have a conversation. The issue we have right now is that when we're having those conversations, both sides, for the most part, are listening, but only enough to find the spot they can argue in. They're not listening to retain the information or genuinely consider someone else's opinion. They're listening in order to find their argument, and we're getting nowhere because no one is willing to consider the fact that they were wrong. Like we were saying before, the cognitive dissonance, it feels uncomfortable. We don't like it. I don't like how it feels to know I was duped or, I was fooled by the people I swore that were the best choice or whatever. And because of that, we are not making progress because people are too butthurt and not able to have a conversation without being like, I'm going to argue and that's my spot right there. You're wrong there. So here we go. And we get nowhere. And I think that's why, especially with discourse, and I feel like we both have said it before, why we feel like starting the channels were so important because we really want to be able to promote people who don't necessarily agree across the board, but are willing to hear out the other person and genuinely consider the information instead of just being like, nah, I'm right, you're wrong. That's what we do all the time now. And I think that's the biggest way that we can try and make progress, because when we're divided, we are going to get nowhere. We're easier to conquer, and that's what they want. And that's what they have right now, for sure.
I couldn't agree more.
Specific steps, I don't got them. I don't know. I don't have specific steps for you.
I mean, look, I think
that's at least step one.
For everyone to, research on your own, to keep your eyes open, your ears open, your mind open, and then also to not just stay in an echo chamber of online spaces,
follow everyone.
Whether it be X, whether it be YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Rumble, whatever the case may be, right? You need to actually be speaking to people in real life. Mm-hmm. And I think that's something that is super important when it comes to even the Charlie Kirk case, right? Because a lot of us get caught up in being so passionate about, this team, that team, and someone thinks they're the authority of this theory and that theory. Well, when was the last time you actually spoke to someone in real life about it and you actually shared your knowledge with someone outside of the online bubble? And you can actually make a big difference by talking to people in person. So that's what I really recommend too.
And I think all the changes, they start on the local level. Like people like us, we're not going to have an impact on, on the presidential election. But you start getting involved in your community, and especially if you have a platform like this and people within your community know about it and you're giving good information, you make a name for yourself. Who knows? Maybe you could be an influence on a local election, and you just start building the foundation. But it's going to take a lot of people to care, and that's been a big part of the problem, is that most people don't care. And a lot of that comes from the indoctrination that comes with our public school system. People, they get conditioned from the time they're young.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you shop local too, it stimulates your local economy but over the global economy. And the global economy is what this is all playing out on, right? This is a global stage now. So if you shop local and visit your local stores, if you can, that would really help. So it kind of tells the people at the top, like, hey, I'm buying my honey from this guy down the street, and it keeps them still in business too. So where you spend your money really matters in this space, because that's all they care about.
Get to know your neighbors, like really get to know your neighbors, offer to help them with something one day. Make a community around yourself, because we don't do that anymore. COVID changed that for us.
Well, I feel like that's also what we're trying to do, like in this community, in this space that we're 100%. Building.
Yeah.
Just having honest honest people with integrity that just want to do the research, do the work, and share truthful information without an agenda and without causing chaos.
Right. I agree.
Oh,
Sorry,
so
I'd seen someone mention I don't really I just want to address it in case anyone else is wondering, but the country that we weren't like supposed to speak about a second ago, it has nothing to do with a congressman, okay? If for some reason the platform that we are on doesn't like it, okay? I don't know why. You can Google it. I'll
yeah,
Google it after the
I don't
fact.
even know what they would do if they would demonetize it, if they cut the feed, if they give a strike.
But
Like I
well,
just,
whatever. So not trying to play around with it right now, but it has nothing to do with a congressman. Thank you very much.
yeah. I wanted to ask, because American Discourse, was it you or was it Rogue? One of you messaged me about Tucker Carlson and that they're
Yes.
trying to charge him with crimes. Can
Yes,
you
they
Can you
are.
give me the story? Or give us the story?
Yeah, so Tucker Carlson just went on today, basically said that the CIA was reading his text messages when he was trying to secure, it sounded like an interview, and it had to do with Iran. And I think they're attempting to charge him just for having a conversation.
Who's they though?
Like they said the CIA
Oh,
was looking
the
into him.
CIA is
Yeah.
yo, that's
Which is very
crazy.
interesting because we all know his dad worked for the CIA.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is it's confirming that they are reading our text messages. They're reading everyone's, which I think we kind of already knew, but especially his. And it's kind of it's embarrassing a little bit because we can probably assume why. And that's because he's speaking out against a foreign state that we shouldn't be beholden to, but we are. And he has said that pretty clearly. So I would encourage everyone to check out that video, but also if he was to actually get on trial for that, he said he thinks it's kind of a bogus case, but there were warnings, and he kind of hinted at that people were like warning him about what he's been talking about. And so I think that also goes into how we have to use all these code words, and we have to stop at things. And, is freedom really what we are under anymore? I think that's what I've been kind of wondering for a while now, if I have to use a code word or I have to stop at a certain subject. And, even someone like Tucker with a huge platform, his own money, he doesn't, he's comes from the Swanson family. Like, he has trust fund money. He's not just like you and me. Like, he has his own money. He doesn't need a job even. He doesn't even have to do this probably, unless he's an op, which people have debated. But if someone like him is going down, I mean, I think we should all be a little bit concerned for our country, our constitution, and where that's headed. So,
I know,
which
isn't
is
that
why
crazy? Because Tucker never advocates for violence. He's against violence.
no,
He's all about individual accountability, equality, and the Constitution, which is, that's what you want a person like him in his position to be about. So to me, if there's any American institution that is going after Tucker Carlson right now, that is only more evidence that our government is occupied by a foreign nation for a foreign interest, and we should all be very, very concerned.
Hey guys, I'm not a political commentator, so I can't really participate in this conversation. Could we perhaps steer back to Charlie Kirk?
No, I kind of want to keep it on Tucker for a second. I'm sorry.
Okay.
This was something that I'd spoken to American Discourse and Rogue Dissidents about, that like we were gonna get into for a little bit. But I mean, we could try to merge it, I think. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, like,
Okay,
I don't
well,
really
let
have my
me-
political opinions on.
Yeah.
I'm just investigating the case.
Gotcha.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and read another super, if that's okay, while we take a little break here. Thank you. It's just 0. In investigation, everyone should always, in the forefront of their mind, truth matters, no matter how uncomfortable it makes one feel if incorrect. Love it. Thank you for that super and for that encouragement. And also, thanks. Thank you. Until you've watched at least 4 episodes of Jesse, then you're not doing the theory itself justice. I highly recommend spending time with Story to Watch. You owe it to yourself.
I'll try to find time this week, Danks.
I love Danks for that.
Oh, what did Dank say?
He was basically saying until you've watched Jesse's stuff, you won't understand.
Oh yeah,
as much,
he's
and that's
he's a
cool.
big
I get
advocate.
it. I
He's a
get
big
it.
advocate.
Yeah.
I started. He knows that.
It's just time, like you said, it's time.
How many
It's totally
episodes
a
is
time
it?
thing. I think
Is
he
it
said
8?
4.
Oh, is it?
I don't know.
Well, he said you should watch
No,
at
I
least
guessed.
4.
I
I'm
don't
pretty
know.
sure that
At least
he's
4.
got, yeah, I think Jesse has maybe, I don't know, maybe it's 6 at this point.
Jesse needs a coach Colin who
sure.
will do me like a quick, a couple like clips of him. That would be great. I can't see the comments.
Yeah, 6 to
Oh,
8.
you guys can't see him?
Oh yeah, I can put them
No.
back up on the stage. It was just I didn't
Oh,
want
actually,
Oh,
Actually,
because
they're not
it's
working.
blocking. Yeah,
anybody.
but yeah, I mean, and that's another thing that annoys me with this Charlie Kirk case is because it's so easy to get wrapped up in it, you know. And like I said before, there are so many other things going on in the world that I think really need everybody's attention. It's like you stay on this too much, you go down too many rabbit holes, and you are gonna fall behind, and you are not gonna have any idea what's going on in the world,
Mm-hmm.
whether it's
I said this
in
before
America,
too
if
about
it's
like
overseas.
yeah, about all of it. And I obviously it feels very intentional. We're kept busy and whatnot so that we can't pay attention. And so much is spewed at us for like so much back to back to back that it's like so many people don't even feel like they can step into it because it's like coming into the middle of a conversation you weren't involved in and you don't even know where to start. You know, it takes so much time to get to a certain point where you feel like you truly understand what's happening, but like literal years, you know, because for me, at least, I'm the kind of person who, if I want to understand something that just happened, I need to understand what happened before. And that leads me to before that. And then you can just keep going. And so it's hard. And I think that a lot of people avoid it specifically for that reason as well. Like, how do you even know where to start, you know?
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. And it's just wild because, like, before, whatever happened to him, I never realized how influential he was. Like, I didn't realize, like, how big Turning Point USA was. I mean, I wasn't that big into politics, until more recently anyway. So, that would make sense, I guess. But, like, when he died, didn't die, whatever happened, seeing the reaction from, like, everybody, like, I was just very, very surprised. I was very, very surprised. Keli, did you want to say something?
No, I'm just listening.
Yeah,
All right,
my
Jordan,
position
where do you want to
is
go? Where do you want to go with this? Since you wanted to bring it back to Charlie, we'll pass you the ball.
well, my position is I have my own thoughts and I do my own research on the other topics aside from Charlie Kirk on my own, and I can discuss those in private, but I don't like to discuss those publicly because my entire platform is just the investigation. So I don't want anyone to associate me with
totally
a
understand.
particular political affiliation or opinion. I don't want, like, I'm going at it the way the NTSB would. So, like, if a plane crashes, like, the NTSB isn't going to be doing press releases on Epstein or whatever. I'm just focused on this one case for my platform. And, like, personally is a different story, but that's my position on that. But
and I know Jordan is very specific too about when it comes to topics, about like what he participates in, and so I want to be respectful of that as well. And so just to reiterate that, I want you to feel comfortable too, Jordan.
So we're at 1:30 a.m. I'm probably going to go ahead and drop out here pretty soon.
You've been a trooper 3.5 hours for sure.
Yeah, it's 1:30 a.m. here. So
thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
And I hope that please let me know. I hope everything's okay with YouTube dropping the stream also. I'll be sure to check
So wait,
my stream after.
YouTube dropped his stream?
Yeah, so it's probably impacted our streams too
Why though?
because he. Anyway, we'll deal with that in a
Oh,
little
one
bit.
of the devices. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Yep.
You got 5 people.
I don't even see it on mine.
Why don't you read Dank Super?
Oh. Hold on. I have to scroll up to get it.
Yeah, I didn't see what he said.
A sec. You said, and I also think there's too much going on to just talk about the CK case. The world is slipping before our eyes while watching soap opera. Time for more.
Agree.
Yeah, that's kind of
Thank
what I
you
was
so
saying
much
before.
for the super danks.
Thanks.
Days
Is the
of our
best.
lives.
Yep.
Days of our lives.
On the next episode.
We should create
Yep.
some sort of like screensaver for before the stream that's like duplicating Days of Our Lives like opening. It'd be so good. With the hourglass.
Oh man.
Yep.
All right,
So
I'm gonna
many
get
moving parts right now. Thank you, Jordan, so much for
Nice to meet you,
Jordan, great
sharing your
work.
evening with
Hi,
us.
Jordan.
Great work.
It's been wonderful. Really appreciate it.
All right, thanks, guys. Bye.
Take care.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
All right, back to Tucker.
Okay.
Okay. hold on, let me. Well, I'm gonna have to pull the comments though down so that way. Okay, so we
All
can
right, there
see
we
you.
go. All right, now did he actually get charged, or they were just talking about charging him?
I guess he got the tip that he was going to be. And I had
crazy.
also heard in other circles that he was being looked at from our greatest ally.
Yeah, that's actually insane, especially if you think about all the other people in this space that probably say things that are so much more controversial. The fact that they would charge him.
Yeah, and he tries to keep it as respectful as he can while
He
also saying
does.
this is not our government, essentially.
It's so funny to me. I have a relative who just recently was posting something about Erica or whatever, and somehow it came back to why he stopped listening to Tucker, and he had made the comment about he's like, well, he just went off the rails, which is obviously what people have been saying. It's like he's just like repeating what they said, and I'm sitting here like, tell me how, what has he said that's so crazy? Like, I don't understand it. Like, it sounds all very logical to me.
This whole situation just seems most odd, in my opinion.
It's like, I feel like you're only saying that because they're telling you that he's gone off the rails. Because, like, otherwise, if you listen to what he's saying, none of it is off the walls crazy shit. I don't understand.
Yo, I was in the shower like 2 weeks ago, and I'll usually, like, when I'm in the shower, just put on like a short YouTube video, whatever. And it was Theo Von and Tucker Carlson, and they were talking about the state of America and all these things. And it was like one of the most logical and rational conversations that I had heard anybody talk about America on you. And I'm just like sitting there thinking to myself, you know, like Theo Von and Tucker Carlson, like they got it all, like they got it all figured out, like they like just spot on. Oh my God, I wish I don't even remember the full details of it, but I gotta dig it up. I gotta go through my my recent history.
I feel like that about Tim Dillon too. He'll give
Oh, he's the
monologues
best.
about
so
like
good.
Epstein. I don't know if you guys saw that one. And I just died. He's like, they're
Yeah, I
sitting in
covered a
the
couple of 'em.
Aspens, and they're just like saying, like, I heard this guy, and he's doing these things to these, underage, and they're just like, oh, really? Is it good business? Like, that's how these people talk, and it's true. Like, they take away the actual humanity of the people that are affected. But Tim Dillon nails it on the head because he knows these. Like,
Tim
these types of
Dillon
people.
is the
So
only
good.
person that could talk about the JE case and make me burst out laughing.
Right.
It's like, ball! Like, he just, yeah, like, the guy is just, yo, he cracks me up. He really cracks me up.
I loved the episode after he was talking about how we kidnapped Maduro from Venezuela, and he's like, oil better go down. He's like, because we know now, like it has to go down. He's like, that's just how they're going to start doing things. You know, you'll be in the grocery store and you'll be like, blueberries are like 90 cents. Like, you didn't hear? They killed the governor of Maine. So they're basically free for like 3 months. They're like, that's just how we're going to do things now.
Well, didn't they give that to our greatest ally first, if I remember correctly? And isn't our gas up more? If I remember correctly.
Oh, our
I'm thinking
gas is
of
up.
something
Our
gallon.
gas is going to go up a lot more.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm just
yeah, I
saying.
mean, and that started what, just a couple of days after,
Like
the State of the
immediately. It was
Union. Like,
ridiculous.
Yo, could you imagine they're charging after all these years? If they charge Tucker Carlson for exercising his First Amendment right before they charge anybody on the Epstein list.
Right?
In
God
this
bless
timeline,
America.
Absurdity.
in this timeline, I would
Do I
not
believe
doubt
it?
it.
Yeah.
And remember, Tucker campaigned for Trump. He did, and he said it was one of the first times he's voted in a while, maybe ever. I don't know. I can't remember the exact details, but he went on a limb because we know those text messages that came out in 2021 where he was kind of bashing on him and wasn't a big fan, and then Trump won him over, and then now they've flipped, and it just goes to show that Trump does whatever's best for Trump. That's just the facts. And whatever is best for the Zio agenda, obviously. But, I think Tucker stayed pretty true to his moral compass. Whether he works for another agency or not, I don't know. But from what I can tell, he at least tries to stay within his moral place. I don't know. That's my take on Tucker. I think he at least is doing his best.
I believe so too. And even if he was controlled op, I gotta say, he would be my favorite controlled op.
Well, he also sprinkles information for you to think about. So this is actually a funny story, and it goes back to Charlie Kirk. Actually, I was watching Theo Vaughn and Trump, and they were talking about Brad Parscale, who was on the Clock Tower X.
Oh yeah,
filing.
was he in the FAR documents, or I'm thinking of something
Yes,
else?
he is. So he's in there, but they only mentioned him as Brad Parscale. But I knew they didn't say his businesses, and I was listening to them, and Tucker goes, "Oh, he sold us out. I know that guy." And was so mad, and they still hadn't figured out how badly, how many deals they did with our greatest ally. That wasn't really out, but it did prompt me to go look at those documents and figure out who this guy was. But he's on the money about who people are, from what I can tell. He was like,
American
"Oh my
discourse.
gosh."
I don't mean to interrupt you, but on this show, we have to use code words. So it's either our not so greatest ally or
Oh,
Benihana's.
even that GA is too much.
Not I'm being sarcastic. I just always say
Okay.
our not so greatest ally.
Okay.
Benihana's is the
I
real
like
code
that.
word, though.
I'm not gonna remember that. I don't think, because I'm so used to saying GA.
It's all right. BB maybe.
We were
Benny
calling
might
him
be out of
Satan
the equation
Yahoo.
anyway. We might
Yeah,
have
we
to
just
see
say
who's
Satan
next.
Yahoo.
Satan Yahoo. Yeah, that one's got to be getting flagged by now.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. Who
I'm
knows?
used to free
it's okay. We're
speech.
3.5 hours in. So, at this
Butthole
point,
baby.
Jordan already got his part removed.
Yeah, they should have
so,
a late night. It should be
the
after
wheels
1
have
a.m.
fallen off.
It should be after 1 a.m. They just stop the bottlenecking and the
let it
throttle.
Late
and
night
just let us,
YouTube.
let's
YouTube
actually
after
have our
dark.
freedom of speech.
Yes.
They're like,
know,
"Oh, this is not a big deal."
Right.
It's crazy.
It's
Like
so
I'm
sad.
just thinking about what the chats were when I was 19 playing Call of Duty. You know what I mean? Like the crazy things that people would say, and it's now you can't even tell the truth on a professional platform.
I
So
was
God
thinking
forbid.
about that, but on Omegle. Omegle used to go so
Omegle.
wild, and people would do the craziest stuff on there. And I'm wondering, do they filter that stuff now? Because that was a crazy site. I don't know if you guys ever went on that, but we would sneak on that on our high school computers.
The whole premise is pretty crazy of it, really. But
Yeah, you just chat
Yeah.
with a random person, and they'd come up, and you'd just start talking, and you don't know what you'd get on that screen. We eventually,
Mhm.
Oh, I think
Wait, what was it called?
I saw.
Omegle.
I know what you're talking. I saw a thing. I don't know
I
if
think
it was
I'm
real
too
or
old
not.
for that. I think I'm too old for that. I don't know.
Oh, I saw something really funny with that.
I feel like
app.
I'm a lot older than y'all. I don't know.
I don't think you're a lot older than me. I think we're probably almost the same age.
I'm not good at this. I'm not good at the age stuff.
I saw a short where it showed like two young kids. They were like 9-year-old boys on the Omegle site. And then like on the other side, Mia Khalifa popped up and they're like, Mia Khalifa. And the girl's like, how do you know who I am? Like, I don't know. It's really funny. That's the only time I've ever heard of that site.
Wow.
That video was hysterical.
I've heard of it being a thing in like, well, something like that, you know, maybe in the last, I don't know, 10 years or something like that. But, you know, in terms of something to watch out for. But I mean, even with Roblox and things like that, that the kids are on these days. Yeah, you just never know who's gonna.
My kids told me that there was a game on there called Epstein's Island.
Stop it.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's breaking
Yeah,
news.
this was last year. Yeah. I was like, get out of here. I'm like, there's no way.
Also, what about Ellen DeGeneres' set that looked just like the island? I mean, that to me was like so in our face, and we all just missed it. Like,
Rest
I don't
in
know.
peace, Anne Hetch. Remember that video?
Yeah.
She
was
said
crazy.
she said they're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me. She got in a car accident, and then all of a sudden they have her in the burn bag, and they on the news live saying that she's dead, and it's sad. And all of a sudden she pops out of the burn bag and tries to run away, and they just like throw her back in the ambulance and tell everybody that she died on the way or she died at the hospital.
Yes,
Weird.
that's not
Weird.
suspicious.
It's weird. It's almost like they could have done the same thing to Charlie.
Yo.
Thank you,
wow.
Emily 8.
Wow. But why go through all that trouble to fake it to not fake it? Or if it was a real and they just finished the
That's the
Listen,
question. Isn't
anything
it?
is possible. Anything is possible.
I just had a birthday last week, so I really appreciate that. Since they said I don't look a day over 25, that's very kind. But I turned
love you for
41
that.
last week.
Oh, I'm going to be 42. I'm older than you. I'll be 42 in
man.
August.
Okay, well, for now we're the same age.
Yes.
Okay, so
Oh,
26
so
now.
funny.
That's what she said as your follow. We love you. We love a girl's girl. That's amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, someone said, doesn't Tim Dillon's site have the same set? He did for a little while. If I remember correctly, he had it in his background. I don't know if he still does,
So
guys.
weird. So weird. I don't know. You know who like now I'm really like with influencers. I'm really into the people that really just seem to care about the truth and just positive vibes and just being outside of the bubble. You know, that I keep talking about. This little like bubble of misinformation that everybody lives in. All lies, propaganda, indoctrination. It's like the people that like unplug and they're starting to see everything from the outside. And Jim Brewer, you know, he's
I
another
love
one.
him.
He is one of
I
the
love
best.
him.
He is one of the best. Love that guy.
Me too.
Love that guy. You know, it sucks because he does his show on Tuesday nights, and so does Valhalla. So I'm like always back and forth between Jim Brewer
It's
and
so
Valhalla.
hard. We were talking about
you
that
know?
earlier, how like the time frame, like the time slots for everything, it makes it really hard for a lot of stuff.
Well, that's why, you know, some of us trying to get organized, trying to, you know, get our little community going.
Mm-hmm. I love that we have so many comedians that are speaking out about stuff because they're like they just feel like people like us. You know what I mean? They're very relatable because that's part of everything they do. Obviously, relate to real life, and they obviously are critical thinkers because in order to create the content they do, they have to be. And I just love it. They're some of my favorites.
Yeah, I got to start pretending.
I saw in December Sammy Obed twice, and he was so good. I highly recommend. He's still on a tour right now. So he did a ton of, he's like very smart comedy and ton of Charlie Kirk stuff, but also, you know, the E-Files stuff. I mean, everything.
love him.
He's so good. He's so good.
What's his name? I'm not sure I know who it is.
Yeah, Sammy Obed. So yeah, he's very, very good. And so when he was in Houston, I saw him on back-to-back nights. And when he comes back to Houston, I think in May, I'm gonna go again.
Rogue, we need to open up a show with one of
See,
his.
I'm like, I've seen Tom Segura so many times because that's my jam.
Yeah, Tom Segura is funny.
I love
Tom
them
Segura's
so
funny.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole like that whole you know, OG Rogan group, they were really funny.
Mhm.
You
Yeah.
had Bert Kreischer on there. You ever hear the story of
Bert.
Bert Kreischer talk about when he's hanging out with Will Smith and he said he thought Will Smith was gay? It's this whole thing.
Bert is such a mess.
It's this whole thing. He said he was gonna hang out with Will Smith and one of his friends. Don't quote me. I don't remember. I think he said he told somebody that he was gonna hang out with Will Smith. It's like, well, what if he's gay? Like, what if you're gonna have to do something to get initiated? And he's going to watch a movie with Will Smith. He's like, oh, but I don't have to. It's so bad.
I'm pretty sure I've listened to the Your Mom's House podcast since 2010. I think that might even be the year it started. I've been listening to them for so long.
That story, there are 3 stories that I love. There's the one with Tom Segura when he met Mike Tyson on the airplane. That one was great. And then this one's bad, but when Ari Shaffir spiked Bert Kreischer and gave him Molly. Did you see that one?
No.
Oh my God.
I love when Tom Segura talks about going to the doctors in his stand-up.
Oh, wait, what?
And when he talks about going to his doctor, he calls him Dr. Dick. And his doctor's like, are you here because of your weight gain? And he's like, what the fuck? He's like, I didn't even say it. He's like, he goes, is it your hair loss? And he's like, what? And he's like, I don't know. He goes, wait, are you married? And he's like, yeah. And he goes, to a woman? And he goes, yeah. And he goes, ow. And he goes, why? He goes, I thought you were gay. He goes, why? I don't know. The doctor, I don't know. So absurd.
I feel like if I was a guy and someone said that to me, I'd be like, I need at least 3 reasons. Can you give me something I can take notes and bring home?
He turns the chart and goes, and on my medical chart that you share with other doctors' offices, it says gay ? He's like, it's so funny. God. He said he sent it in their podcast. He was talking about. He said he sent the clip to his doctor, and his doctor, I guess, because his doctor talked in the skit. Tom says how his nurses are like, wow, and his muscle enzymes are off the charts. And when he sent it to the doctor after, the doctor's like, it was really funny. He's like, but the nurses never would have known what that meant. He always shits on the nurses, I guess. He's just a genuine dick. But he's like, I love him though. I'm never changing him. I think it's hilarious. He's so funny.
That is funny.
Someone was asking in the chat about Candace, but they said you guys were talking about it the other night. You got any idea here?
I had a tall glass of whiskey last night during the show.
What? I'm just saying.
Listen, I've been having a lot of weird stuff going on lately behind the scenes, and I just needed to vent a little bit. But it was not even anything against Candace, but whatever. I'm not even gonna. It's becoming a theme that I don't want.
He's putting it to bed, chat.
Yeah, it's becoming a theme, but
I saw it several times and I was like, what's going on?
I don't even remember what I said. Oh, I made a couple of jokes. I said something along the lines of, I got evidence that, Charlie might be alive. Sorry to spoil the season premiere of season 2. And that, they might be trying to get off maybe they're trying to find the off ramp. No, you know what it is? I got pissed that it took 6 months for that video to come out. Same thing with Blake. Anybody who's sitting there saying that they still have some kind of evidence that they're not displaying to the public. It's like, listen, it's 6 months. 6 months. If anybody gives a shit, get in a room, put it all on the table. Let's see what you got, and let's figure this thing out. Otherwise, at this point, it just feels like the carrot's on the stick, and I'm done. I can't.
I think what I wouldn't understand is why, though. We watched it. To me, is there anything in that would make you feel like you should have held that back? It's weird. It just is weird.
Listen, at a time, it kind of made sense. It's like, oh, they're fishing. It's like they're trying to bait people. They're questioning people, and they're gonna get details, and they don't want to show the picture because then they want to catch people lying. It's like, okay, the first time you said it made sense, but it's the middle of March.
Yeah,
it's the middle of March.
That was my point tonight.
And now we're doing specials about Romanian angels. It's like, get the, I'm done.
I feel like you've been trying to figure out the how for so long that I'm just like, he may or may not be. I don't have a strong one way or another. I like I said, I'm going to just need more evidence maybe for the he is, right? Whatever. But why is this still going on like this when there's other stuff?
Thanks. Get your boy.
Yo, and it's crazy too because when you talk about some of these things, people get very, very sensitive about it one way or the other.
They do.
They get one way or the
Well, and
other.
like you said, regardless of regardless of whether or not he's alive or not, why did the whole thing happen? That's what matters, What's the top tier, what happened, and like why did it take place? That's what matters.
I mean, I said for a while that all these rabbit holes, this whole weird investigation, I thought that it was a distraction from the files. And now that it seems to have been a topic that's been used to be a distraction from the files and from the war, it's like, I don't know.
This chat is wild. I don't know if you guys have saw any of these comments.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
they're
mean,
hating on me hard tonight, huh?
Well, not just that. They're saying some spicy things in this
I
chat.
see one.
They're very spicy. Our chats don't get spicy on our side of the house. Kelly, are your chats normally spicy?
yeah, I mean, we have some spiciness,
Kelly gets the
but
spicy chats for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I do get the spicy chats, but also they like to stay kind of focused, They like to know what we're going into, and they like to kind of be prepared, I guess. So sometimes we kind of it is Saturday night ultra max. So they have to know that anything goes. I mean, last night for Friday night, we did go to 4 a.m. or something. I don't know. How late were we up? Bays? It was insane.
It might have been later than that.
Yeah, it was insane. So,
Kelly, what's your biggest question still about the CK stuff? What's your biggest thing that's on your mind here?
I'm just tired. Honestly, I'm tired because I felt like I've been doing the same damn thing for the last 5.5 months. That I'm just going to shoot you real straight. I mean, I actually looked back at a 16-minute piece that I did that I have on my YouTube page that I posted on my YouTube page maybe in November, but I had first put it on Instagram in October because that was my primary platform at the time. And I'm like, you know what? This thing still hits just as hard today as it did back then. And it's good and it's sad.
Yeah, because I feel like there's a never-ending questions, right? You uncover one thing and then there's more. It's but wait, there's more.
Well, and also it's okay, well, I was seeing things this way back then, and it's sad that as a whole, we haven't advanced, the case that much since, and so anyway, but I mean, I just feel like I was identifying some of those, some of those patterns, some of those bigger questions earlier on because I wasn't buying the narrative, and I was thinking fake death very early on, but always leaving options open to other possibilities. And I always say that I keep a very open mind. However, context is super, super important to me when you think about before, during, and after the event. So
Good
I don't know if
answer.
that was a long answer to your question, but is the truthful one.
I think it's fair. I think it's great. My dad thinks it was fake. My dad's
Mine too.
old school. He's this whole thing. He's this was, but then I talked to him. He goes, well, now I'm 50-50 on it. I'm like, me too. That's why I'm 50-50 on it.
But you guys have to realize, because when people think about the idea that this was staged, they think why would they do it? They only did it because of recent events. You have to realize, the plans with when we talk about September 2001, that was over a decade in the making. We don't know how long in advance they planned some of this stuff out. So a lot of the drama and tension that led up and a lot of the, Charlie going astray, if he was an actor, not saying that's what I think, but if he was, could have been part of the act. And it goes into my theory about us living in this bubble of misinformation and indoctrination and propaganda where they just, as long as they keep us on the mouse wheel and they keep us debt slaves and they keep us working and they manufacture our crises and our drama and our problems, then we can never solve the real ones because we never know where to look. Just like we're all confused with Charlie Kirk, we're confused about a lot of things right now. And that is by design.
100%.
You know, and again, like when it comes to Charlie, you know, besides the anomalies on the scene, it is just so hard for me to believe that he would have allowed himself or been foolish enough to be in this like Truman Show behavior. And then when you think about like all these questions now, like there are people that don't even really think that Erica Kirk's, you know, that Lori Franz Vey is her real mom. Like there are people out there like that actually believe that Erica Kirk might be some kind of like MK Ultra baby, you know, like Nepo baby, as they say. And if that's the case, right? If that's the case, and she was married to Charlie, like, what do we know about, like, what do we really know about Charlie's upbringing? What do we know about his parents? What do we know about his grandparents? I heard that his father was some sort of architect that worked on Trump Tower, but I don't really know anything else about them. Like, and that's
I
what
did
was
like
saying
your
yesterday.
point.
We
I
don't
did
know
like your
Charlie
point.
Kirk. We don't know Candace Owens.
Yeah.
We don't know any of these people on like an actual, like the way you would know your neighbors or anybody.
Yeah,
Right. And even then, I
say
think
that. Mhm.
no, even then I had said to people earlier too, you know, if you live with people, I know I've said this to you, Discourse, a lot, but if you live with someone and if you take your conversation you've had with people you share a house with and condense it down into minute format, how much time do you think you spend a day actually conversing with them? Maybe an hour, maybe 2. And that's out of 24 hours. We all have, for the most part, an inner monologue. We're having thoughts and feelings and all kinds of things going through our heads and minds all day. We don't share them all because sometimes we're like, I ain't fucking saying that to anybody. You know what I mean? Like we all have those thoughts. It just goes to show how much of a person we might know these people better than anybody, but in reality, how much do I really know? This is how people live with serial killers for years and don't know about it, you know? And when it comes to Charlie Kirk, I've said before too that I think it's safe to assume that he was on the autism spectrum to some degree. He had tics. He was obviously highly intelligent. To assume that he probably had some kind of disconnect between, you know, behavioral context and picking up on certain things with people that he interacted with on a regular basis, and add in the fact that he was obviously probably very busy as a person in general. I think I could probably justify missing some red flags or clues, but I did pause when you had said the other day about, um, you know, all the people that he was surrounded with, and out of all of those people and all of the things that we've discovered about these people, he didn't have pause that we were aware of or tried to, you know, or maybe he was already in too far at that point and he recognized it, but it was too late. You know, like, I don't know, but I agree with that. I think at some point, you're going to notice at some point the people you're surrounded with. So it for sure leaves a question I don't have the answer to, but
I always thought about it like this when I was thinking about this whole Charlie versus our greatest ally problem. For a long time, would you really have questioned them? They weren't doing anything horrific. So the support seemed obvious. Like it was like, yeah, sure, they've always been our ally, whatever. And then stuff happened in the month of October, right? In 2023. And then you start to go, well, why did that seem like a false flag? Which he flagged. He said that. He said that's the size of New Jersey. The state is the size of New Jersey. Seems a little weird, right? He flagged that in 2023. And ever since then, you could imagine he probably had a slow awakening against what may have happened. Because at the time, when you're coming up and you're younger, you're like, well, of course I'm going to take this money. I do support this cause. I do, you know, he doesn't know about the big globalism Zio agenda, right? I'm trying to use code words here. So at the time, I'm sure it wasn't very obvious. And then you move into, well, why would my wife care if I really like you went away from this cause? We were always on the same team at some point. And I'm sure there was internal struggles. We do know, I mean, if what they told us is true, they didn't sleep in the same bed the night before. Eventually you're going to start questioning, like, why would my wife care that much?
and his
Like,
wedding ring wasn't on.
why was she hanging out with Netanyahu's son in 2019 or something like that? Like, you know, at the time he probably was surrounded by those exact same people because that was actually the normal thing to do. You know, when Nick Fuentes was speaking out about these people, that was very weird at the time. Like, no one thought that way. No one could see that deep. No one looked at that rabbit hole. I didn't know it. I'm assuming most of us here didn't necessarily know that, unless you were like super awake to how like the system itself works.
Yeah, I didn't even know about who any of these people were until Charlie Kirk,
Exactly. None of it.
left
We
the
didn't
board.
know that. So how can we assume he did? What he did know was the CIA operated behind, like, as a secret government. He knew some of that stuff, but how could you realize the impact that this foreign government has over our politicians until you were in it? Your wife is against you at a certain point. Everyone's pushing for you to still be on this Zio thing. And you're thinking, well, that no, like, we know he said that stuff in text, whether that's fabricated or not. I'm just taking this for what it is. I think it would be very interesting and eye-opening when the popular thing to do was to support these people. And then when you start to change your mind, now you're the bad guy to these people. And now they're kind of your enemies, when before I would imagine you'd be like, oh my gosh, I thought these people were all my friends. Why would they care if I turned away from this? But it's like the mafia. If you take the money, you can't leave the money. And that is my case on why CK may have been completely unaware, because he was wakening up just like the rest of us had to. And at the time, money was flowing, which is hard to say no to. Like, let's all be honest. And you thought these people were your friends. They had your best interests at heart. But instead, they had an agenda. And you're just thinking, oh, well, they just want to help prop me up. So that's why I think that it may have been harder for him to understand he was around these people, because at the time it would have looked like support, because he was supporting the same things they did. And then when he starts questioning things, well, why would they care? Like, right? And then he wants to do a Doge audit for what we're, aware of, or Doge thing. Well, why, who would have been implicated in that? Well, his COO, most likely, who he had demoted. So I do think these details all matter if you think about context of where Charlie may have been at during this time. So I don't know. I think it would have been easy to be fooled, quite frankly, if I were him. I think I would have been. I think I would have taken the money at the time because it was a popular stance to have, not because I'd done my due diligence. If I was him at his age at that moment. So,
well, and we're talking about someone who was like a CEO from high school on. Like he was inundated with business and all kinds of stuff from day one. Like, I mean, I didn't have time to learn about shit, but it was because I was being a dumbass fucking teenager, like he was actually doing real stuff, and I'm sure he was very busy, and it's very easy to miss things. And in regards to their marriage, I mean, how many people do you know who've gone through divorce and you found out after and you're like, wait, what? You had no idea? Because that's just life. We don't share all of that stuff all the time, especially when you're people who are in the spotlight already. So
yeah, I could see him being fooled, because I think if I put myself in his shoes, if it was popular at the time, then you would have seemed normal. Why wouldn't I take
this? And it happened after the fact. He was who they needed for the longest time until the end when he wasn't. He fit the bill up until he didn't, and then shit hit the fan.
Thank you, Danks. Appreciate that.
There we go.
She was
American
officially
Discourse
based before
officially
tonight.
based. Best take on all this. Spoken like a true Dankster.
I know. I told Danks I was gonna scout for more based, grounded, just good, honest people that know their stuff and do the research and do the work and want to get it out. And I'm glad that I hope this really does turn into a community, and that we just
thanks for having me, by the way.
Yeah, keep growing. Yeah. Well, thanks for coming. I hope we make this
it's getting nice to know you too, Keli. I know we haven't really spoke off the streams, but
of course,
you have Discord. Can I add you after? I have a thought for you later.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. I'm new to the whole Discord thing, so
I was too.
Me too. I've had mine for a month and I already have a server. I'm like, what's going on?
Oh my gosh. Yes,
I was like, I didn't even know I could start a server. So
I feel old
sometimes
with helping with that. One more thing to add, but for sure I'm interested. So yeah, looking forward to it. And I think this is super interesting as well. Watkins is here. I think completely unaware in this context is in the context of someone on the spectrum. I'm autistic, and usually even if you are aware, it's easy to not act until you know with certainty.
Yeah.
I think can I comment on that one too? I
Sure.
think that's a normal human thing to do in
I was
general.
gonna say, I think we all
Because
do that.
millions of
Yeah.
dollars are on the
Mhm.
line. We're not talking about a couple bucks. We're talking about BB calling our houses, asking us, "Can I give you 150 mil to support my media cause?" That he laid out in a letter, by the way. Charlie Kirk gave the foundation on how to overhaul his media. He put that. So anything we talk about with Clock Tower X or any of these other companies, they're running the CK playbook before CK was maybe becoming based.
I know,
And
isn't
so
it
he's getting
crazy?
the call first. I want to run your playbook. I see we're losing the information war. And now Charlie's thinking, no, I'm my hands are I don't want to be any more dirty and soiled in this. We know he turned it down in the Hamptons. His own plan he turned down. That's what we've heard at least.
Yeah, and they left
Mhm.
out the part that Erica was there for a long time.
Exactly. So
That Erica was at that meeting.
I think it's plausible that he had a change of heart because remember that was his playbook, that was his letter, and that was his information war. Those came out of his mouth. Like that wasn't just like that was his idea. This wasn't Bibi Netanyahu's idea to wage war on Americans. This was Charlie Kirk saying, "You're losing, and I don't want to keep being the front person for it. So you better step up your own game." And they did.
Mhm.
We're seeing it now. Um,
Well, and even when we talk about things that with less high stakes than that, I mean, in real life, we all walk around and question whether it was you or was it me or was it them? You know, like, am I reading this wrong? Like, think about your job. You're working with someone and you misread like their behavior and you're questioning if it was something you did. You know, you're picking apart all these things because you can't read someone's mind. So, autistic or not, we all do it. I think there's just a
Mhm.
probably a bit of a more disconnect with seeing the signs with some people than others, but we all will even when we see them, we all will pick them apart and question whether it was a reaction to something you did yourself, or it's very easy to do that. We do it out of self-preservation and it's a natural human instinct. So um to imagine that we would not be fooled is just ridiculous. It's silly.
Yeah,
Yep.
he did. I see this in the chat. Charlie had a disproportionate number of Zios donating working at TPSA. I agree.
Huge part of his business.
And I think that is probably the reason why it would have been so hard to back out because he was already invested. Think of how long. And you're thinking about
His
these people are
employees
like
he's
a
paying,
mafia.
they're living off of him, you know,
Yes.
all of this is stuff that he's responsible for. If you make the wrong choice, you're affecting how many people? I mean, it's a trickle effect, and anybody with half a brain knows that.
That Fort Wahuka was very funny. I just
Wahuka.
did you see
Yeah.
that, Kelly?
I know there were so many. I was like trying to click off of it, and then there was like so many chats all of a sudden coming in. It was boom, 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 boom. Oh my goodness. Well, and I was just going to say in regards to the autistic spectrum, you know, I really hate to diagnose someone. And by no means am I qualified to do that. But, you know, I've like recently been exploring schools for my son who's going through a whole lot of stuff. And anyway, one of the schools that we're looking at is one that focuses, even though he doesn't have autism, it focuses a lot on autism and they would welcome him in. And anyway, it was very interesting, their approach. And when I asked them like, well, what's the difference between an autistic child and a different, you know, a non-autistic child, right? Because I mean, I think that's an honest question to ask. And it was so interesting for me to hear, you know, some of these answers. And so I don't know. I just think it's just a reminder for all of us to just be more self-aware of those around us, you know, more respectful, more understanding, and not be so, you know, to be more sensitive and also not sensitive at the same time. Like sensitive to others and not so don't take offense. I guess
Without a
maybe that's what
doubt.
I mean. Yeah.
Yeah,
Be more
no, I agree
sensitive to
completely.
others' needs and don't take offense so quickly.
Yeah, it's not all for the most part, it's not about
More
you,
empathetic.
usually
Yeah.
ever. Yeah. I'm one of the people who I honestly kind of feel like the autism spectrum is I think we're all on it somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. There's just more extremes than the others. Some have different things than other people do. And I have woo-woo ideas about all that anyway. You know, if we're gonna, you know, if we were gonna go down that path, I think that there's totally I think those are just more enlightened people personally. That's what I believe. But I think that we all live our life based on how we were raised and the things that we experienced between, realistically up until the age of like 6 or 8. And we've kind of decided what things in life keep us safe and make us feel loved. And that's with us forever. So whether or not we realize it, the thing that pissed us off or gave us anxiety at work is still stemming from that kid back then. And, we don't know how to, we can't just readily and easily fix those things. They're with us pretty much forever. And we can learn about them and we can try to adjust them over time. But that's something that a lot of people aren't going to be able to just do very quickly. And so you can't, once you kind of think about things like that and look at things in that way, it's really hard to not even justify people who do some things that others would deem horrific, right? Because you're like, well, they're coming from somewhere, right? Like this person is the way they are from something that happened at some point in their life. And it's really hard to not see that after you see it. And so, I think that a lot of people need to start thinking of things that way because, like I said before, for the most part, this is not about you. It's usually about the person that's having the reaction. And it's easy to think it's about you and take offense. But, we have to work on being better at not doing that because we won't get anywhere if we do that all the time.
Yeah. Thanks. He had sent this right after that previous super chat, Bayes. So this one was for you. Whoa, Bayes. I found her first. Cool your tits, Bayes. And I catch you as you have a mouthful of what are you eating? Mac and cheese? What you got?
If we're going to clarify, folks, I found her before any of you.
orange.
Okay.
That's true. I was a taken woman by Rogue.
Yeah, I'm her founder, so y'all step back.
There you go. Oh man, okay.
Kelly's in her glory right now because she's usually on the stream with 3 or 4 men, and the chat's going the other way.
Yeah.
now I'm the only guy in there.
If I could tell you the things that are usually said in the chat, yeah.
She's taking more than her fair share of lashes.
Okay.
The opposite end of the spectrum.
So there was someone in the chat last night that said to listen to Simon and Garfunkel for certain songs that I listened to today, then looked further into the meanings, and it's crazy on target to the CK event. Thank you for sharing that. I think I took a photo last night. I can't remember, but if you have those songs and want to repost them in the chat, that'd be cool because I think it's a different group of folks, in here tonight. But I'm interested. Did you have a chance, Bayes, today? I know you were busy as a bee today.
No, I was very busy. We didn't even get to prep for the show. I was going to do it live before this, and that winging it. It's a good day.
Okay,
it was productive.
Catch back up. Yes, I do remember the CK note that Erica read on the Glenn Beck pod. The note revealed that his internal monologue, and he was like weighing out the pros and cons. And I think the kids were at the top of the list on one side. And yeah, I thought that was very, very weird. And I remember there was like a photo from behind, and it could just be that it was staged. I mean, well, let's be honest. Most everything I think in Erica's life, in my opinion, is staged. But it had like a pen or a Sharpie or something like sitting right next to the big pad of paper. And it was as though it had not been touched, since Charlie had last sat at the desk.
But the pictures were moved around in the room, so
right.
I always think about that too, as like, was she just avoiding the space? Like, she's like, I'm not going. Like, how did you not know what this said? I think if someone that I knew passed, I would be like going through their stuff, like trying to reminisce. What did they write down? That would be a sign of love to me. If I feel like, oh my, I need to look for anything he said. But they talked about he had all of these plans ahead of time, but you didn't check the office for these plans ahead of time. That's confusing.
She did look insulted, I felt.
She did. It was like
nobody
checked. Like she read it, and you could see her
as
processing what she was reading at
as
the
she
time.
was reading
Mhm.
it. Yes. Now, I mean, it could be that maybe she was, as she was reading it, she realized how bad it sounded. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah, like I feel like she thought in her head it couldn't be anything she couldn't share. And then when she did, it was kind of like, oh shit.
it's weird. But I mean, at the same time, it's like, okay, was he really like? It also just it seems like one more of those coincidences or coincidence that is just too much.
That
Too
whole
much.
podcast was cringy too. She was
Yeah.
very happy for the time frame it was in, which I think is what gave a lot of people the ick. And I don't know if you guys had heard, but like I had heard her kids were with Glenn Beck too, and I'm like, who just drops their kids off with some people like that? Like, I don't understand that with Glenn Beck.
Well, and I don't know
Yeah.
if you're a parent, after something like that happens to your spouse, would you be like, you guys can just watch my kid? Like, I'd be like hovering over those freaking kids like nobody's business. Like they, you know what I mean? Like protective shield, you know, like, I don't know. I can't even fathom
Yes. Okay. So
not
again,
like even taking them out of my sight.
from personal experience, I haven't, lost a spouse to murder, but to unaliving or whatever. But I, got divorced when my boys were basically the same age as their two children, if you believe those kids are actually, theirs
Right.
and living with them full time, which is debatable too. Anyway, so my youngest wasn't even one yet. And then my oldest was 3. So, when my boys were with me, I can't imagine not spending all of my time with them. And in that case, they had another parent when they went to their dad's. And so it makes it very, very hard for me to imagine her being the sole parent and not being around after such a traumatic event and just jetting.
That's what I feel like, especially after the trauma of the event. Like, I feel like all I would want to do is
Is
curl up with
just
those kids.
love on
Yeah,
those
so it's
kids.
like literally all I
Yep.
would want to do.
How about
Like, I
this?
wouldn't want to do anything else
How about
for
this?
months, I feel.
With the kids, as far as the kids go, 6 months. 6 months, those kids don't have a father. And Erica Kirk told Blake Neff, allegedly, that if Charlie had a choice, he wouldn't come back.
So insane.
Think
made
about
me
it from
so
that.
mad.
Think about it from that aspect, from that point of view.
Well, remember she said that in her Jesse Waters interview. She was literally he was repeating what she said in her Jesse Waters interview when she said, "Well, if he could see what all good unleashed, then
You see that 250 million, you know?
yeah." I felt like he was like Broke and I actually watched that video on stream, and we both thought he almost looked like he was pained to say it. Like
Yeah,
Andrew
I feel
Colbert
like you
even
could
was
see,
like,
he goes before he reads what he was saying, and I'm like, it feels like they're like, it's your time to say that stupid shit. Suck it up and do it, and he's like, damn it. It just felt a lot like that to me. Like he was like, I gotta say this shit that I know is gonna be so dumb sounding. Because it just I can't.
I agree with this comment.
Yes, I agree too.
That was, yeah, that even I think people who were like kind of around in that circle said that, from my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
So much weirdness.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I
Her
forgot
dead
about that. And they
OBGYN?
talked about it on the show one day.
I don't know what that
When-
is.
when Charlie had Erica on the show, the Charlie Kirk show one day, and they were talking about the process of the pregnancy, and then they referenced that the OBGYN had died, and they like the way they said it made it sound like there was like a story behind it. I don't know,
It's
maybe
weird.
They were caught in the mafia.
I don't know if I could deal with any more Charlie Kirk rabbit holes though.
I know.
I'm just saying. I'm just
All
saying.
so
It's like,
crazy.
that's why when Jordan's like, can we go back to Charlie Kirk? I'm like, come on, we just spent 3 hours talking about this fucking thing. Finally talk about something else. You want to,
I respect
Shout out to
why.
Jordan though. His work is great.
I mean, I could
don't
see
wanna-
how like overall it's leading to it's showing or proving to be a much bigger puzzle piece in like the grand scheme of like everything and how it functions, and I appreciate that. But I feel like we're going to need something else pretty substantial, for us to
Yeah.
really have much else at this point.
Like
Yeah.
you're saying on new theories, Rogue, or what do you mean by that?
Yeah, or like new anything new. We're just rehashing the same things and reanalyzing the same things at this point. And I don't know. I just feel like as much as we recognize it could be connected to much larger things, until we have that proof or something else, like I don't know where else we go with it, And I agree. I think there's a lot more things we should be talking about. Sorry, Zero.
No, I don't. I can't go that long.
The injustice.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see. And all right. Oh my gosh, there's so many comments coming in.
They're coming in quick.
They're all interested in this one.
I know. Look, you guys, I'm telling you, it is the topic. I don't want to call it the gift, but it is the topic that keeps on giving. Okay. There's a lot of things to discuss.
That's crazy.
Okay, I like that. Did you see what Jennifer said, Kelly? I think that's a
Like-
good talking point.
Hey guys, I hit 500 subscribers.
Yay!
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
I think I was
That's
at
a
like
big
what
deal.
314
We're
like
gonna
a
get
day
you
ago or
monetized in
something.
no time, don't
Amazing.
worry.
Yeah.
I know. Now I just need the hours to get to the first tier.
So I think this was a really good point. Remember, they did sell their mansion. Like, why did they sell? What was the thought process behind
Because
that?
they were
I don't know if
prepping
they've
for all
ever
this.
said,
They were
right?
prepping for all of
I
this
know.
to
Did they ever
happen.
give an excuse? Like, did they ever state at any point, like anybody since we knew that they were like actively looking for a home? Like, yeah, because I know people have casually mentioned that they sold their house, but like I've heard nothing beyond that. Like where's the prodding and probing into that? Because I don't know.
Yeah. No. I mean, she doesn't answer anything personally. Hey, you know what I want to know is where is Erica? Okay, as the CEO of TPUSA, the most important conservative organization in the country, right? Where is she on commenting about the files? Where is she on commenting about World War III? Where is she commenting about all of these important issues that we are discussing right now? Because Charlie would have been.
Yeah.
She's on Club America, Kelly.
Yeah, she's like, oh,
We've
I
talked
know.
about it.
She's
She's like
invading
a-
all of our states and trying to get into every single high school and raise more money. That's what she's doing.
She's
We've
making
talked
them
about it on our
crowded.
channel that
Charlie would have
she's
been
kind
doing.
of like a new age Kamala, where she's like, I fell out of the coconut tree or whatever. Like she's always like
Yeah.
going, and it's like never really answering a question. It's that MK Ultra stuff. Is that programming? Time to change the topic.
Yo, when she went on stage, it was a couple weeks ago. I covered it. Danks covered it too. Actually, I covered Danks' video on it, where she was at the high school, and she was like, it was what was it? History of rock. What was it? Right? Is that what it was supposed to be? She was supposed to be giving some like history speech, and then she just looked like she was having like a nervous breakdown on the stage in front of the kids, just like dumping her trauma onto them. And it was just so disturbing. It was so disturbing.
Well, think of yourself as a kid. Do you remember like when you're a kid, you
I
Thanks,
can't keep paying super chats. I'm gonna go broke over here.
What's up?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just chilling. I was watching you guys. Sorry. Just go ahead, continue. I mean, this topic, Kelly, you said it right there. That was like
Thank you. It's a tweet. Oh my goodness. It's a tweet that I have been like wanting to drop. So I will be dropping that, I guess, first thing in the morning. But I've just been like,
What's with that
audio?
Waiting to do it.
Hold on.
Thanks.
You gotta fix that.
That's a
Cool your tits. All right.
okay. One of y'all has like
I know what it is. Hold on.
open.
Is that, I don't know. I stopped all my YouTube and stuff. Is it better?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, nope, I just heard it again. I don't know.
Wait, so I'm going to say
I
something
think
now.
we're good now. We're
It's
good
when
now.
you're not. It's when you're unmuted.
Oh
You
yeah,
just
it's
can't-
when you're muted. It's when you're muted.
Is it back again? So I know.
Yes, it's you. It's not us.
Oh.
It's you.
It's you. It's you. It's not us.
We don't know, no, but we know.
We were able to identify the problem.
Oh god.
Tinks, are you wearing pants?
Danks, all we see is a fan.
Oh my god.
There was
on
one
ice on full
changing-
speed.
Fan is wild looking. That was funny. Oh.
Wow, the fan's pretty.
There we
Thanks,
go.
where'd you go?
That'll do. That'll do. Oh man.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
it's still
goodness.
better than listening to whatever Blake was gonna try to send us.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
The fan
This
is a
is
paid
good.
actor.
When shit hits the fan.
Oh my gosh. Friend of the show, the fan.
Where'd he go?
Friend
He's
of the
coming
show
back?
is great.
Is he coming back? Is this
so
something?
Meagle.
So Meagle, I'm scared.
Oh my god.
Good boy.
Yo, you never know what's
The
gonna make
chat's
the
getting
live.
so lit.
Mm-hmm.
That's so
Oh,
funny.
man. I don't even know what we were saying. That just was too much.
Oh, I hear my kid. I'm gonna have to leave. It's that time. That's
Yeah,
all right.
I gotta go.
We'll miss
soon.
you, Rogue.
I gotta scoot out. All right, guys. It was fun. Everybody, nice to see you all
Yeah, we're all
Bye,
gonna
girl.
connect. We're gonna connect this week.
soon. Yeah. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye,
Thank
girl.
you. Have a
All
good
right.
night.
Bye.
Well, we have someone from Serbia.
Yeah. I love the international community. It's so amazing just to think the amount of reach that we've had through this investigation and just the amount of people who are interested in being involved in the case and who like really pour their hearts into being involved. It's pretty cool.
Well, such a shocking event. Like, if you think about it, like that was trauma for all of us. We all trauma bonded
Mhm.
over this horrible thing, no matter which way you look at it. And we all just want to figure out what the heck happened and why would they do that to us? That like, if you did plan that, you knew that everyone would see that and make us all, distraught.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, and it was the same thing when the files came out too. Everybody that was reading everything and who's
Danks, is that you? Are you watching TV?
I'm muting it so I can see it look better. So I'm not looking at my damn phone. I can just look at the TV. There we go. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry to disrupt.
No,
That's
no,
okay.
no.
That
Everybody
made the
got a good
show.
life. We all enjoyed it.
That's
A good
okay.
life. Good laugh.
Yeah.
We all enjoyed it.
But yeah, that's a really good point that Kelly made. I didn't even think about that. I don't know why. That's why I tell people
Yeah.
I'm not that freaking smart, man. It's like that's a very good take. It's like
Well,
Charlie would
yeah,
be all over that shit.
of course. It's like if you're going to be the CEO and you are going to be the big bad leader of the most important conservative political organization in the country, where are you on these issues?
Yep.
Nowhere. Absolutely silent.
Well, it's not Turning Point. It's Turning Point 2.0.
Well,
They're bringing in the big bucks. She doesn't have time for this.
They're building.
Yeah, they're building.
she's grieving.
They're building a new Einstein network.
She's grieving. Leave her alone.
Yeah, that's For me, it's a little crazy now that you say that. It's like, what is she doing then? Like,
She's
just
building,
raising money,
she's building a fence,
building. So
She's
I think
a geo fence.
so.
Hold on.
Now the
Just
surveillance infrastructure. Now does it make sense, right? Like that is like all they're really trying to do is roll out the surveillance infrastructure, gain as much ground as they can, get as much donor money as possible. I don't know. I put it in a super chat. I did the math on this when you were talking about the Zio donors and like how much was going on, and like. What?
Y'all leave Tanks alone.
I'm chilling.
You're so worried about you.
Why? Why are you worried about me?
I'm sorry.
They were in the chat before saying that the mods came and cut your internet.
That took me a second. No, that's work that Baron had to do himself. That's some serious. He has to make sure that shit was done right. Can't send a mod out for that shit. The fuck?
Yo.
He didn't see it. He didn't read it.
You got Candace holding the fucking ladder and shit. Like, no. There, to the right. There, get that. No, that wire. Baron, that. He's like, stop. I got it. Fucking what's her name? Whitney comes out of the fucking bushes like, here, use this one.
Takes dropping names. They
I
got Blake,
mean, what?
they got Blake recording the whole thing for later.
I don't have anything against Baron and stuff. It's not his fault that the mods went rogue and just took over his whole fucking show. It's too busy for him to pay attention.
That's gonna have to be an Easter egg because
You got fucking 20,000 people in the chat. Yeah, I don't even watch, and I have a freaking 200 people in there. It's too crazy.
Oh my god, I'm like really crying right now.
You'll find out tomorrow.
Fucking Candace steps in my dog's shit. I got a bulldog.
You'll understand tomorrow.
And you know Baron is not letting her in the car with dog shit on her fucking shoe. Baron's wife outside the door with a towel and shit. Like, all right, guys. Jesus.
Oh.
Tank's imagination is better than any ad fleet video. Just say it.
Yeah. You have to be to live in this shit. You guys are making me laugh.
Yo, this is bringing back the feeling of the first Saturday we did.
Oh my god, no,
I was gonna put another super chat. I looked at my Cash App. I was like, what the fuck, dude? I gotta just go on here and just I'm not gonna have any more money to donate to TPUSA if I keep this shit up.
It's okay. You've been nominated for Extreme Home Makeover. It's gonna be all roses
Thanks.
from
Just
here.
be happy that we read yours, because some people's super chats didn't even get read tonight.
Bro, Kelly's the worst.
Why you put it on Kelly?
Because she's the one running the chat.
Let me
scroll and find it. Let me
That's the
scroll and
second time
find it.
it's going over his head.
Just click the starred one, and they're all there.
Oh my god. He said Baron won't let Candace in the car with dog shit on her
Jordan's like, can we go, guys? I'm bored. Oh shit.
Oh man.
He didn't want to talk about Tucker.
Yeah. I mean, look.
Oh my god.
Did you guys invite him on the show? Like, as far as, or like, was it? I mean, you don't have guidelines. I mean, I understand, but also I would never ask to veer a conversation back somewhere because I'm on the show, and that's what I narrate in most. Like, and it's not against him, but I think
no request.
Yo, and nobody backed me up. He's like, "Can we bring it back to Charlie Kirk?" I'm like, "No," and then everyone's like,
I
would have been like, bro, I would have been like, what are you talking about,
Yo,
bro?
I'm sorry. I have that effect though. You know what I mean? Like, I just.
Hey, I'm not talking shit. It's just like,
No,
you know,
I love him.
called...
He does great work. But like I said, you know, like I like made such a big deal like a week or two ago about how nobody should be talking about Charlie Kirk. The whole case is bullshit. Guy's probably not even dead. And then I'm here 3 hours later, and then we finally get onto another topic. He's like, "Can we go back to?" I'm like, "No." You know, I said it like as politely as I could. You know, I was gonna be like, "You fucking crazy?" Like, no, you know. But I tried, and then nobody talked. Not even him. It's like, all right, well, I guess we're gonna go back to Tucker.
Well, I would have backed you up, but I felt like a guest. I was like, well, I'll be quiet.
Well, that's kind of where I was getting at. I was like, you guys like are having these people on, even me. Like, I'm a guest. I'm not running the show. Like, I'm not.
Thanks.
I would never consider.
Thanks.
But not everybody has the same mindset. It's fine. Whatever.
It's our Saturday show. What do you mean? This is a group team thing that we
I know.
said
It's.
we were
I'm
gonna do
just.
every
Well, I'm trying
Saturday.
to. Yeah, us three. But I'm just saying, if I were a guest, you know.
Don't tell me you're leaving us for Black Line Brief. Then we're not gonna read your supers anymore either.
It's not like you do all of them anyways. Black Line Brief.
Yo,
Brief lives matter
yo,
too, bro.
I'm convinced that he's one of Baron's mods.
Bro, you have to be as crazy as that bastard to fucking do that shit. To act like that, to be a mod on there. I mean, it was all cool. I thought that, I mean, they were cool. They've been cool with me, but it's like when I watch, I think people don't watch or see how they act or like how they talk. And like, you know, like you've got, this is the thing, all right? If we're going to talk about that, let's talk about it. The thing is, when you've got someone like Baron who's grown exponentially, and it's these people, these mods that are just banning people and blocking people. I know that Baron doesn't know most of it, if any of it.
Oh no, he knows. I messaged his sister. I told his sister. I'm like, yo, like, what's going on?
Yeah, but did she respond?
No, but it was the first
Okay,
time.
then. So maybe she doesn't know, maybe she does, but I guarantee you he doesn't know to the extent that we know, where they're going in other people's chats, and if he does, then he's crazy, bro. He's psycho. Like, that's
Thanks,
psycho
I'll tell
shit.
you. If he's watched my show the past week and a half, he knows very well.
Bro, he ain't watching your shit. He ain't watching anybody else's shit.
No,
Trust me.
he said he was watching both of our stuff.
Hopefully, you know, there's good content out for everybody, and we all love Baron. I just hate to see that if he doesn't know all of that stuff, because why would he want people to silence his audience that made him? I bet you if he looked in his back end, there's probably over 1,000 people that they banned, and that's not good for his content, bro.
No.
You know what I mean? Those are people that are active, that are pushing him out into the algorithm, that are creating engagement in the chat. Like, the algorithm senses that, whether they're talking shit or not, it doesn't matter if it's aligned with whatever the mods feel. You know what I mean?
He must have
I
pulled these
tell-
mods out of the ADL or something. I
Like
don't know.
everybody that mods for me knows, do not ban. Like they will go back and forth. They will not ban because I told them very light, and I will go and ban if it needs to be. You can, like there's no, like I don't care if whatever they're saying. If they annoy me to the point to where they need to go, then I'll get them out. But I want them in the chat communicating because it helps the algorithm sense that because look, when I made the video on Wolves and Finance, it wasn't like this big popular topic. It shouldn't have gotten 10,000 views. I got 12, like a bunch of unsubscribes, resubscribes, this and that. When you have that type of activity, the algorithm senses it as engagement. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad in our eyes. The engagement is engagement. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, you don't want to be silencing the architecture of what pushes you out into the algorithm. You just can't do that.
And yesterday I talked a little shit because I'm not gonna lie. I was trying to drop the whole thing, and then I go online and I see that I got kicked out of his Discord. I'm like, yo, escalation. I gotta respond.
And in fairness, I'm just joking about the cutting of the wires and shit. By the way, it was probably a mod. I mean, shit. I don't know. I mean, I just this is the thing is so before I even brought any mods on, because I was putting feelers out. This was like the end of January, beginning of February. It had started. People were telling me like, be careful of these mods, that mod. They're banning people, like they're acting weird. They're being like, there's like relationship heavy stuff going on too. It's like working at a fucking Walmart. Like everyone's fucking each other. Everyone's like arguing and shit, firing each other. It's weird, bro. I don't understand. Or a restaurant, even worse. Like a fucking Taco Bell or some shit, smashing in the fucking fry room. The dry room and shit, dry storage. You got catching someone smoking weed in the bathroom and shit.
Did they get paid?
No, I don't think so. I think he gave them some merch.
Talking about the mods or the people smashing in the bathroom at Taco Bell?
At least they get paid at Taco Bell.
Right.
The thing is, so like, it'd be different if you had a...
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it'd be different if you had a channel and you were modding and like you were like, but that you'd even more to want to be cool. But like to mod and have control, it's just a control thing. Like it turns out just wanting to help and keep it cool, but then you're desensitized to the silencing thing, and like you think that's your responsibility is to just keep the chat healthy, when in reality it's to keep the chat from. There's like healthy is important, but also there's like just opposite opinion or views or like whatever is fine, you know. I think from like for Bayes is based, for a mod to get kicked from the group for just messing around saying Bayes is based, unless it was like multiple times, I think that a timeout and like a conversation is sufficient. You don't ban a mod for just messing around or whatever, but especially when it's not harmful to the chat or the community. You know what I mean? I think it's stupid. And then what sucks is that drives that mod to not even want to be around anymore. Where, you know, it's like, you know, to come hang out in that person's chat or whatever, and somebody else's that get nervous to mod for somebody else.
See, the whole thing with that, and what made me kind of salty is that like I'm a new creator, you know. But before I was a creator, I was a huge. What'd he say? What'd she say? I missed it.
Look, this is how I live my life, bro. I keep it chill. They call me Danks for a reason.
You're gonna pay me enough to pose on camera like Danks. Nah, he's fine.
This is what it's like when I'm not in the studio. I'm in my master bedroom as the master. And you're in your master bedroom, you act as Master Chef. I'm drinking my banana oat peanut butter smoothie. Smoking my vape.
Oh man, this is so funny.
Had to turn my hotspot off. I got no freaking internet.
Circling back to where it began.
Yeah. This is a lie. What do you want from me? What do you want from me, huh? Oh, give me the dogs on you. Anyway,
Out of the blender.
turn the blender on. You want to turn the blender on?
Yo, she just said thanks. Thanks, making me rethink my celibacy.
Hey, what's up?
Oh.
Hey, how you know it's a she? Hopefully.
I'm done. I'm done. The most lax we've ever seen. Thanks.
This is what happens when someone fucks with my internet.
He's been churning out content though, like you know, a beast. So you deserve a little break.
Yeah. And he's doing other work. He's doing other things.
Yeah. I'm coding 3 projects full time right now. Yeah. I have a project due on Monday. Well, they asked me to have it done on Monday. I have the beta done today, and then we're gonna review it tomorrow. So that's good. Just what is this?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love seeing cigars too.
Our chat is undefeated. Actually,
It's
no.
not-
I take it back. They got defeated by Baron's mods. All right, that's got to be the last one. I crack myself up.
So good.
But yeah, I think that American Discourse has some of the best, said some good shit, man. Like you, really logical, sound, analysis of all sides, and I like seeing and hearing that. I think people could take a lesson from that. Even myself, Yeah, I mean it when I say I don't show many people's channel on my show, and like I think that people can learn from you. I think that I can learn from you. I think we all can, and I think it's important that, like I said, talking about other subjects while weaving in the things that the soap operas and shit, it's fine, whatever. Like that helps the sub count, and that helps try to bring people in to see what else is going on in the world, because there are important things happening. And like I could see people now like, oh, Danks is pushing the life theory. Now it's telling people to look at something else. Like whatever. Like the fact is we're in the middle of the war in Iran is turning into something else. You know what I mean? They're literally talking nukes right now.
Yeah.
And so for anyone to not want to think about that or talk about it, you're literally putting your head in the sand and saying something else is more important, and you're out of your mind. You're just out of your mind. I don't see
and it
that,
all connects. It's not like it doesn't connect.
And it all connects.
Yeah, it's not like these people aren't in the same, like, if you talk about Charlie Kirk, you're talking about politics. That's what he did. That's what his organization did, whether they want to admit it or not. So he was so deep in that world that when you think about the why this may have happened, well, fairly obvious that we're now in a war that he was absolutely protesting. Like, there's receipts to show that. Tucker said it right when he was unalived or whatever happened to him. And so for us to think like, well, why wouldn't we talk about that? Because now we're there.
Right.
And he had President Trump's ear. That's a fact. And he got him elected. Another fact. Trump said it himself. So, but also the Zio agenda does not care who you are. They don't care if you're CK. If you're in the way of it, I mean, they've killed so many journalists and stuff like this. I mean, there's a lot to it. So I think it's hard to also
that is
think
that
about
is a
stuff
good
like
point that we can't forget. That we can't defeat.
Yeah.
It is a giant factor.
And
Yeah,
the fact
it's a
that
huge factor.
Zio is zoology,
Zoology, I like
Zioism
that.
is a made up political, like it is like the whole thing has been so twisted into a false reality that they've got Christians believing it is just mind boggling. It's sad. And the fact that they try to skew Judaism with Christianity is satanic. And it's, in my opinion, you don't have to believe Christianity or whatever, but what if I were to be like a Christian Islamic views? Like, what are you talking about? It's even Judeo-Christian values is worse than Christian Islamic Christian view. If you were gonna say something like that, at least they believe in Jesus. You know what I mean? Like, they know that he was somebody and that he wasn't a traitor. You're talking about these people think that our God, our son of God, or our God, or whatever, is just another man, and that we're sinners. And that, have you seen the guy that Heavy Duty Country showed yesterday? I've seen some of the other content, this rabbi or whoever the hell he is, talking about how Charlie Kirk had it coming to him, no matter how great he was for the Jewish cause or whatever, because the fact that he prayed to a Jew, to Jesus, and that it doesn't matter how much good he did for the Zionist or Judeo cause, the very fact that he was a goyim, and the fact that he was not Jewish, he got what was coming to him. He should deserve what he got, is basically what he said.
And they believe that. They do. They believe that anyone that's not them is below them, whether we like that answer or not. And Judeo-Christian is fake. They've never said that in the history of our world until very recently, when they're trying to push this agenda as hard as they can, because it's been so far in the works for so long. They used to say Judeo-Mongol. Have you ever heard that term? No, that's an old term, but it's from the 1700s. But now they say Judeo-Christian. So they have twisted every word that we know to their benefit and to our demise. Even end time prophecies, a lot of people didn't believe in that stuff for a very long time, like just in general. And then to use it as a reason to go to war, I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
No, they
Christians
think they
wouldn't
can
believe in an
fulfill
end time.
prophecy.
Like, Christians wouldn't believe in wanting to usher that in. That's what I've always said. Like, it's not supposed to be fun for Christians, so why would they get behind that if you believe in end times? Doesn't make any sense.
I mean, I haven't read the Torah or whatever books they have. They got 2 apparently. I haven't read it, but I'm pretty sure that the world comes to an end in all 3 books, the Torah and 4, the Quran, the Torah, the Talmud, and the Bible. So, like, what's crazy to me is they're the only ones that believe that the one that comes next is the true Christ. Like, I can't even wrap my mind around it, that they are believing that where we all believe that it's the Antichrist, they believe it's the Savior. And it's so fitting for everything that they've portrayed themselves as, because surely they would want the actual Antichrist, not the God that we all want to see and have. So it actually fits everything that they're saying and acting and doing in this reality. So if the Antichrist is their God, then that makes perfect sense to me, actually, now thinking about it.
And if you think about it, they're not worshiping the same God as we are, because he came and showed himself and they rejected that person. And so they're still worshiping the false ones that Jesus came and talked to them about. Baal, Moloch, which are under Satan.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, they're technically still worshiping somebody else. Think about if you think about it, what did Jesus come and say, right? He said, like, if someone hurts you, turn the other cheek. They still believe in eye for an eye. Very ancient, old beliefs. And like, if you think about when Jesus came, they also kind of ended some of these ritualistic things. Well, what do we see the elites do? Ritualistic things. This is not, and it's not a coincidence when you see that Christianity came, changed the world, changed how people actually lived, their moral standards, their governments changed, things like that. And then over time, this elite group, which, say they practice Judaism, that's up for debate. But they have slowly taken down every Christian monarchy or government that ever existed. Why would they care that much if they weren't trying to go against it? It's all stuff that's super important to the history, and they want to rewrite it by saying Judeo-Christian.
Yeah, that's a good point. And what's interesting is that they're a secular state. So they just use what's convenient for them, in my opinion. They just use us as sheep when it's convenient, and as soon as it's not convenient anymore, um, they won't care about Christianity. They won't care about Christians. It's crazy to me that they believe that Christianity is built from Judaism, which is insanity, because it's not actually. That is Old Testament versus New Testament, and New Testament comes in and Christianity comes in, then all of that stuff is out the door. There's no more of that. That's how we believe it. I believe, as at least I do. I won't speak for anyone else. And there's plenty of evidence in my life that what I've been learned about Christianity is true. I don't understand Catholicism and why that would be such a popular religion after what we know about the one true God and who all of that. This isn't a biblical. I'm not skilled enough in that department to speak on religious studies and history, but to me, I think just believing God and Jesus and all of that stuff is enough. And like to add all of these layers to try to usher in, like with the heifers and the whatever, the temple and the just like all this stuff, man. It's just making a mockery out of God because they think they can create it, right? And I think there's a part of this where God knew this is going to come, right? So them doing all of this is not them doing it on their own. This is God like already having predicted through the Bible, through prophecy, that they're going to do all this stuff. Like it wasn't because it's just going to happen that a heifer is going to come out of the fucking woodwork and get burned to ashes in the middle over there. It's because he knew that this is what they're going to try to do, and it fits the timeline in order to actually have the Antichrist come and do all of this stuff. That's how I see it. So that's why it's called a prophecy. How it happens isn't up to us, even though we're doing it. You see, they might even think they're doing it. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's also never too late for it to not happen, right? They can try and do whatever, but there is God's will if you're a Christian and believe that. So what I'm told and what I was preached at was that we wouldn't know when the end times came. You're not going to know. You're not supposed to know. But you are warned of it. So I think that's just something to keep in mind is, they could also just be trying to antagonize people to get into like a civil war at home or make you stop believing that you have any say in all of this, giving up any rights you think you have to them. Like, those type of things you have to remember, like they try and push this propaganda on you as well for you to feel scared and fear and all of those things. And it doesn't mean it will play out how they think it will. Wars never really do. They still kind of change the balance of the world. So I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, make sure you guys pray about it because it doesn't have to come to be.
That's a very interesting perspective. The fact that they could just be trying to do this to fake pretend this is the end times and the prophecies are being filled to make us think that the world's coming to an end. And what's the talk? Like Tim Dillon's live show or premiere or whatever today was, he was so funny. He was like, guys, this isn't about war. We're trying to end the world here. You guys think the gas prices are going to come down? Fuck that. The world is going to end. Like, aren't you guys excited that we're going to end the world? That's why we're doing this. It's so
I know.
crazy.
Can you imagine? You got the American government telling the military that they're doing this because of like biblical reasons. It's like, oh, we're gonna usher the Messiah. It's like, yo, if the people that covered up for the JE files are telling you that this is a holy war, like maybe you should think about what side you're on. Just saying, maybe the side that's run by all the PDFs might be the one trying to bring in the Antichrist.
And for a majority Christian nation, they're trying to propagandize people, obviously, and
Kelly, you're muted.
Oh, sorry, American. What were you saying?
Oh, well, I think they're trying to propagandize to people, and I don't think it's an accident that this thing happened with Charlie Kirk and a major revival happened. People who don't know the Bible, who can easily get sucked into a Zio agenda, and they're geofencing all these people who are now into this revival of Christianity. So that doesn't seem like a coincidence to me to get all these people back in church and try and learn a new end times prophecy that has never really been. All of this stuff is carefully planned out. So it would only be to their benefit to take out someone like CK, start some Christian revival, get them on the Zio agenda, and then put this war out. That would only make sense. Why would they keep him around? He's better gone because of how he was in his faith.
And if they created all of these businesses and they did all of this stuff that I mapped on the website and it's all verifiably true, and that happened over the last year in the middle end of 2025, then how long have they been planning it?
Long time.
Think about that.
Very long
It doesn't
time.
just, it's not like in July they were like, all right, we're going to start all this geofencing shit. You got the tech, you got the propaganda papers. All right, cool. I'm going to start an LLC and we're going to go raise like a shitload of money and then we're going to kill Charlie. No, it was like a decade at least, if not 30 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and think of how long Lori Fronsby has been in this business and has been doing weapon stuff and technology stuff, all of that stuff. And then her MK Ultra
Decades.
daughter, perfect placement into a
MK
Good
Ultra.
Boys, organization. It's not coincidence. This stuff never is. It is a theater, so that's just something to remember. It would perfectly fit their agenda that he was starting to wake up and need to be out of the game, because that would bring more.
Or
Christian revivals.
maybe he's helping them do all of this, and it's all
He could be.
fake.
That's true.
But that's why I say we don't know. We don't know who he
Yeah.
is. And when people try to act like he was he was so smart, he could have been president. It's like, yeah, can you imagine if Charlie Kirk was president? And what does that cabinet look like? Tyler Boyer, Brian Harbaugh, Dan
Jake
Flood,
Hoffman on the
You want to imagine
Mikey
how
McCoy,
corrupt
Rob
things could
McCoy.
be?
Like, is that what that administration looks like? You know what I mean? So, like, when people say this shit, I just look at them like they're assholes. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not like I'm not trying to offend anybody, but it's like, like, come on.
But quite frankly, I mean, look at the Trump administration. Look how messed up and corrupt, all of the people are, or many of the people in the high positions are in the current administration. And it's nothing unique, frankly, to just that administration, right? I mean, it's just comes with the territory. But you see that, like,
I'd probably take my shot with Tyler Boyer and Andrew Colvin over Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, to be honest.
Yo.
Pick your
crazy.
poison, right? Pick your poison.
Yeah, I mean, shit. Stacey Sheridan make a hell of a spokeswoman.
She'd be ready to hold that cell phone. Hold that cell phone. Take that. Get that video for you.
Oh yeah.
Right up at that.
Caroline
casket.
Leavitt's pretty damn good, though. I gotta admit.
Oh
Good
yeah,
at
'cause,
what?
her
She's like a-
lips just move. Have you
The way
seen
that
those lips?
she's a warrior, bro. Whether or not she's good or bad, she's a warrior on the mic, bro. A warrior. She
Not
knows how
impressed.
to weave and bob. I think that she's got skill. I wish she would use it for actual real good. You know what I mean? It's sad to see. She's actually really good. She looks good. She's got a good skill. She's got the gift, the gab. She's got the ability to weave and bob. She's like Mike Tyson on the stage. It's crazy, man. But she's just out there lying for Trump, to our faces while we pay her. Sad, bro. This has been the biggest revival, and it's only getting worse. Like, we were so played by the whole situation, and I was played, and I got caught up. I was in crypto. I thought, but I said this before, when I saw Trump speak in Nashville, because I was there, it raised a huge red flag the way he spoke, because the way he spoke about Bitcoin, it made me realize then that he didn't take this seriously and that he was only trying to say what he needed to say to get our vote from the technocracy point of the blockchain community. And the reason I say that is because he said it was not even a whole sentence. It was these few words. He said, when I'm something like along the lines, but he did say this, playing with their Bitcoins. So he said something along the lines, and they're going to be playing with their Bitcoins. And, and when he said that, it triggered something in my head. It was like, you don't understand what's going on here. Playing with the coins. What do you mean, bro? You know what I mean? Like this, we look at this very differently. Like, especially me, from the technical perspective, cryptocurrency is if you're solving a double spend issue through technology standpoint for monetary gain, like monetary purposes, is a very big deal. And the fact that you can even make it better, you can make it more secure, you have zero knowledge proof, which is like blind payments where you can't even see the other end. You can choose, like, it's the perfect opportunity to have the best decentralized currency on the planet. And I'm not talking about Bitcoin. I'm talking about blockchain technology, cryptography, which was created in 1969. This is something that's been around a long time, but to be able to put it on the blockchain on the internet is something new because of the inability to figure out how to stop from creating like multiple transactions from the same wallet, right? So that's, a very brief explanation of like being able to not trick the system into having more than what you have, but also keeping it where it's the money is not putting your name on it. You control it wholeheartedly. Like nobody can take my funds unless they have my 12 or 24 word seed phrase. I mean, it is the perfect monetary system because nobody can control it but us. The only issue is people lose. I've lost money. I've lost a lot of money. My father lost a lot of money. I lost 15. I lost a whole ETH because I sent over the wrong blockchain. And that's the thing. It's confusing, but we're going to end up getting there. But the thing is, when I saw that, this kind of ties back to Trump again, is that and then shortly after the Trump coin, and then we saw that, and then right before in the office, he just took advantage. And it just, nothing surprises me anymore. It just makes it worse and worse to see how much he's grifted this country and for how much. Just the plane alone is 400 million. Adelson, $500 billion. You're talking about a lot of money, you guys. 800 billion, something, 800 billion. I'm not 800 billion, $800 million from Trump coin they had 97.5% of token supremacy, him and his team. So Barron Trump made like $150 million off of that Trump launch. It's sickening. And it's also fine because that's America. And I think that's what makes America great. But that one particular person shouldn't be doing that. You know what I mean? And it was all for gain. And I'm a strong believer in that he is an empirical thinker where he's just trying to build his own empire for his family for now and forever and ever till death do his part. You know what I mean? And that's it. That's all his interest is. And now to see him say, I don't know anything about the school children, I thought this was a good idea. This is what they tell me. He's just listening to people again. It's the same shit that happened in 2016. Just listening to them again, and they led him astray. It's just 10 times worse now.
I think you got a couple of supers, Bays. Thank you so much. Let's see.
Thank
we
you,
got
Kay
a
Breach.
sticker.
Bays for president, she said.
Yep, Bays for president. And then also, then I think I saw Danks for VP.
Fuck you guys. I ain't being Baze's bitch.
Then that means you just
No,
have to
I'm
take
just
him out,
kidding.
you know?
I'm kidding. I know, right?
Why would that make you my bitch?
I'll hire a couple AI agents.
I'll be VP. Knock yourself out. Have
I'm
fun.
just kidding. I don't want to be in any of that shit.
I think
Yeah, I'll
we
be.
were cooked when Epstein said in the files that Trump has no redeeming qualities. That's literally what he said. That's a little cooked.
Who said that? What do you mean?
Epstein
Yeah, he said
himself.
Trump. He said Trump
he
was the
did?
most evil person that he knew
He'd ever met, and he had no
Oh, he
redeeming
said
qualities.
that? Oh, I
Swear.
didn't know that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, when he said that, I'm not I don't. But he said I'm not going to heaven or whatever. That's really telling, bro. For someone to
He
say
thought
that,
thought about it too. He's like, I don't think I'm
Yeah.
going to heaven.
he's probably just thinking about because he had already started saying it, and he's like, well, I already said it. Might as well just say it. Yeah, that's not something that you should. I mean, I guess maybe I'd said that before. Maybe when I was like in my addiction. Maybe,
Yeah, but
I
on
don't know.
camera when you're the president of a country with over 300 million people.
That are like 100, like 75 or 80% are Christians or something like that. That's crazy to say. That's crazy to say. Like, what would lead someone to say that? Like, if you were born silver spooned and you never smoked, you never drank, you never did drugs, and you never did anything in office to bomb or kill anybody, what would lead you to not go to heaven? What have you done? Besides maybe lie or like steal something here and there. That's redeemable. So
Well, we know if you make money your master, which he has, you can't get there.
he's not thinking that deep though.
He's definitely not, but you do a lot of things for it. You compromise yourself.
Yeah. And I don't want to judge. I hate to judge. I do try to be positive and pray. Like I know I talk a lot of shit, and I've even prayed for Black Line Brief to, like, just in general, people in general, like in my life that I see that are being, that are using things to prop themselves up. Like I didn't do the Wolves of Finance videos because it benefited me. That quite the opposite. If anything, it hurt my channel more than anything. I lost a lot of subscribers. I lost a lot of people.
No, you didn't. Stop.
I did.
Come on now.
You lost 12. You lost 12.
No, in that one video, but over time, like I still get unsubscribes from that video. I don't know. It comes and goes. But the thing is, what I'm trying to say is it wasn't about that. You see, it's like, whereas when you're putting my name in your mouth and Jesse's name in your mouth and trying to inflate the truth through lies, that to me is basically hyper inflating using your ego to try to inflate your channel statistics. That's what it looks like to me. He's using that energy, he's feeding off of the anger or whatever, the morality anger that he's trying to portray, to gain some sort of, I don't know, I don't want to put words in his mouth, thoughts in his mouth, or whatever. That's how it looks to me, is that when you try to say that we are working on behalf of, that we believe in zoology, and that we believe that he should be taking the money because we're saying that he was possibly not dead, like that is some pretty evil shit to say about me, especially after I've proven that our government is corrupt through zoology. So for him to speak like that is, in my mind, evil. You know what I mean? And it has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. It has to do with the way his mind works. And he claims to be a brown belt in jiu-jitsu. I'll tell you what, jiu-jitsu practitioners do not speak like that. Okay? And I'm a white belt, and I understand that. Okay? So obviously there's something corrupt in this man's life, and it might not be anything that we'll ever find out, that he feels the need to lie, to deceive his audience for whatever purpose, to speak harshly about me, to
Yo,
but
he
this
said
isn't
things
about
about
him.
me, and not a single one of them were true. It was crazy.
Yeah, I know.
First,
I
he
saw
first
Yeah.
he
that
said,
really
yeah,
upset me, bro.
first he said that I was
Uh,
going around trying to promote the Charlie's Alive, and this is before I made the video saying Charlie was alive. This is when like I first started. No, but when I first started entertaining it, and then after the fact, this like I said, when I saw the other videos, you know, the thing Blake put out and Candace put out, I'm like, yeah, I think this motherfucker's alive. But before that, I was just keeping an open mind. I was like looking at, you know, I even told Keli, I'm like, listen, like I respected Keli because she stood by it when everybody was against it. You know, you talking even before Jesse put stuff
consistent.
out and started turning the
Yeah.
tide. Like Keli was the first one that's like, yo, like I just think he's alive. Like and
Yeah.
everybody,
Y'all
you know,
can think I'm crazy. Y'all can laugh at me.
yeah, and everybody was
I
giving
like
her a
it.
hard time, and she stuck with it. And for some reason, this douchebag is sitting there saying that I'm trying to promote that Charlie's alive, and then he says that I'm promoting the Iran war. I'm like, what is this guy talking about?
Yeah,
Like, what is
yeah.
this guy talking about?
And that's the thing, is that divisiveness. It's that mentality that he's okay saying that stuff, which means that
Mhm.
he has a skewed moral compass if he has one, you know. So it's pretty sad to see, man. I hate to
But you
see it
know,
because I was really nice with him the whole time. Dude, I showed you guys. He emailed me probably 20 times, and I conversed back and forth with him. And then as soon as I told him that I wasn't doing live streams with new people, he took that as I'm not doing live streams at all with anybody. And then he called me, like, all this stuff. You guys, they would be blown away if I showed the conversations I've had with him and the way he talked about me after. And then I showed you guys how I responded to
the
him. And I
chat's
told him
confused.
how
They don't
nice
know
I
who we're
was.
talking about. We're not talking about Wolves in Finance anymore. We're talking about some other guy with a channel who was trying to use us for clout. Some douchebag that was texting Danks begging to do a collabo with him. And then when Danks did the collabo
3
with me and
times.
Keli, yeah, and then Danks did the collabo with me and Keli and Blake, then all of a sudden he starts making videos dissing me, Danks, and Keli. And then we find out that Blake's working with him, and Blake's kind of like going back and forth. They're like, yo, like this guy's trashing all of us, and you're hanging out with him. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So then tonight Blake's like, oh, I'm gonna come on the live, right? I'm like, bro, fucking kick rocks. You know, go hang out with that guy. Like, I don't need you. Like, I don't like
Yeah,
loyalty
you
is a
That's the
big
guys
thing
thing.
for me.
continue,
And I'm speaking for
continue.
myself
You've
right
been
now. I know it's Kelly's
relentless.
friends and everything,
Yeah.
but loyalty is a big thing for me. Like, if I'm working with somebody, right, and I work with somebody else, and then they trash Danks. Like, you better believe I'm going to rip a fucking new asshole into that person. That goes for Danks, American Discourse, Keli. It would have gone for Blake, too. And I'm not saying that he should have done that, but when this guy's publicly trashing us, and this guy's, and Blake's going back and
And coming
forth,
in our
working with him,
chats,
talking to
too.
us, and then telling him about our conversations, like, bro, get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. You got
Yeah.
a bigger platform, you got more channels. I don't need you. Like, that's it. That's it. And that was
It's
my
just a
decision, by the
weird
way.
obsession.
That was
Like
that
a
was my
weird,
decision.
weird obsession.
Yeah,
So
I don't listen. I'm a loyal person.
And I'm sure there's gonna be more of it to come, and
mhm.
it's fine, you know. And
Yeah, I know. He did more stuff, I guess it was yesterday or whatever, about me and Jordan. More stuff over the weekend or whatever day it is. Anyway, it's just like
when you lack the ability to be creative and to come up with your own content, you have to refer on other people's stuff. And then when you lack a moral compass, you have to use your ego to drive the decisions you make about the content that you're watching. And he told me verbatim, I watch every single show that you make. So I don't doubt that he's watching it. He literally is a fan. But the thing is, I work with people that gravitate towards me naturally, not by force. And I told him that very kindly. And I said, I think that what you're doing is great. I admire the work that you're doing. You have grown very well in a very short time. And, you know, nothing's off the table. I was very nice and generous. I said, you know, hopefully soon. But for now, I work with the people that I've learned the hard way. As the people in this room know, I learned the hard way with a couple people, specifically one person that I trusted and I brought into my life, and I deeply regretted it. And so that was the last time that I messed around with people that didn't gravitate towards me naturally, and that reached out. I'm not doing it. I'm never going to do it probably ever again. So, and that, like, right there, like, said the whole reason that I told Blackline Brief that I rather work with someone that I graduate, or that the relationship graduates naturally, and that I build the relationship and we do live streams that way. And that's like, he proved to me this is exactly why I choose to do it that way.
Mhm.
Because
You
look at
trusted
us,
your
we've been,
gut. Yeah.
yeah, trust my heart, my soul, my gut, you know. And it's like, and to be frank, I tried to watch 4 of his shows, and every show I stopped at like 20 minutes in, I couldn't watch it. So
You
I'm
made
just
it
not
20. You made
into.
it 20 minutes.
I mean, I
I went about
forced
20
it.
seconds.
The thing is, look, I give people a chance and I watch the show, but the thing is, when I see the stuff that I see, like, you know, what you don't, I'm looking for people to bring stuff to me, or to like not bring stuff to me, bring value to my life in a way, whether it's in great friendships. Like, I talk to you guys, I talk to all 3 of you off the stream on a daily basis.
Mhm.
So this isn't like a manufactured situation. This is natural. Like, I can hop in here and feel comfortable doing it because we're friends. You know what I mean? American Discourse is more new in our lives, but I feel like she's growing into that zone as well. And I'm grateful that she's in my life. And that's how I want to feel about somebody that I platform on a channel that's 3 or whatever time size. That doesn't even matter. I could be smaller and feel the same way. All right. And also, the same way that I've never asked to go on Jesse's show, and Jesse said like we should do a show. I don't even, like, we're friends, and that's enough for me, you know. So I think that when when their desire outweighs the actual life they live, is when there's an issue. And I sensed that right away. It was from the first email. It was from the first time I watched his bug eyes, the meth eyes. It was all of that stuff. You know what I mean? And
And it's so funny
you know,
too, because Danks, this guy was emailing Danks around the same time that I started talking to Danks. And I don't know if it was like subliminal on his end, if he like invited me to the show because I like wasn't it. But like me and Danks, like we were just having conversations. Like we were just like we found common
met
ground, a
Ian.
couple
Like, we
things.
met
Yeah,
through
we
Ian's
met on a
chat.
thing through Ian's Discord. He did the thing for web. And we just had a good conversation, and we exchanged numbers, and we talked again. And then one day, Danks is like, "Yeah," he actually texted me. He's like, get on the Discord. I'm like, all right. And then he sent me a link after. He's like, yo, I'm going live. Come on. He's like, let's go. I'm like, all right. You know, and it was only like my second or third time going live because it was when I had first started. But like, I didn't ask,
we had
like,
talked.
it was
And
organic. It was, you know.
yeah. I mean, we didn't
Same thing
even
with
meet over
American
time.
Discourse.
So.
I think we met in that same.
We all met in the same chat.
Yeah, we all met in
Yep.
the same thing, and
The
then
same day.
we talked last week. We talked for a couple hours, had a conversation,
time.
got to know each other a little bit, and see that we have a lot of things in common as far as like love for history and interest in it. And I'm like, wow, this is an awesome person, and she really knows her shit. It's like if she's loyal, you know, not like some other people we're dealing with, but I'm like, you know, if she's like real, you know, like let's get her in. You know what I mean, like. And that's it.
And
I
then
don't care how
Keli,
big someone's platform is. I don't care how much money they have, how much money I can make with them. At the end of the day, you see the way the world is. The reason that the world is so screwed up is because people compromise their morality. You know what I mean? So I don't care about the money. I don't care about the clicks. If I think you're a scumbag, if I think you're two-faced, if I think you don't know how to treat women, you know, like, I just don't want to deal with you. And that's it. That's it. And I'm not afraid to say it with anybody, you know? So it's like, you know, now the
like
cat's
same
out the
way I was
bag.
going to say with Keli. She commented, I didn't know who she was at all. I had no idea that she had 150,000 Instagram followers and she was some famous media
Whoop,
socialite or whatever. I had no idea. I saw that she commented on one of my videos.
That?
Yeah,
was so
and then
funny.
you even were telling me before that I even reached out to her that you were talking to some girl, Keli. I had no idea who you were talking about, and I didn't put 2 and 2 together till like a week ago that you were that was her. You know, and it's like,
Well, no,
that's
we
how
were on a live stream, and you were asking either me or Keli who, like, out of me and Kelly, which one of us was a better investigative journalist or something? And I just burst out laughing. I'm like, yo, like, did you see her trophies behind her? Like,
Yeah, I had no idea. I thought they were like softball trophies or some shit. I don't know.
You know, from back in the day. I mean, you know, they're my
I mean,
T-ball
she's a
trophies.
mom. Like, it's like
You
it's
know,
hard to believe.
I'm real proud of my kids.
But no, you know, that's how it should be, you know, and like this is the thing, like Mr. Lego, he's a friend. Like we talk. I could go on his show anytime. He's got 400,000, 500,000. I don't even ask. Like, and if I do, I know I can just go because that's how the relationship is. Like I could call him and say, hey, I'm coming on like tonight, like
I've
start
got
a
something
show
big,
because I
you
need to
know,
come
like,
on and
yeah.
I need to talk to you and your audience. He'll do it. Like I know that he will. And same for him. He knows he can do it. So it's like, these are how relationships should work. And I think that naturally in life, that goes for any type of relationship. It's not just social media. It's just the fact that people are so desperate for that money, you know, like, dude, I'm on track to make $6,000 in the month of March. You know what I mean? Like, who wouldn't want to go and get on bigger shows? But you don't need to be on other people's shows to do that if you speak the truth. Like, I've been making this money since January, you know what I mean? So it's like not quite that much, but it's like when you just have your thing, people will watch your stuff and like you for you and give super chats and you'll be blessed. But when you force it and you try to create something that's not authentic, it can be felt. You know what I mean? I'm not bragging about the money. I know it sounds like a lot of money. I'm used to a lot more money than that. So for me, it's like, I'm not out here trying to make gains out of other people. That's my last thing. If I was, you would have seen me on all of these shows. I would have tried to go on Baron. He mentioned me multiple times. I would have tried to go on Jesse's. Tried to been on Mr. Legos every other week. I know a lot more people too, man. You know, so it's like one of my closest friends has 2 million followers in crypto. You know, I've never asked to go on his show. I've been on other shows, you know, but it's just not how I operate, man. I don't respect people that do it that way.
Someone said Sugar Danks Daddy.
Sugar Danks
If only if
Daddy.
you guys knew, man. I'm trading craziness. $100,000 trades, like open and close in 10 minutes. Crazy
Shout
shit,
out to
dude.
Rogue, still in the chat.
Shout out to Rogue, man.
Hey, Rogue.
No, but like, and you see, like with us, you also get a little peek behind the curtain because like all these creators, you know, they all have their little like dramas and everything, you know, and there's like a lot of fakeness that goes on too. And like me, like I just tell it like it is. Like I don't give a, you know, like it's what it is. And I know the chat got a little mad at me before because they felt like I was holding back. And it's like, listen, I don't turn on the camera every day and think like, oh, who am I gonna rip apart or who am I gonna talk crap about? Like that's not what I'm trying to do. You know, like I'll do it when it's justified. And believe me when I tell you, I am very, very tame tonight. I am holding back a lot, but I'm trying to, you know, be better, be more Christ-like. I want to make more analytical content, which I'm going to do.
But also, you know, it's interesting when you're talking about that and behind the curtain and stuff. It's like, but also I have to realize like not everybody's been through the life I've been through. You know, I've been a millionaire this twice already. Like the second time was extreme. You know, it was crazy. But I've also been a homeless junkie for multiple years, like literally sleeping on the street with an abscess in my arm. Like they told me I was gonna lose my. So I've been broken in many different ways. You know what I mean? And so the way I operate and the way I think about people and life and money is very different than almost anybody, you know, because of the fact that I've had it all and I've had nothing multiple times. And I have the recipe to have it all. And so I'm working back to that again because I fucked it up the last time again. So I've lived, I've learned, and it's not about money for me anymore. It's about being the best version of myself, and whatever is meant to be will come. And as long as I'm the best version of myself for myself and the people in my life and the people that might come into my life,
then I know it will be good, whether it's money or whether it's not money. It's just people bringing richness into my life. That's what I've had, lately. So it's like I don't force it. I just force myself to know that if I am the greatness that I know I can be, then greatness will prevail. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. Like, I don't think about it any other way. I don't force anything else. Like, I would have never foreseen last year when I just somehow went from freaking millions of dollars to $30 in my Cash App account to now with contracts out the ass and companies hiring me and meeting with the board of, I met with 3 black belts for their company yesterday, and they hired me for a 2-day job for $2,000. It's like, who would have thought? I never would have imagined. And it's because of the goodness that I've given in the world to people, and out of no expectation, that I've not talked about much of, that I've helped. I've taken people to church that I saw were homeless. I gave money without expecting it. I went and I offered to build somebody a business, like help build them a business for free multiple times with the coding skills that I have, with no expectation, and I got nothing back out of it. But then something else came along. You know what I mean? So it's like, when you give truly give because you want to give, because you need to give, that to me has given me back more than anything, and not in monetarily wise, and much bigger than that. And I can't explain it. You have to experience it, So that's my
That's
Thanks
amazing.
explains a
Well,
lot.
you're doing the thing. So keep it up, man. You deserve it.
Thanks explains a lot of thoughts that I share. Like, we share a lot of sentiments, but he just like explains it a lot softer and more analytically. You know me? I'm just like, rah. I go the other way.
Well, I have a lot of experience, bro. No, I mean, it's just the way I operate, bro. I used to be kind of brash and like just that, but you've rubbed off on me too. Like, I wasn't being like so kind of this way, like how I have been the last week or two until recently. And
Yeah,
I
you've
think
had
it's
a
actually,
fire under your ass lately.
I realized that you made me realize that it's important to be myself. And I think that, like, being that, like, I am a nice person and a giving and loving person, but also I have a lot of opinions about things that I see that are real, that I feel like I need to say. And who am I to hold back? Why do I care? Why do I care? You know what I mean?
I was just thinking that we got to let the girls talk a little more.
All right, time to hit on us.
Yo, we got the best chat. We got the best chat.
Oh my
You want to open it up or what? Have an orgy up in here?
Whoa, come on. Now you go too far.
That's getting
Jenks is
clipped.
really getting loose now.
While you sit there with your blue dress and your cigar like Bill Clinton.
Oh my gosh.
I did not have sexual relations.
Bill Clinton didn't want to admit that he thought Epstein was dead, did he?
I don't think so. Yo,
From the
shit,
information
I was going to cover that. I did Hillary. I forgot to do the Bill one.
For the information that I'm giving, you have to answer the question. It's a yes or no, sir.
Okay, let's do a little review on and not to berate belabor the point too much, but on what happened with, because it was a really big deal with this Erica, what was I guess initially released as though it was on X, the audio
right
by Project. you know, and then was, I guess, later proven to not be.
Yeah, they said it got debunked, right?
And
As
even
community
Candace,
nutted, but I called it
well,
already.
even
As soon as
Candace chimed in and said that it wasn't her.
Right.
I mean, for what that's worth. Anyway,
I made a post. It wasn't about that. It was regarding the Erica Kirk Board of Visitors, and someone made a post that went viral, and it said, President Trump placed Erica Kirk in the crosshairs of a federal investigation because of her appointment to the Board of Visitors. And so I made a repost, and I basically educated everyone like usual. And I said that that President Trump is the only person that could have appointed her, actually. You know what I mean? And I showed all the evidence. I went into the PDF of their bylaws and I showed it. And I said at the bottom, I said, it only takes one post to destroy your credibility. And Candace had shared Project Constitution and multiple times, multiple people have. But now something like that, stating it as fact, imagine how much damage you do to your reputation.
He put the freaking house on it.
Yeah, he said this is not a
didn't
theory.
He even say this is not a theory?
Yeah, he said this is not a theory.
Yeah, with a follow-up post and everything. Mm-hmm.
But guess what he quote posted it with? His donation page. He's just trying to get money. I mean, go look at the history of Project. Go type in Project Constitution. Go look at Project Constitution donations. See how many pages you find. Go look. Spot Fund, GoFundMe, you name it, bro. He dragged my shit into that. I got the fuck out of that. I mean, I don't know what. I mean, hopefully it's for the better good. You know, I can't say for sure, but it's strange to me that someone's got a lot of GoFundMes.
Yeah, that's.
And then the one that as soon as I closed mine with him, he reopened another one about his dad. Which, all right, I mean, God bless your dad, bro. I hope.
We're just airing them all out today, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Just airing them all out.
I'm looking at the barrel of a lot of opportunity here. I mean, I don't really care what people think of me anymore, to be honest.
They already cut Dank's fiber optics. He's got nothing to lose.
That was literally the thought I had. It's like Dank's after no internet.
Yeah.
He's got nothing to lose.
Say it all now before they cut my freaking my data and my phone somehow. No, I mean, nothing against Constitution. It's not a big deal. It's just that it's mostly the credibility thing. And then because I looked to see about the donor thing because I was curious why that. And so it did drive me curious, and I did happen to find things, and it might be for good or for not. Maybe he's just very resourceful, and that's a good way to raise money, and it is, you know. So not knocking on it, but it's not about that. It's about it actually comes together because it's like, well, if you're making posts like that, which that's not the only one. He used the AI picture that was of her in the elevator with the young girl kissing her daughter, her niece or whatever, saying that she was like grooming children and stuff. That was another one. Like, there's more on one hand I can count of malfeasance on not malfeasance, but malicious, or at least at the best I could say is lack of research and belief in the video itself. Negligence. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yo, Stu Peters posted today that ADL CEO Jonathan Greenblatt said anyone identified as antiseptic should be targeted with exploding pagers.
What?
I saw that too.
Greenblatt said that? Did you know Tim Dillon today, he said, I'm so glad you mentioned that. He said, hey, anti-septicism, if he, okay, so imagine that so the raise in anti-Semitism is bad, right? So if it's gone, because Dillon played a clip, and it was like 24% in 2024 around the world. And then it went up to 45% or 48% the next year after. And Tim Dillon was like, well, if you were in any other business, wouldn't you get fired from your job for doing twice as bad as the year before on such a grand scale of a business. You know what I mean? Like, so to me, this information looks manufactured. And also what I was thinking is the reason why anti-Septicism keeps raising is because you keep broadening the scope of what it means. It's not the same as it was 2 years ago. It's not the same as it was last year. And it's not the same as it was 6 months ago because you keep adding new words to the shit and new ways of becoming that.
Now,
So
now
every
they're
next
trying
year
to
it's going to
say
be 100%.
Ted Cruz.
99.9% of people are antiseptic.
And listen, this is like proof. This is proof that it is. All this stems from a hatred for Christians and Christianity. Even Ted Cruz said that saying Christ is king is anti-Semitic. So put two and
that's
two
crazy.
together. These people hate Christians. It's not the
move
other way around.
goalpost. They always move the goalpost. You can never win. You're not going to. They don't fight with logic and reason. They fight with fake morality. It's just everyone's gonna be antiseptic by the end of it because, like, what happens with what you're doing? You have consequences for Gaza and WW3. I don't know. I don't understand why they.
What if we were going and saying, well, you don't believe in Jesus and that's anti-Christian, like you deserve to die. Like your whole, like everything, you don't believe in Jesus, like we're going to censor you. We're going to silence you. We're going to call you out. We're going to shut down your platform. We're going to come over there and we're going to kill all your children. Like to what point, like, what if we reverse the roles on them? Just because we're like, if all the actual Christians in this country that had a lot of money went and actually overpowered them and did what, like, they wouldn't like that very much. You know what I mean? And they're not the belief of, like, if it's eye for an eye, how would they feel if we started doing that to them? You know what I mean? Like, I would never, but the thing is, you know, I would love to see them get a taste of their own medicine, but I also don't, because that's not my belief. It's just disgusting that they think that they can treat people that way, and that our government is allowing it, that we have foreign agents in our country that are silencing and censoring and targeting Americans.
I think that makes the ADL a terrorist organization. If they're saying that.
Yeah, that
they're
absolutely.
Threatening domestic violence during a war.
I think everybody should be
good luck
talking about that.
Good luck getting Trump to declare that.
I
It's insanity.
don't know. At some point, I'm at the point of, I hope that Gavin Newsom gets it, but he's also he's also a freaking zoologist too. So
zoologist.
It's ridiculous. It's like, I don't know. What do we? I mean, who do we need? You know, it's like Thomas Massey is the only one that we can trust, and even then, can we? You know, it's like all these people. All of a sudden, they're like, all of a sudden, Thomas Massey cares about the Epstein files after all these decades. Like, well, they kind of have a point. It's like, but also there's a timeline to this too. It's not like, it's kind of weird. It is weird. It's like, well, why weren't you talking this hard about it 10 years ago? You know what I mean? Why all of a sudden now? Is because and then this president is a Democrat or a Republican president, but he hates your guts and you're being louder than ever. You should have been louder than ever when we had Obama in office, or when we had, you know, before Trump. What's up with that? So they make good points. It's very interesting that maybe none of this is what we think, and that some people are just taking advantage of the moment and trying to do something. Hopefully not. I don't know. I've seen Thomas Massey's shows, and he lives in a truck with a mobile chicken coop, which is kind of wild. You know what I mean? It's and people are strange, man. I don't think that all of this stuff is a show. And if we believe any of that stuff that's going on inside the Congress and the Senate and the show of the files and this and that, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. The way I see it, Massey is just part of the show. They got to do something to make people feel like somebody's on the side of America, or there's just going to be a massive revolt. If nobody speaks out, like, that'd be worse. So why not have a puppet, you know.
It's same thing. Letting like certain people have platforms that could say whatever they want, and they get all the freaking following, they get all the views, and then it's like if we say the wrong thing one time, then it's like the dial gets turned way down.
Right.
It's like we have the illusion of choice. We have the illusion of freedom of speech. We don't have any freedoms. George Carlin said it best. We don't have any freedoms. We have privileges because it's not freedom if they could take it away. And that's the truth. We don't have rights.
What's the latest with Jim Carrey? Has he come out again? Has he made any other appearances?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Just checking.
I don't know.
Gonna have to
I
be
was
on
looking
Jim
at Kourtney
Carrey's-
Kardashian. I was like, damn, she changed too. They all look
Who
the
we gonna
same.
see
Oh,
first?
really?
She was the only one that looked normal. Not her face, but her body. It's like, dude, you
Oh.
have normal, natural body. You got now all of a sudden these huge fake tits. It's like, what is going on, man? Everybody's just changing the way they look. Kourtney, she's changed the way she act. You know, I'm not that I watched that much, but I saw her because I met her and I had dinner in the Luxor, and with their family was sitting at the table right next to us. So we were talking with Kris Jenner, and Kourtney and Kris mostly. I was talking with them and my mom and her. And so like it's just interesting to watch people and the way they change over time. And something is going on in this world, man. It's just it's something is going on, and we have no control over it, seems. But I like to hear people like Ian say that we actually have more power than we may think, and we need more people speaking like that. You know, you've said it, Bays, as well, and I appreciate that because I need to hear stuff like that. Because sometimes I feel like we have no hope. You know,
And that's why I say we got to weed out the snakes. Like we need people that are really for the cause. If you're not for the cause and you want to be involved in some kind of drama, or you want money, or you just want clicks, like if you're not in it for the right reasons, good luck. You know, good luck.
Exactly. There, you said it best. You said everything I said in the last hour perfectly in one sentence. That was perfect.
Now listen, for future reference, I told you guys before, I don't have a problem being the asshole. You know what I mean? Like if there's a situation where it's, you know, you guys can save face. I'll be the guy. It's all right. I'm your Huckleberry. You ever see Tombstone?
I know I came on
Val
here
Kilmer at the
rambling
end?
about a bunch of shit.
You know that one.
All right. Well, what are y'all thinking? Oh my gosh. Let's see. Here we go. Danks isn't up. That's it. 6 degrees from Kardashians.
Damn, I
Yeah,
slipped.
yeah. His internet getting cut was the false
It's
flag.
official. That
You should-
explains it all.
You should see my pictures when I was in boot camp. Ripped. No, I'm kidding. Dude, in my high school, like I dropped out of high school when I was a junior, and I became a teacher. No, I'm just kidding. I couldn't even get into the. I couldn't even get into the military after I got my online diploma. It happened to be like one of the only online diplomas that's not accredited by the United States military. Thank God, actually, but
Goodness.
thanks. We looked at the data aggregated today, and the spend through is clearly ramped up, but even worse, the funds are evenly split. Oh yeah, for sure. I believe that. Yeah, you can see that through, like what you said, through the Track APAC. It's the same on both sides. Yeah. Read me a bedtime story. Well, I mean,
he's thinking about it.
hold on, let me use my AI to make one real quick. Just kidding.
Oh my gosh. Okay, make one. Let's see what. Okay, y'all, give him a topic and have the AI
Can
make
you
a
guys
bedtime
see?
story about a topic, and that could close us out because we're almost at 6 hours.
That's crazy. I thought we were gonna go 3.
Yeah,
I thought that was the
Hold
plan.
on.
yeah, but here we are.
All right, so I have a bunch of projects. So we do about TPUSA.
Yeah, I think that would be wonderful.
Make me a. What's the name of the person, Chrissy? Make me a bedtime story for. Okay, hold on.
Make it about their finances. Go ultra max. He only froze. Oh, the Dow. He only froze because he's probably like working on it. They're drones. They're geofencing.
It's so funny.
It's gonna be good, you guys. Hold on, and we're gonna give you full screen.
No,
Because
don't give me
know.
full screen.
Okay, all right.
Yo, Mama Jama said make it about fake cable companies cutting people's fiber wires.
Oh my gosh.
Yo.
Mm-mm. Bye, Mr. Turpin. I hope that we have entertained you this evening. Thanks for sticking around. Always a good sport.
It's so funny.
We are anxiously awaiting.
Almost.
Hold on.
And it's being recorded by Mossad.
Right. Oh.
I got some other jokes that I can make, but I'm not gonna.
Let me pull together the key details from the project to make sure every receipt in this story is accurate and weave it into bedtime magic. I flash as Cash Patel, FBI, Charlie Kirk. Phil Lyman. Crafting nuanced bedtime story.
Here we go. I'm ready.
Hold on.
Everybody grab your blanket.
Yeah, grab your blankets and your joints.
Snuggle up.
Taco Bell kitchen drama.
That was a good
All right,
one.
Christy and chat, gather around, get your blankets, get your tea. This one's a long one, but I promise you, every word is true. The names are real. The numbers are real. The filings are real. Only the format is fiction. Once upon a time, in a land called Arizona, there lived a young man named Charlie. Charlie was only 18 years old when he decided he didn't need college. He had something better. He had a dream. And that dream was to build the biggest conservative youth organization America had ever seen. He called it Turning Point. Now, Charlie wasn't alone. He had a mentor, a retired marketing man named Bill Montgomery, who helped him file the paperwork and set the whole thing up as a 501c3 nonprofit. That's a special kind of kingdom in America. The people who give you gold don't have to pay taxes on it, and you don't have to tell anyone who gave it to you. It's like a magic cloak of invisibility for your money. And the money came. Oh, did the money come? In the beginning, it was small, $78,000 in 2013. But Charlie had a gift. He could talk to young people. He could fill rooms. He could make old rich people believe that he was the future of their movement. And so the treasure chest grew. 4 million, 8 million, 28 million, 55 million. And by the time this story reaches its darkest chapter, Turning Point was pulling in $85 million a year from a kingdom of $500,000, and Charlie had raised nearly $400 million in total. But here's the first lesson of our bedtime story, chat. When a kingdom grows that fast, not everyone inside the castle has clean hands. There was a man named Tyler Boyer, the chief operating officer. Tyler oversaw the daily operations of this kingdom. He also sat as chairman of a little curious company called Superfood Technologies, which built apps that tracked voters, tracked phone locations, and tracked who showed up to rallies and events. Superfeed's code wasn't written in America. It was written by developers at a company called Ncube in Kiev, Ukraine. Foreign developers in a country at war with access to the names, phone numbers, political preferences, and GPS locations of millions of young American donors that are conservatives. And nobody told the donors. There was a woman named Stacy Sheridan, the senior director of development. Stacy's job was raising money. She was, by all accounts, brilliant at smelling money. She could walk into a church, tap a grieving woman on the shoulder, and within weeks have her profiled by net worth, family wealth, and business background. Stacy also had companies, Cloverstone Ventures, Lion Rock Ventures, and GSM Strategies. And those companies received millions of dollars from Turning Point while Stacy was on the payroll. The IRS filings show it. $5.3 million to companies connected to the person responsible for bringing in that money. And the filings don't have feelings, children. They just have numbers. There was a man named Jake Hoffman who ran a company named Rally Forge, later called 110 LLC. Rally Forge paid teenagers in Arizona, some of them minors, to post thousands of pieces of Turning Point content on their personal social media accounts without ever telling anyone they were being paid to do so. Jake was later indicted in Arizona's fake elector case, and so was Tyler Boyer. Both received presidential pardons, but the state charges remained. There was a man named Justin Olson, the chief financial officer, who did not hold a CPA license, and a man named John McGovern, director of major gifts, who appeared to receive compensation through two different structures. And through it all, the Form 990 filings piled up year after year, showing over $19.6 million flowing to companies connected to insiders, not to students, not to campuses, but to the people who ran the castle. Now, let me show you about the magic fence. In our story, there exists a technology called geofencing. Imagine drawing an invisible circle around a building, a church, a school, or a stadium. Every phone that walks through the circle gets tagged. You now know who was there, when they were there, and where they went after. You can send them messages. You can track their patterns. You can build a profile of every soul who walked through your invisible circle. Charlie's mother-in-law was a woman named Lori Fronsby. Lori founded a company called E3 Technologies, amongst others, which held patents related to this very technology. Lori also sat on the board of Superfeed right alongside Tyler Boyer. And Lori's other organization, Show Faith by Works, received $4.1 million and was connected to church geofencing operations, targeting houses of worship, drawing invisible fences around the places where people get to pray, and harvesting that data of everybody inside. And here's where the story gets complicated, because the churches weren't chosen randomly. The targeting was strategic. Turning Point had pivoted hard into faith. Turning Point faith. Charlie Kirk went full biblical mandate on Israel after October 7th.
Wait. Hold on. You left out the part where he met the princess.
Bro, I'm not rewriting the story. We haven't even gotten there yet. Hold on, let's see what happens. I don't know. I didn't write this shit. The donors were split into two rivers. The first river was small in number, but enormous in dollars. Jewish donors and foundations with strong pro-Israel positions. Bernard Marcus, co-founder of Home Depot, one of the largest individual supporters of pro-Israel causes in American history. Isaac Perlmutter, Israeli-born major political donor, that river accounted for roughly 15% of the dollar volume at the mega donor level. The second river was vast, evangelical Christians, 65 and older, mostly women, people who believed that supporting Israel was a biblical commandment, people who wrote $25 checks, $50 and $100 checks because their pastor told them it was God's will. That river, combined with the first, accounted for somewhere around 60 to 70% of all the money flowing into the kingdom, and the geofencing made sure they found every last one of them. But the infrastructure, children, the pipelines, and the plumbing underneath the castle, that was 90% or more aligned with a single foreign interest. Clock Tower LLC, run by Brad Parscale, pulled over $9 million and was registered under Foreign Agent Registration Act number 7649. The Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs sent money through the Havas Media Germany into American entities. A front company called Concert, funded by the Israeli government with $6.6 million, existed specifically to hide foreign government funding so that American organizations wouldn't have to register as foreign agents. And Pam Bondi, oh, Pam Bondi, who would later become the Attorney General of the United States, had her own FARA registration, number 6415, for lobbying on behalf of the Embassy of the State of Qatar at $115,000 per month. Now, stop here, take a breath, because this is where the fairy tale gets dark. On her very first day as Attorney General, Pam Bondi sent a memo to the entire Department of Justice that effectively gutted the Foreign Agents Registration Act, the law that Congress created in 1938 because Nazis were sending propaganda agents into America. Bondi had been a registered foreign agent for Qatar, the Dominican Republic, Zimbabwe, and Kosovo. She listed 0 conflicts of interest on her Senate Judiciary questionnaire. 0. And then she walked into the building and told every foreign government on earth that the door was open, wide open, the cops were gone, and the cameras were turned off. She also controlled the Einstein files, 8 years as Florida Attorney General, while Einstein lived in Palm Beach as a registered sex offender in her jurisdiction. She did nothing. And now she controls what she gets to release and what doesn't. And when the American people demand transparency, she talks about the Dow Jones. Now, let me tell you about the day the kingdom fell. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk stood on the stage at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. He was 31 years old. He was answering questions from students, 3,000 people in the crowd. And at 12:23 in the afternoon, a single bullet struck him in the neck, slumped to the ground, and children were visible near the stage. A man named Phil Lyman was there that day. Phil was a former Utah state representative, a CPA from Blanding, who had challenged Governor Spencer Cox in the Republican primary and lost. Phil had been asking Charlie for a hat for his friends moments before the shot. Candace Owens would later accuse Phil of conspiring in Charlie's murder without evidence. Governor Cox, who had been Phil's political opponent, came to his defense. Phil called Candace an antithesis of an investigator. He said her questions weren't questions, they were slanderous libel. The FBI, now led by Director Kash Patel, descended on Utah. Patel was at Ground Zero in New York for the September 11th anniversary when he made the decision to fly to Utah personally. And then things got messy. Hours after the shooting, Patel posted on social media that the subject was in custody, but he wasn't. The person they had was a person of interest who was released after interrogation. The actual shooter was still at large. His name was Tyler Robinson, 22 years old, from Washington, Utah. He had arrived at the university in a gray Dodge Challenger at 8:29 that morning. Surveillance footage apparently tracked him through stairwells and up to a rooftop roughly 150 yards from where Charlie stood. He fired with a Mauser 30-06 rifle, then fled into a wooded area where he just ditched the weapon. For 33 hours, Tyler Robinson was a ghost, and then his own family turned on him and turned him in. His father recognized him in the photographs that Patel had ordered released against the recommendation of other law enforcement. A family member contacted authorities. Robinson initially refused to surrender, but he just changed his mind. He was booked into Utah County Jail at approximately 10 p.m. on September 11th. Kash Patel called it a record-breaking operation. Steve Bannon said he didn't see great law enforcement work. Senator Dick Durbin said Patel was so anxious to take the credit that he violated one of the basics of effective law enforcement. Shut up and let the professionals do the work. Robinson was charged with aggravated murder. The prosecutors announced their intent to seek the death penalty. President Trump supported that decision, but the questions didn't stop. Candace Owens launched a months-long campaign raising questions about whether Robinson acted alone, whether TPUSA insiders were involved, whether Israel had a hand in it. She pointed to the text messages between Robinson and his roommate, which she said sounded fake. She pointed to Charlie's own text expressing for his fear and safety. She pointed to the security arrangements and asked who contracted the team. A private security operator named Rick Cutler was confirmed present in the security van that day, but his employment status, whether he was TPUSA payrolled or not, contracted through a firm or operating independently, remains an open question. And then, 8 days after the assassination, the board of Turning Point USA held a vote, a unanimous vote. Erica Kirk, Charlie's widow, was named CEO and board chair. The organization said Charlie had expressed to multiple executives that this was what he wanted in the event of his death. Erica was 36 years old. She had no prior executive experience at the organization, but she was now in charge of a $100 million a year operation. And this is where the numbers get interesting. Before Charlie died, there existed a Wyoming LLC called GGLF 2023. The Form 990 listed it as a split dollar life insurance structure owned by the president, CEO, title, not a named individual. TPUSA had loaned this entity $350,000 for the premium. The estimated death benefit was somewhere between $20 and $50 million. And on July 9th, 2025, 2 months before the assassination, GGLF 2023 was dissolved, and then on December 3rd, 2025, at 12:05 in the morning, it was reinstated. The registered agent was Registered Agents Inc., which operates from the same address as entities seized by the FBI in connection with North Korean weapons of mass destruction funding operations. Nobody is saying that these things are connected, but the filings are saying that these things exist in the same space and on the same timeline, and the filings just don't have feelings. Erica's memorial for Charlie came 11 days after the assassination. Candace Owens noted that Vanessa Bryant waited a month for Kobe's memorial and 4 months for her first interview. Erica's first video came within 36 to 48 hours. Her memorial speech contained 3 website URLs for TPUSA. Go to tpusa.com, join chapters, sign up for America Fest. The New York Times was in her home 12 days after the assassination. She was on Zoom calls laughing and smiling 5.5 days after. Candace compared it to what a widow looks like versus what a CEO looks like. And she asked a question that nobody at TPUSA wanted to answer. Who is Erica Kirk doing all of this for? Meanwhile, Stacey Sheridan was running the donor playbook. Profile the net worth, identify the family wealth, place them in the 3rd row at the memorial, have the priest make contact, tap the shoulder at Mass, deliver a relic, visit the father in Chicago, extend the Mar-a-Lago invitation, then switch the messaging to Zionist content and close with persisting donation requests via text. One woman went through the entire funnel and ghosted them after she realized what was happening. And then just this week, Blake Neff, a producer on the Charlie Kirk Show, the same Blake Neff who resigned from Tucker Carlson's show in 2020 after making racist posts and how they were exposed on his show, Tucker Carlson's show, said something on air that stopped people cold. He said that Erica told him Charlie wouldn't come back if he had the choice. Wouldn't come back. If he had the choice, you don't say that about a dead person. You say Charlie would have wanted it this way. You don't describe a dead man making an active decision in the conditional present tense. That is how you describe someone who is alive. And as of today, 6 months after the assassination, Charlie Kirk is still listed as a sitting board member of the Turning Point USA Board of Directors on the public governance page, not as a memorial, not as a founder emeritus, as a board member alongside Erica Kirk, David Englehart, Doug DeGroot, Mike Miller, and Tom Sedeka. The federal government already removed Charlie from the Air Force Academy Board of Visitors and replaced him with Erica Kirk. The government acknowledged the vacancy, but TPUSA, the organization he built, the one his widow now runs as both CEO and chair, still has him on the board and on their team staff website as founder. Sheldon Adelson was replaced in 15 days, Steve Jobs in 41, Charlie Kirk at 185 and counting. That is the longest documented retention of a deceased founder on an active governance page of any nonprofit organization in modern American history. And we won't know the full truth until 2027, because Charlie Kirk was alive from January through September 10th, 2025. He will legitimately appear on the fiscal year 2025 Form 990 filed in 26. He served part of that year, but the fiscal year 2026 Form 990, which will be filed in 2027, covers a full fiscal year in which Charlie Kirk was not alive for a single day. If his name appears as a current board member on that filing, we have a problem that goes way beyond a website that forgot to update. So that's the story, children. A boy who built a kingdom that grows so fast that attracted foreign governments, intelligence operations, surveillance technology, and more insider payments than most people will see in a lifetime. A kingdom where churches were geofenced and grief was monetized, and a registered foreign agent became the attorney general and gutted the very law designed to protect you from all of it. A kingdom where the FBI director flew to Utah to take credit for a 33-hour manhunt that was really just a father recognizing his son on television, or so they say. A kingdom where a widow became CEO in 8 days, and a dead man still sits on the board 6 months later. The receipts don't have a religion, they don't have feelings, and they don't pick sides. They just sit there in the filings waiting for someone to read them. Sweet dreams, and remember, the war is the product, everything else was the assembly line. Good night, Christy. Good night, chat. The filings will be there again in the morning. Not bad. It's a nice reminder, huh?
Wow. Holy wow. Okay. Wow. That was the best and likely to be the most effective bedtime story that Christy and the rest of us have ever had read. Thank you so much, Daddy.
At one point, somebody in the chat said even AI is sick of hearing about Erica Kirk's bullshit. when I cut in, it said you forgot to talk about the princess.
No shit, huh? I did mention Erica Kirk. I don't think I mentioned her hardly at all.
Wow.
Yeah, the story's crazy, man. I mean, that's not even all of it either. You know, it's just, it's like when you have it like that, it's like, wow. Especially the end, you know, it's just like, that was a good story.
It was. I mean, you need to make sure you save it. We could do something with that. They were asking for, you know, a one with pictures, like maybe a pop up.
Saw that shit on Amazon.
Maybe for the younger kids.
Yeah, this is what happens.
Hey, actually, you should be be careful. They'll be selling it. They'll be selling it through TPUSA in no time.
Yeah. Seriously. That whole story of him being on the board of visitors and then Erica Kirk being on there and then the votes going 12-0 to push to the board of visitors and having her go on there silently, nobody saying anything, and then that KOAA TV happened to see it. That's, to me, that's one of the craziest parts of this whole thing. Like, people don't really understand how crazy that actually is. It's a very big deal to me.
It is a pretty big deal. Having lived in Denver, and I mean Colorado Springs, it's a small area. I mean, they're very tied in with the Air Force Academy, of course. I mean, that's the biggest kind of thing they have going on in Colorado Springs. So, yeah, for them to like just really catch that kind of by chance, props to them for doing that.
Yeah, I'm not usually big on mainstream media, but that's a story to come out with that they probably had to ask a couple people about first. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And they did it. and that's, you know, maybe it's part of the psyop. Who knows at this point? But
Yep.
who knows?
Yep.
I think
This was
that should basically retire the whole conversation about this. Then does that finish it for everyone? Do you guys see now? Like I'm so over this conversation at this point.
Yeah, me too.
But it's like so hard to stop talking about it at the same time. Just because we want the truth.
Yep.
Anyways.
I know.
I know. I was kind of surprised. Actually, no. I'll save that for later.
Self-censored.
Yeah.
Yep. Well,
I'm working on
there
it.
were a lot of people really appreciated all of the commentary this evening.
That was fun.
Yep.
Welcome to the team, American Discourse.
Well, thank you guys for having me. It was super fun.
Welcome. She's like, oh, this is what I signed up for.
No, I loved it. It was so fun. I know Rogue had fun too.
Yeah, that's dope. It's good to see
Yep.
you guys. Girls.
Absolutely.
The chats
look
were
who
funny
came to say
tonight.
hi. Hi, Momos. What are you
Yeah,
doing?
yeah,
today?
we
Did you-
get some good chats.
How cute.
Oh, no,
Hi.
Oh, yes. What? Hey, read me a bedtime story too, Daddy.
That's
Power
cute, doggy
rant.
Danks.
Wouldn't I have a dog like this? Oh,
That's awesome. Hope you 0. Hope you're happy. It's 4:14 a.m. 2 nights in a row.
I was thinking
What are
about
you
that.
savages doing to me?
How
We are
long did we stream yesterday?
Something like I don't know.
It wasn't that late.
something
We
around-
just started late. I think we did like 3 hours.
Yeah, but yeah, we
But we started
Stayed
at
up
2 in the
late.
morning, so
mhm. Oh, thank you. Well, we hope that you subscribed to all of us. And let's see. Oh my God, 100 Dalmatians opening credits with matching dogs.
Okay.
Yep.
Jesus.
Oh my goodness.
this was the best stream by far.
Super fun. Super
0 talking
fun.
about Omegle. Chill.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, these Saturday nights have been good.
What if we had my dog do Omegle just sit there on the camera?
Get a room.
Oh, his dog loves him.
Who's your good girl? Who's your good girl?
Okay, do y'all have any gas left in the tank to do that? I
No,
mean,
I
don't know.
gotta
I'm
wake up, yeah.
toast. I'm toast. I'm sorry, you guys. I guess
next
I
week.
wasn't even really. I promise next week we will.
Yeah, it was because the thing with Jordan took a while, and then we had American Discourse and Rogue Dissonance coming on after, and then it just kind of changed. But we're working on a structure for the show. We were talking about it today, doing like an opening, for some period of time, and then having a guest if we have anybody lined up, and then doing something, and then bringing people on after that. But yeah, asking to come up at the 6 hour and a quarter mark. Yeah.
That's what happened the last time.
Yeah, and then the 30-minute bedtime story. I mean, look, you
Yes.
guys, I do think that may be like, a trend, right? So we know
Oh,
that the
God.
first time worked really well when you guys read the Tyler and Lance texts. Okay, that was a hit. Now we had a bedtime story, so I think we might be onto something. uh, oh man. Okay. I mean, look, Lemon for sure. I mean, I think, I mean, there's a really good chance that we'll be streaming together at some point this week. And yeah, we'll figure something out.
He's got some info he's probably wanting to share.
Yep.
I
Yep.
think she.
Oh, yeah. I just think it's the plans only changed just because it was a lot of different moving parts this evening. So
Yeah, and Jordan.
This is
was
a
on for quite while.
dictatorship. Yeah, remember what I said. It's a fucking dictatorship around here. All right, guys. Have a good night.
All
Appreciate
right, have
it.
a good one, buddy.
Bye, y'all.
All right. See you
bye.
guys. See
Good
you.
night.
Good to see you
Love
guys.
you guys.
Guys, remember. Oh, you guys staying or we all going?
Well, go ahead. Go ahead. Wrap it up.
I was gonna do the wrap up. All right, guys, remember, be kind, be grateful, do something nice for somebody, and pray. And we will see you soon. Have a good night.
Good night.